Well, good morning and welcome to the wonderful Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is day 3 of this opening round of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. A match that I can't say is evenly poised. It's loaded towards the local team, and that's the TNT Red Force. 234 they would have made yesterday evening. And remember, we're in a situation here where we have players negotiating a pitch that is very difficult. A pitch with cracks, even from day one. And it has showed its hand. Jamaica winning the toss, batting first, got to 141. Jermaine Blackwood, 44 with 3 chances. John Campbell, the captain, 25. Paul Palmer, 24. Marquino Mindley, he had 22. What about Brian Charles? He decided to return his best first-class bowling figures of 6 for 48, and the young, impressive Jaden Seals had the ball swinging all over the place at tremendous pace. He had 2 for 17. Trinidad and Tobago, at the end of day 2, 234 for 6. The fighting Yannick Carrier getting 72 of 223 balls, and the classy Isaiah Rajah 56 not out of 169 balls, a partnership of 116 for the 6th wicket that I think will determine the result of this game. Having said that, let me say a very good morning to Visham Lalman.
Good morning, Vinod. Good morning to all the viewers, wherever you may be looking at us from. And yeah, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a very healthy position heading further into this game. And you speak about battling hard, and one guy who really battled hard as well, apart from the pitch, Isaiah Rajah having an injury, scoring a half century. What a knock it has been from him thus far. And just to look at the batting card of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Keegan Simmons, he made 11, Imran Khan 9, Joshua De Silva 37, Jason Mohammed 22, Yannick Carrier 72 of 223 deliveries, Jade Gooley 6, Isaiah Rajah 58 not out, and Brian Charles, he's yet to score.
Well, Charles and Rajah is going out there at the moment, and they'll be looking to continue to add to that lead, which is now at 93. And Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to bat once on this track. The bowling for the Jamaicans, it has been tight. It got away a bit during that 116-run partnership, but Mindley has been good. 20 overs, he has taken 2 for 52. Nicholson Gordon has been the best of the lot, 3 for 51 of 21, and Derval Green has been very miserly, like so many of my friends. 17 overs, 1 for 32. He has given nothing away, Visham.
Yeah, and Jamie Merchant as well, the off-spinner, he has not picked up a wicket, but he has done very well from that far end.
He has bowled 32 overs, is it? And he has been very, very good. It's going to be Mindley to take up the attack this morning, and he is going to do that from the northern end, or as we call it, the Gasparilla end. Have you ever been to Gasparilla, Visham?
Yes, I've been there quite a number of occasions. Also being from the Southland as well.
It's a bustling, for those of you who don't know, Gasparilla is a bustling little town, and we are going to get action from that end. In Gasparilla, though, what you get is lovely food, so that's a good fare, and you get traffic. So here's Marquino Mindley to start day number 3. Squeezed away by Rajah, so he's off and running. He goes to 59. And Rajah has really done a good job here.
Yeah, he has done a good job in partnership with Yannick Carrier. Of course, Carrier being dismissed for 72. You would have wanted a century, Yannick Carrier, but he's left that man out there, Isaiah Rajah, who would need to just lend some advice to Brian Charles, who just came out there. He's faced 1 ball. He's yet to score, Brian Charles. He's done well with the ball, so that will give him some confidence with him coming into bat now.
So just a plastic bag flying about the place, littering the beautiful arena. Mainly bowls, he draws Charles into that shot. Well and truly beaten.
That ball was a bit wide there from Mindley. I thought that Charles could have been leaving that one. Just moving back and across and hanging his bat out there. I think Rajah must have had a word with him as well there.
So Rajah needs that support. He'll be looking to carry on and get to that magical triple figures. He is just 41 short. His delivery seems back into Charles, but he was doing the right thing on that occasion, getting forward, pushing out on a track that I don't think any of the batsmen are certain on how to play. But Rajah and Karaya did fight. So he's 41 short of that magical figure of 100. And Charles is also just 100 away from 100. He's yet to score. Pushed away again, just outside the off stump. So feeling that leather onto the willow. How important is that, Visham, early in the innings? You're an opener.
Well, on a track like this, especially in the manner in which it is playing inconsistent, offering up inconsistent bounce, you would need to take your time at the start of your innings. Just get a feel of the wicket, and your team is already in a healthy position.
So just a couple spectators here very early this morning. Remember, we had an early start to make up for lost time. This is in the air, and it's going to drop short of the man running in from the backward square on the boundary. He was set there for Brian Charles to play the hook shot. That one rushed on to Charles, and he didn't get a proper bat onto it. Luckily for him that he didn't connect well. That could have landed into the lap of the fielder down there, Gordon, and he gets away with one as that black plastic bag rolls along the outfield. If it were in Barbados, they would have celebrated had it been a red plastic bag. Minley. So Rajah would have had a night to rest that finger again, because there would have been jarring on that, further jarring on that finger yesterday during that tremendous effort when he faced over 163 deliveries. I think it was 163 deliveries.
I heard Anil Lakan speaking yesterday about whether or not that playing this innings here would further harm that finger, and will he miss the upcoming game, so the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. We'll have to wait and see. But speaking about this innings, he has certainly stamped his authority on the regional tournament thus far.
I'll tell you one thing though, the way he has played, I will play the entire series with an injured Isaiah Rajah.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that.
What I like about the young man, he has shown fight. And you know, he's one of those players who never looks in a hurry, always looks unfussed. He's not a hyper guy. Gordon, the impressive Gordon from the far end. And Charles follows one that keeps low at the northern end now.
Yeah, we've seen that on a number of occasions yesterday, more so on the far end. But of course, Keegan Simmons, he was bowled to a delivery that kept very low, very early in the innings as well. So Charles needs to be very watchful here against someone who has led the way for the Jamaica Scorpions, Nicholson Gordon.
Nice, strong approach. The one Charles needs to do, he needs to understand the plot here and give Rajah that support.
He doesn't need to do anything out of the ordinary, Brian Charles, and I think being someone who has a lot of cricket under his belt, he would know this.
It's a good delivery, just shaping away from the outside edge. Well, after Brian Charles, you have Anderson Phillip, who's very capable with the bat. Takes a lot of pride in his batting, as well as Jaden Seals. He's also very capable. And then you have Shannon Gabriel, who's a good fast bowler.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say anything about Shannon Gabriel with the bat there. If you
I
know.
said he's a good fast bowler, Visham.
Yeah.
Shannon has been working on his batting, though, in the nets. And on that occasion, Charles just pushing out. He'll want to push out a little further to get the timing, to transfer the weight properly.
He'd want to do as well with the ball moving away, and Nicholson Gordon just starting it on about that fifth stump. He just want to get back and across, cover the line of the delivery. Play a bit later as well.
This one comes into him. So keeping Charles quiet at the moment. He'll be testing his temperament. This is a type of track that really tests your temperament.
Yeah, what I would really like to see as well is Brian Charles, he's fairly new to the crease, and Gordon, he's quite pacey. And on this end of the wicket, you tend to see those balls climbing. Really like to see them employ a short leg and maybe test them out with the short deliveries.
Charles drives again, half forward. He needs to push out a little more. So there's proper transfer of the weight. End of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Minley, and a good leave alone. You know, I've been saying Visham since yesterday. I would have seen Rajah play for most of his career. He's a young man. One thing I always say, he's a good judge of where his sticks are.
Yeah, and you can see that in the previous leave alone that he executed there. He trusted the bounce of the wicket. He covered the line of the stumps as well.
Again, awkward bounce. As a batsman batting with an injured finger, the last thing you want is to get awkward bounce.
Yeah, and I think Rajah has done well in negotiating the awkward bounce being offered up by the surface.
Goes on to 60 now. I want to say good morning to the president of Cricket West Indies, Ricky Scarrett. He's busy these days preparing for the AGM. There's an AGM that is going to come up very soon. Also his main man, Dr. Kishore Shallow. This is down behind square. And well played by Brian Charles. It's getting into line. Getting it around the corner. Here's a situation now where Rajah came in the middle order. To be precise, he came in at number 5. 6. Oh, yes, I am. I was not precise. He came in at number 7. That's a good delivery as Minley changes the angle. So he came in lower down the order. You would not expect him to come that low as the tournament progresses. But obviously you must continue with him after this knock. He came in to replace Jeremy Solozano, And he has shown that fight that we have not seen from this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup for a couple of years. Well, this is pushed away down to third man now for one. And where do you bat him when or if Solozano comes back in?
Well, I think he may well fancy himself back at this number that he came in today. If Solozano comes back into the team, because he's done well, you can clearly see him doing well out there in the middle. Of course, he had the luxury of having a partner, a very capable partner with him, a senior man in Yannick Carrier when he was there. It's left to be seen what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force management team thinks.
I think it'll cause a slight headache. This time he's playing forward. It will cause a headache for the selectors. Take nothing away from Minley. He has tried his best. That ball is still fairly new, so they're going to get a little lift, a little extra bounce. Also, the batsman will fancy the ball coming onto the bat, as the lead has now rushed up to 100.
I think a good enough lead for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be just around 150. I think they would be happy with that. I'm not sure if they, well, with a day to go, almost 2 days to go still, considering the day has just gotten started, I think they can well get up to 200 if they bat well here, if the last couple of partnerships do well. So we'll have to wait and see. Rajah would be hungry for a century. He'll be looking to get Red Force within that range. Within a range of winning this contest. Already in a convincing position. Looking at the extras column, though, you know, I don't think the Jamaica Scorpions would be happy with that. 20 extras in the innings.
We've seen some deliveries go down the leg side and find its way in the boundary. Charles is starting to look comfortable.
Yeah, he is. He's looking solid. It's early days in the innings of his. And speaking about the inconsistent bounce on the wicket as well, I think we must give credit to both wicket keepers, Romain Morris and Joshua De Silva. They've done quite well. We've seen a lot of Romain Morris in this innings, and he's done well.
Both keepers have done well, as I want to agree with you. Morrison has been given a workout by the Jamaican fast bowlers, and look at that. That is what I like to see from a good wicket keeper. He skipped along and got that one. Just getting in line, collecting that right in front of him. That was down the leg side. He did not stay and throw his body at it. He just skipped along and got it. And it takes me back to Derek Murray, the former West Indies vice captain and a wicketkeeper batsman. Derek Murray was not a flashy wicketkeeper, but he was one of the best. You know, just doing the basics right and efficiently.
You know, you tend to see wicketkeepers now just putting away those traditional shuffles, as we saw from Romain Morris that you mentioned. You rarely see it now.
Again, disconcerting bongs. Charles will want to protect those fingers. I think a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will know the value of those fingers of Charles. He twirled them well in the first innings, getting 6 wickets.
And of course, Charles, his mind would also be on that first delivery that he bowled in the second innings. He'll be on a hat trick when he comes back in.
You look out there and it's very bright. It's a perfect day for cricket. That's a beautiful delivery. Just touching down and seeming away from him. And to our left, you see the flags fluttering, and it's a very strong wind coming from the east. As you can see, a beautiful morning out there. Blue skies. I can't say gentle breeze, but blue skies. Good work there from our cameraman, Shaquille the Barrel John. Perfect day for cricket. They will take that every day in England and twice on a Sunday.
Well, in contrast to what we saw yesterday, I think the players would be happy with what the conditions that they have on offer this morning.
Again, pity of defense.
I mentioned this yesterday, that whichever style of play that Rajah adopts, whether it's a defensive shot or it's an aggressive stroke, he always looks a classy player.
This young man has great temperament, and that's a great attribute to have.
I think it's something that the West Indies batting lineup seems to be lacking as well.
Yeah, and it's good to see the young ones coming through and understanding. Yesterday I saw on a quick scope this morning the big headline, a blazing headline, situational cricket. I think that summed it up. Rajah looking to push at this one. Beaten.
Yeah, it's all about adjustment to the situation that you are in, and it's good to see that Yannick Carrier, and Isaiah Rajah, both of them yesterday, they came in when a couple of wickets were falling around the Yannick Carrier, and Rajah came in at a time when there were 3 quick wickets that fell, and he had to adjust and bat and support Carrier, and that he did well, both of them.
Yesterday afternoon, as I was making my way around the ground, I passed the main stand, and there was a certain spectator who was very angry. He was saying that Carrier and Rajah was batting too slow, and that was going to harm their team's chances. I just could not understand it. I wanted to stop and advise him that the PSL is currently ongoing in Pakistan. You can catch it on the telly.
Bangladesh Premier League is also on.
Well, next I see him, I'll guide him to it. In Dhaka. Rajah drives, and he finds a deep mid-off. But again, from the moment he played the shot, it had class written on it.
Yeah, he didn't make connection as he would have liked there, Rajah.
Well, the funny thing is that had that gone just a couple feet either side of Derval Green, that would have gone into the boundary. That would have screamed into the boundary.
The outfield here is quite quick at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
This time again, he's forward. I think Markino Mindley, Derval Green, and Nicholson Gordon would have dreamt Rajah and Carrier last night.
Yeah, well, they spent a long time at the crease yesterday.
Yeah, everything they offered to them, they just defended.
That continues. Top scorers for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force thus far: Yannick Carrier, 72 of 223 deliveries. Joshua De Silva, 37. Jason Mohammed, 22. And Isaiah Rajah, he's there on 62 of 183 deliveries.
Well, it reminded me of a match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana in 1988 at Guaca Park in Pointe-a-Pierre, when Deonarine Dial, who is the father of Mark Dial, was playing for Trinidad and Tobago, and Clyde Butts was bowling. And Dial defended stoutly. That prompted, or in fact it was at the Oval, that prompted a commentator from the islands, I will call no names, who said, butts the Dial, and Dial plays forward. Butts the Dial again, and Dial plays forward. We can close the commentary because for the rest of the day, Butts will bowl the Dial and he will play forward. A very good friend of mine made that comment on commentary. I want to say good morning to him. I'm sure he's locked on the stream from St. Lucia, outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Morrison. I remember that commentator. I always enjoy whilst being on with him, Visham.
Mm-hmm.
He once asked me, we were on commentary in Guyana, West Indies versus Pakistan at Providence. And he asked me, well, the West Indies were about to lose and fans started to leave. So I was asking him about that. I said, these fans have no faith in the West Indies team. And Jason Mohammed actually brought the game back and West Indies nearly defeated Pakistan. He said that those fans are living very far. And irregardless of the situation of the match, they would have had to have left at that time to catch the ferry, to go back to where they were coming from. So he asked me, he said, listen, it's like in your country, Trinidad and Tobago, if there's a match at the Queen's Park Oval and there are fans from Point 14, won't they leave early? I said, probably. He said, what's the distance from the Queen's Park Oval to Point 14? And he caught me with that. I responded. I said, my friend, after careful consideration, it's the same distance from Point 14 to Queen's Park.
I think that's an excellent answer.
I think I was right. Gordon. Again, Charles driving, but not fully forward. And that one taking an inside edge, a thick inside edge, crashing onto the front pad and going up to mid-off. It's the end of another good over from Gordon, who has not conceded a run this morning in his 2 overs of operation. Has it been 3? It's now 241 for 6. TNT leads by 100 runs. We take a short break. We'll be right back. That one keeps low, and that's not going to interest Rajah. I look to the southern end of this ground, and there's no one in the TTCB box at the moment. Probably the guys are at the office this morning.
Well, they may just turn up later.
Someone said closer to lunch, it will be populated.
That's a good time to be here, Vinod.
Worked away by Rajah. He takes one quickly, looking for the second, and that means he got an inside edge. Minley to continue, number 29 on his back. Whipped away nicely this time by Charles, who is really starting to look comfortable.
That ball was climbing on him there. He got on his toes nicely. Just breaking his wrist. And Rajah's innings, he's struck 7 fours in some 185 deliveries in the 63 runs.
I pay money to see any one of those fours. This man, I think it's clear, Visham, that you know who is my favorite batsman on the TNT team.
Yeah, well, you have made it quite clear. It's that man out there in the middle.
I would really like to see him go on. I would like to see all the young players go on and make a name for themselves in this year's tournament. Rajah is pulling out of the hook shot and well taken there by Morrison. That one was booming. But Rajah had the presence of mind to know that Gordon is on the deep backward square boundary waiting for such an offering. And if he's hitting in that direction, this is not a small ground. If he's hitting in that direction, he's hitting against that very strong wind coming from the east.
Yeah, so good thinking there by Isaiah Rajah. But wow, that was a quite impressive take there by Romain Morris.
And now this one keeps low.
That was outside the off stump. It kept low, yes, but I think that he should have been playing with a straight bat there.
Well, it was short, and take nothing away from Rajah. Look at mid wicket. There's no one there, so he was looking to prosper in that area. It was a short delivery that would normally dictate that you go on the back foot. The previous delivery was short. He was on the back foot. It went booming over his head. It nearly brought down that Liat Airlines that was passing. And then the next delivery rolls along the ground like Anil Lakan when his female cricket club won the flow title here 2 years ago, rolling along the ground. This time it says tickled away, fine. Did he get bat onto it? We wait. We wait on the umpire. Yes, he's not going to raise those legs this morning, so which means he got an inside edge down to a fine leg. 2 more to Rajah, who goes on now to 65. 245 now for 6. It's the end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Nicholson deserves that. He has been plugging along for the entire morning. He gets his 4th wicket, is it? Yes, he gets his 4th wicket. There was Charles just pushing at that right back to the bowler. Tobago has lost another wicket. And here is the replay. Pushing right back to him. Lovely bit of work there by our technical guru. So that replay showing that he just pushed it right back to him uppishly. Anderson Phillip is the new batsman. Let me say good morning for the very first time to Ronnie Bikram Das, also known as the Professor. Good morning, Ronnie. I don't think Ronnie is hearing us at the moment. In the interim, Philip goes out there now to join Rajah. .245 for 7, a lead of 104, which is handy on this track. But Gordon has been impressive, 4 for 51. And he'll be looking to get 5. Want to say good morning to Rudy Ramisa, our top statistician. Has been providing us with a lot of good information throughout the day. And it's going to be Anderson Phillip to take strike from Gordon. Here's Gordon. Phillips is nicely forward. Looks a pit here. Good morning again, Mr. Bikram Das. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Mamchan. It's a pleasure being here. Good morning to all our viewers. It's a lovely day for cricket. And we just saw that wicket of Brian Charles. Just pushing a bit too early. And the bowler accepting an easy catch.
This delivery squares Phillips up it again. Disconcerting bounce. And yes, Ronnie, he accepted an easy offering.
Yeah, and it shows the previous over when we saw Isaiah Rajah drive to long off a bit uppishly, and then we saw Brian Charles hit that one a bit uppishly again, straight back to the bowler. So it shows that the pitch is slowing up here.
My question to you though is, will we see a change in the approach of Rajah with just Philip Seals and my good friend, good old Gabriel to come?
Well, I think Phillips is capable, so he can play normal, right, and get himself play the ball around, get the singles, the bad ball, put it away as he's currently batting. But maybe if the likes of Seals can still bat a bit, but the likes of Shannon, maybe he would change his approach. And if he's close to that 100, try to hog the strike and even be a little more aggressive and get to that 100 mark.
Well, this is uppishly and played just over the head of the merchant there at square leg. And Philip gets 2. And Seals would have been under your charge as a young player?
Yes, at the under 13, under 15 level, Jaden Seals normally bat 4, 5, 6 around there in the middle order because he's naturally aggressive. He hits the ball really well. At the under 15 level, most bowlers were afraid of him when he has the bat in his hand. Even worse when he has the ball in his hand.
Well, here's Philip looking to pull this. It takes the top edge. It's running away down to third man. And they come back for 2 extra bounce on that occasion. It was short. Philip was going to play the pull shot. And some extra bounce on that occasion by Gordon. The end of a good over from Nicholson Gordon. He has taken 4 for 55. He scored 249 for 7, which is already a good lead. But what do you think might be a good lead that will prevent Trinidad and Tobago from batting second?
They need to get between 150, a minimum 150, I would say. Anything over 200, I think it'd be safe, right? Considering the way the wicket is playing, it definitely is slowing up. It's gonna get uneven bounce as you see right now. So the wicket will play an important part, and with the Trinidad and Tobago having 3 spinners in their arsenal, it's going to be difficult for the Jamaicans to really score anything probably above 200, 250 on the last day.
Well, Coach Furlong will be very happy. This is his first match in charge of TNT in first class cricket. Here is Minley, and Rajah looks at this one outside the off stump. He's not going to be tempted. Rajah is one of those guys who has shown that he has tremendous restraint and patience. He's one of those guys who will line up in the bank for 2 hours and still smile. And he has shown that in his batting here today. He has faced 189 balls for his 65.
Yes, I was just told by Rudy that the Red Force are 1 point away from another batting point, getting to that 250 mark.
1 run and 3 overs and 4 balls to do it. I'll back the Red Force to get 1 run in 3.4. Can we get an update though on the West Indies game that's currently being played in India? The West Indies are 90 for 7, chasing 266, is it? Another delivery that jumps, and Rajah is on his way. It took the edge. He pushed forward. Rajah can't believe it. He just walked away. He's looking at
No, not yet.
at his arm. Did that hit him in the biceps? Rajah can't believe it. And what a sad way to end a very promising innings of 65. Chasing out 266, is it? And Rajah is still looking at his biceps. Another delivery that jumps, and clearly from the replay you can see that that was definitely a poor decision from what we are seeing from this position. Your thoughts on that dismissal there, Ronnie?
Well, Isaiah Rajah looked clearly disappointed in the decision. So, and he's not one to stick around when he's not out. Right? If he's out, he will go. That's the way he plays. And the fact that he stood there, it shows that he really didn't get any bat onto it. But if you look at the reaction from the keeper and the slips and all that, they weren't confident.
Yes.
They definitely, the keeper caught the ball and just threw it to the slip as normal. So they weren't too confident. The bowler did appeal and the umpire raised his finger.
But I think what gave it away immediately on that ball striking him on his arm, Rajah looked at his arm.
Yes, he did.
And he just walked away. To his dismay, the umpire's finger went up. So I think, given what we have seen here, the umpire was not sound on that occasion.
Well, the umpire decision is final. He's in the best position to make those decisions. So at the end of the day, it's 249 for 8 now. So the Jamaicans picking up that 2 wicket there, 2 important wickets. That of that of Rajah.
And the left-handed Seals is out there.
Chance. Yes. So those 2 wickets, Rajah and Charles, really would put a dent into the lead that the Red Force will accumulate at this point.
Edged
and that's an edge. Oh.
Edged and drop. Seals pushing at that one. It was in the glove of Morrison, who has been very good in this match so far. But on that occasion, he showed that he was human. He went one-handed to his left, and it just dropped out of his left hand.
Dent into the lead that the Red Force will accumulate at this point.
And just pushed
and that's an
drop in and out. Oh. Edged and drop. Seals pushing at that one. It was in the glove of Morrison, who has been. But he just pushed at that one, not getting in line. And Minley will try again. 3 for 63. This time Seals is behind this. Plays it back.
Yes, and the end of a wicket maiden there for Minley. Minley had really bowled well from the start of this innings. He had really put the ball in the right areas. And here you can see Minley 25 overs, conceding 63 runs, picking up 3 wickets. Gordon, very impressive, picking up 4 for 55 in his 25 overs. So the opening bowlers are really doing the job. And Green contributing with 1 for 32. So the fast bowlers really doing the work here for the Jamaican Scorpions.
Yeah, they've done well. They've stuck to the task well. And it's going to be Gordon again from the far end. Well played there by Philip. Philip has shown that he's very capable with the bat. You think we're going to see some fireworks now with the Seals out there?
Well, he's naturally aggressive, but just keep mentioning the patience and temperament of Korea, um, Korea and Rajah. But you have to give credit to the Jamaican bowlers for bowling that persistent line and length over after over, getting the ball to nibble a bit, and even using that short ball very effectively. And because of that, they have picked up 8 wickets for and Trinidad and Tobago now. That lead where you thought at one point could go to 150, probably 200. Now, if they get probably 120 runs lead, would be very good.
Yeah, the Jamaican fast bowlers, they've been impressive. They've taken all 8 wickets. The spinners have not taken any.
Well, that's bonus points for them.
Well, TNT will be hoping to get that 1 run. Ronnie, it's getting tight. They have now 2 overs and a half to get that 1 run. Rudy Ramisa is looking very nervous. He's the man who keeps track of these things.
Well, the way Minley and Gordon are bowling, it's going to be difficult.
There's Philip again, nicely forward. Remember, at this point in time, TNT has 1.4 in terms of bonus points, 0.4 for the 2 wickets that Seals took. And remember, Charles took 6. Imran Khan took 1 and 1 run out. So the fast bowling point is 0.2. So they got 0.4 from that. And there's the further bonus point. It's running away down to the third man boundary. Philip comes back for 2. It's 251. And Trinidad and Tobago has just gotten another bonus point to move to 2.4.
Yes, that's very good for the part of the Red Force. Right, so picking up that extra bonus point, 251 for 8. And the batting has been very difficult here, and it shows how well Yannick Carrier and Isaiah Rajah played on this wicket.
Yeah, a lot of credit must go to them. If this match ends in a draw somehow, TNT would walk away with 8.4 points. 6 for the first innings, and they've gotten 2.4 in terms of a bonus. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back at the Brand Lara Cricket.
Oh, yeah, because you had.
So Minley continues from the northern end, 251 for 8. TNT just getting their further batting bonus points. They've gotten 2. Minley has really done some good work. 25 overs so far. This is his 26th. He's into Seals and he's a forward. Given the nature of this track, Ronnie, and you can be there, you may think you're well set, and one can just pop on you, or one could rat along the ground. Do you think there's value in Seals playing his shot rather than just occupying the crease at this point in time, and you may get an unplayable?
Well, that's just a very good point. There's no reason or no point in staying there, pushing the ball around, and one ball will come with your name on it. And depends on how the wicket is playing, and we can see it's not playing too well. You're getting that odd bounce and whatnot. Um, you sooner or later you're gonna get one with your name on it. So maybe it might be good for him to play some shots, get some quick runs, and give themselves an opportunity to more overs to bowl the Jamaican out. But then again, uh, taking the backroom or the management side of it, now it depends on what they would want on. Would they think, okay, let's buy some more time. Let's see how long we can draw this in and out and how much runs we can eke out, right? And then see how it plays out probably after lunch in the third session going into the final day, right? So it depends on the strategy or the plan that the management team has in place. So at the moment, maybe they would want to eke out a little bit to launch and see how it goes.
Well, that's four buys that will add to that. And that's valuable runs on a track like this. And I want to agree with you on that. Another factor may be while staying out there, the pitch will deteriorate even further. That may aid the TNT bowlers down the road. It has gotten a bit less bright, so to speak, not gloomy. One hopes that the rain keeps away from the venue, and we can have a really good day's play. The wind has been up this morning, Ronnie, and it has not subsided.
Yeah, well, the wind is aiding Mindy. It's windy, which is better for Mindy.
Keep your day jobs. That's lovely. I like that one. It's windy, so it's aiding Mindley. I like that. So the umpire just checking on the ball. Seals is eyeing that mid-wicket area. And he drives outside the off side. He pushes at a delivery that he was nowhere close to. Then rehearses the proper shot as is normally the case by batsmen. And it's the end of the over. More thoughts from Ronnie Bikram Das.
Yeah, well, he is eyeing that leg side, considering there's only one person behind square, and well, actually two, one at deep square leg and one at fine leg, and no one is in front of square all the way to the onside. So any bat he gets, all he has to do is clear that field that is short mid wicket, and it's easy runs. But it's a chance he would be taking on this wicket in trying to go across the line. But sense prevailed and he pushed at it. Lucky for him, he didn't get an outside edge.
Well, Ronnie, whilst you were given that analysis, our guy Rudy Ramisa, who brings all the information for us. This is struck away, and that's good thinking here by Philip. He didn't really get hold of it, but mid-on in the log was up in the circle. He was able to go over his head and get to. In fact, that was Merchant. Rudy Ramisa brought some very important information, interesting information, I may say, that may interest you. Carnival is approaching, and there has been a lot of talk about these pods. Some people call it cow pens that are being constructed at the Queen's Park Savannah so that the carnival can take place. Beautiful delivery, and well played by Philip. Just dropping the wrist and swaying out of the way. So good technique shown. Yes, so those pods, they're finally given the prices, and it will land you $600 short, Ronnie. $500 in fact, to have a pod of 6 people. And there's been a lot of talk about these you pods. And Shannon and Ford, as some people call it, cow pens that are being constructed at the Queen's Park 700 so that the carnival can take place. Beautiful delivery. And if you like pan, 2100 will take 9 of you into the pod. That's 2 more. If you need further information on the pod, Ronnie, you can check with Rudy.
Well, you heard, all the viewers out there. If you need information or more information on the pods for the carnival, please contact our scorer, Mr. Rudy Ramisa. He can get you all the information. He might even get you the tickets.
Say good morning to all our wonderful viewers who are keeping us entertained. Pulled away behind square. So 260 for 8 now. Is there value in throwing the bat around, seeing how close you can get to 300 now?
Well, maybe. And again, we could speculate up here, gives a different scenario, but it all depends on the plan that the management team has for the team. And well, the way we saw Anderson Phillips played in the last over, it seems like he's gonna throw the bat around and try to see how much more they can get. Quick runs and then have a run at the Jamaicans.
A new angle is now presented to Seals, with Gordon going around the wicket.
Well, the trap has been set. There's a fielder at deep fine leg and one at deep square leg. So they are looking to set him up, probably roll a few full deliveries, and then surprise him with that short ball. And with those two fielders there, maybe he would hit it to one of them.
I think one of the dangers, though, is with your fast bowlers bowling and batting on this track and the ball behaving the way it is. I think, Ronnie, there's a danger in that. They could get injuries to their hands, their fingers, and that could cause more problems later down in the season as we progress to the season. It's the water break now. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Remember, you are looking at the West Indies Championship 2021-2022. And this is one of the 3 games that is taking place in the first round of matches. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. Remember, the Jamaica Scorpions, they won the toss on day 1, elected to bat first. They amassed 141 all out. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, in response, they are 260 for 8, courtesy some brilliant knocks from Yannick Carrier with 72. Oh, that's an excellent delivery there as we look at Marquino Mindley going along his work from the northern end here at the academy. Yes, so brilliant knocks from Isaiah Rajah as well with 65, and Joshua De Silva, he chipped in with 37 along with Jason Mohammed 22 as I welcome to the commentary booth. The bat they amassed 141 all out, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, in response, they are 260 for 8, courtesy some brilliant knocks from of the previous delivery there from Marquino. Oh, that's an excellent delivery excellent
there
one as we look at time again. So you would think it's another replay you are looking at. And yes, Anil, good morning.
Pleasant good morning, Visham. Pleasant good morning to our listeners and viewers wherever you be around the globe. Excellent morning for the Jamaican Scorpions, having prior to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force wickets for the addition of only 26 runs, Vishal.
Yeah, the lead has climbed up to 119. And Marquino Mindley and Nicholson Gordon, wow, there has been nothing short of impressive this morning. Mindley has shown good support to Gordon. Mindley has picked up 1, so he now has 3 wickets for 63 runs. He's bowled a very good amount of overs. He's into his 27th over. Anderson Phillip, he is there at the crease for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force along with Jaden Seals. So we are down to the bowlers now, but Phillip, he's good. Oh, and I was just about to say that Phillips is good with the bat. What a shot that was. It runs into that long on fence now for 4. What a shot there, Anil.
So excellent execution of the on drive on this occasion from Anderson Phillip. And it takes the score to 264 for 8. That moves Anderson Phillip on to 15. And I will tell you, Coach David Williams would be a very proud man with the execution of that on drive.
Yes, that was hit on the up there, and nicely played. Durval Green there at mid-on. So he was able to play that just over the fielder's head. This time a shortish delivery. And smart cricket by Anderson Phillip. Picks up a single. I think although Seals is a very capable batsman as well, the young man, Shannon Gabriel, of course, can't depend on him with the bat. Although he's done some work on his batting of late. You know, I think Phillip is the man we can really look up to here to get some runs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, the Red Force coaching staff would really be looking for both Phillips and Jaden Seals, you know, to carry on for as long as they possibly can this morning.
Seals just getting behind that one from Mindley. Just hitting the inner half of the bat. You can see the bat, as the ball struck the bat just turning in his hands a bit. But there was protection there at short square leg. That's the end of the over. 265 for 8. TNT Red Force, they lead by 124.
How much more do you think that the Red Force coaching staff would be happy in terms of the overall lead, Visham?
Well, I think if they can get up to 150 from here, they would be quite happy. You know, Anil is a position that they would relish here now. They are in the lead, and seeing that the Jamaica Scorpions, they can't count them out of the game as yet, but seeing that they had a very low total in the first innings, I think the Red Force, they would be quite confident heading into the second innings that, hey, we may be able to bowl the Jamaica Scorpions out. And speaking about that, Jamie Merchant comes into the attack. The off spinner Was bowled 22 overs in this innings, just conceding some 34 runs. He has not picked up a wicket yet. But he has an opportunity now bowling to the lower order of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Tall Jamie Merchant from the southern end. Some a shortish delivery, but that's well played there by Anderson Phillip. He picks up a single, Anil.
So on this occasion, Jamie Merchant was just short on this occasion, and he just got back on his back foot and punched it to that long on fielder.
Had some brilliant weather here this morning amid the rain yesterday. Sun is out, the flags are blowing along with the breeze.
And what we've seen over the last day and this first session, the pitch has really settled down from day one. It's still not a bad batting surface in which to really pile on a score.
Yeah, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team has really worked hard to be in this position that they are in. And that partnership between Karaya and Isaiah Rajah proved to be very vital. Merchant to Seals. Seals in the previous delivery adopting a leave alone. This time just getting forward.
So he is showing that he has the ability to support Anderson Phillip.
Yes.
Jaden Seals.
Yes, Seals has faced 14 deliveries already in this innings. Yet to get off the mark though. He's showing some good support.
You know, and in recent times, I've seen him at the National Cricket Centre, Visham, you know, working tirelessly to improve his batting as well.
Yeah, I know you have been in and around that Red Force setup, and you've seen quite a number of these players. I'm sure you may have worked with a number of them as well while in your stint there with the Red Force team.
Well, basically, Visham, a lot of fielding drills and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, and it's commendable. As speaking about this one, swept away nicely by Jaden Seals. He's pick up a single. He finds that man out there. Is it Derval Green at deep backward square leg?
So Jamie Merchant on this occasion, Visham, was just on about that leg stump line, and Jaden Seals really played it well. That sweet felt.
Yes, so he's off the mark and running, Jaden Seals. Yes, Anil, and we were speaking about persons. The partnership at this time, though, is 18 of 33 deliveries, and we were speaking about, you know, you working with the Red Force team as well. And speaking about those persons playing pivotal roles in the transition of these youngsters into the regional level, and offering them the words of advice and the knowledge required to play at this level. You know, we must give credit to Mr. David Williams and Kelvin Williams as well. Coach David Furlong, also the head coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Partnership 18, as I mentioned before, 33 deliveries. Could we see a partnership similar to the one we saw at the Queen's Park Oval between Preston McSween and Lewis? Sherman Lewis.
I'm sure the Red Force management would not mind that at all, Visham.
I think they would already be happy with the position they are in, and if they can get a partnership like that, that would just put icing on the cake. And just see the employment of a short leg fielder now. I think that it's a ploy here from the Jamaica Scorpions to attack Jaden Seals with some short deliveries. Your thoughts, Anil?
Well, with the forward short leg being stationed now, I'm sure there's going to be some chin music sooner than later.
Yeah, there's also that deep backward square leg and a wide fine leg on the boundary there. This time, yes, a short delivery, but not where Makino Mindley. It's a wide signal by the umpire. Well, yeah, not where Makino Mindley would want to be. That's just adding to the extras column. You know, when you want to bowl short and you have those fielders on the onside, they're set. You set the trap. You want to bowl to it. You want to bowl on the money, on the body of the players. Here's Mindley again. There's where you'd want to be. Will he be out? Yes, trap set and gone. Jaden sees finding the wide fine leg fielder. We were just speaking about it, Anil. He has to depart for one.
Yeah, and Jaden sees being a fast bowler as well, Visham. You would expect that he would have understood what the Jamaican Scorpions plan would have been against him in terms of wanting him to play this hook shot.
Yeah, here's the replay. It's a short delivery from Mindley, and it was just pulled away, you know. He found the fielder. He did not find the gap there, Jaden Seals. Unfortunately for him, though, he fell to that trap. And yeah, good work by the Jamaica Scorpions, though. You were speaking about Makino Mindley needing to bowl the ball on the body. He did that and proved to bear fruit. So the man coming to the crease now is none other than Shannon Gabriel. Jaden Seals, you can see it there. He departed for one, just of 19 deliveries. He showed good patience in the short time that he was there at the crease, you know. And yeah, Shannon Gabriel, Anil.
Well, I must admit it would be very interesting to see how Anderson Phillip plays it from here, providing that Shannon Gabriel survives the rest of this over.
Big unit, Shannon Gabriel. If he does connect with some here, Anil, I think we could be in for some entertainment, but we know Shannon Gabriel.
Well, it's two things. It's either he is going to really have a go or he's going to get out.
Well, and I think it's one that may lead to the other. When he does choose to go, he may he tends to get out more often than not.
So he would be well advised to try and accompany Anderson Phillip for as long as possible, if he can do so.
I think we must acknowledge the fact that Mindley has now picked up his fourth wicket. Edged and dropped. Dropped by Romain Morris of all people. The man who was impressed over the last day and a half. Wow. That's 2 drop catches now from him. He dove away to his right and fingertips to it. He couldn't hold on, Anil.
Yeah, very unlucky for Mindley on this occasion. Makino Mindley, very, very unfortunate. So the replay is on.
So Shannon Gabriel.
So a regulation catch goes down on this occasion, Visham.
We've seen some good glove work on show, and I don't think that was testament to that. You know, you would have expected Romain Morris. You know, it was a difficult chance, Anil, but yes, with the gloves, you know, you would have expected him to take that catch. He dove across in front of the first slip fielder, though I thought that, you know, he saw the ball was dying, and in the end, just making an effort to take the catch. A good effort nonetheless. That last delivery from Mindley, just on about a good length, and Shannon Gabriel on the back foot, playing inside the line of it.
So very unlucky for Makino Mindley. He would have gotten a fiver. And what more could John Campbell could ask from his speedster?
Let's see. I think Mindley has one job on his hands here, and that's to line up that ball on the stumps. Oh, Shannon Gabriel. Wow. Shannon Gabriel, you beauty.
Yeah, getting stylishly into line and just caressing it out to that middle of a fielder.
And all of a sudden, I'm excited to see what Shannon Gabriel is going to do here today. With the bat, that is.
I'm excited to see how he's going to approach the next delivery, Visham.
Well. Shannon Gabriel, he's getting a mouthful from the fielders just to the back of him. Campbell, Blackwood, Morris. This time short and hitting the tag hard there of, he was looking to whip that one onto the onside, Anil. He's practicing that stroke.
Yeah, he is essaying a whip of the legs on that occasion.
Well, that completes the 113th over of the innings. 269 for 9. 4 to Marquino Mindley.
And the lead now is a really huge one. It's 128.
Well, it's the battle between Mindley and Gordon here now to see who can pick up the fifer. 4 for 70 to Marquino Mindley. Nicholson Gordon, 4 for 62 in 27 overs as well. So it's going to be Nicholson Gordon. The battle here now between Mindley and Gordon. So Merchant, he's not going to get a chance to get his wicket. He's been dusted away from the attack.
Well, John Campbell wants to get off from the field as quickly as possible, Visham. He wants to close his innings out as quick as possible.
Well, they had a long day in the field yesterday, Anil. And they want to close things off as early as possible. Here's Gordon. This time down the leg side. Shuffling across there, Romain Morris, and accepts it into his mitt.
So I'm sure John Campbell and company would now be starting to focus on batting as we speak, Visham.
Well, of course, they'll be focused on closing off the innings first. But yes, they would be thinking about how they are going to approach that innings. Gordon from the southern end. In the air! Over that. Golly fielder, well, backward point fielder there is running down. So very close to the boundary. He picks up 2. Anderson Phillip. I think his approach is now clear.
Anderson Phillip will just wait until the ball is in his zone and try to execute as best as he can in terms of attack. He's not one to throw his wicket away, so he would take a more measured approach. And you could see immediately that the fielder starts spreading out to the third man, and a deep backward point is now in position.
Yeah, the field has been opened up. That just gives them a chance to pick up some easy singles, and Shannon Gabriel shouts no to Anderson Phillip. We could have heard it in the commentary booth. I don't think he wants to get up to the other end.
Well, I'm sure Anderson Phillip will also want to be batting the majority of the balls in the over, Visham, and not expose Shannon Gabriel with too much balls to face.
Let's see, Anderson Phillip facing up to Gordon. This time, a loud appeal for leg before. Not out, says umpire Ramdani.
Clearly going on the leg side on this occasion. Anderson Phillip was just trying to hoik it away on the leg side, but wasn't successful in doing so.
Well, there's a big gap on the onside. That's between that long on fielder and that deep mid wicket fielder that's on the boundary. He was looking to hoik it through that vacant region there. This time a full pitch delivery down to long on. He picks up a single. So Shannon Gabriel has one delivery to face from Nicholson Gordon.
And Nicholson Gordon will definitely be fancying himself to close this innings off with this ball.
Anytime I see Shannon Gabriel with the bat in hand, I tend to remember that game against Pakistan, that he batted for a very long period and then looking to hoik Yasir Shah over the top, and he was bowled. That was the match that missed Bowel Hack. A lot of people leg before. Is he out? Not out, says the umpire. Shannon Gabriel having a chat with Gordon. Things are getting heated. And Gordon taps him on the back. All well and good. All good fun out there in the middle.
And the game has been played in a very good spirit, Visham.
Yeah, definitely so. And Blackwood is not letting Shannon Gabriel go. Good friends, Jermaine Blackwood and Shannon Gabriel.
West Indies teammates.
Yeah, scorecard for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Anderson Phillip is there on 21. Shannon Gabriel is yet to score. Isaiah Rajah 65. Yannick Carrier top scoring with 72. Joshua De Silva and Jason Mohammed chipping in with 37 and 22 respectively. The lead is just about 131 at the moment.
A very healthy lead indeed by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And they will be looking to Anderson Phillip to further strengthen that position.
Well, he's covering all of those three stumps. A loud appeal here again. Leg by, so Mindley. Well, he has it here now. He has Shannon Gabriel on strike, and that's what he would want. All eyes on Gabriel.
Well, I'm surprised that Anderson Phillip took that single, with the very first ball of the over, exposing Shannon Gabriel to 5 balls in this over.
Well, yes, Arnold, he's a senior man, and let's see how he fancies himself now. Oh, that delivery just coming back in. Is it a drop catch again? Just dropping short of that man, Romain Morris. He's had some work to do this morning.
So Shannon Gabriel walks away, regain his thoughts.
I don't think he could regain his thoughts when the short leg fielder is in his ear.
Is it Mr. Log?
It's not Log. Log is at backward point. And Log, wow, he has never stopped talking since he's came onto the field. This time again, appealing here now, and he's given! Well, Shannon Gabriel. That's the end of him, and that's the end of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's innings. Makino Mindley picking up a fifer, and there he is being lifted up. The king at the moment out there, Jermaine Blackwood, making it known to everyone. And that completes the innings for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They end on 273. Let's have a look at that final wicket. Mindley, a full pitch, and that was missing the leg stump, Anil. I think, to be fair to that man, Shannon Gabriel, that seemed to be missing the leg stump. But anyway, that's the situation at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Red Force's innings has been completed. They lead by 132 runs. Remember, what we saw in this game, we are into the third day of this game. The Jamaica Scorpions, they are looking happy. They are looking a bit tired as well. This could prove to be a deciding factor as well. They had been in the field for the entirety of yesterday, into today as well. And there's a disappointed man, Shannon Gabriel, leaving the field. And just to look at the bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions, 5 wickets to Makino Mindley, being well assisted by Nicholson Gordon, 4 for 65 in 28. Derval Green, he picked up 1 for 32 in 17 overs. Patrick Harty and Jamie Merchant, the spinners, 16 overs and 23 overs respectively, 40 and 36 runs as well. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they are being led off by Makino Mindley, who has the ball in his hands, picking up a well-deserved fifer. Coming back into cricket, he has really done well after being attacked by the COVID-19 virus. Here's a batting card for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Leading the way for them, Yannick Carrier, 72 of 223 deliveries, 65 to Isaiah Rajah of just 191 deliveries, Joshua De Silva 37, Jason Mohammed 22, and the not-out batsman Anderson Phillip 21. 26 extras offered up by the Jamaica Scorpions as well. So just to give you a summary of what went on in this game thus far, Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss, electing to bat first on day one. They just batted for 51.4 overs. They were dismissed for 141 on the back of some exceptional bowling from Brian Charles, 6 for 48. Jaden Seals, 2 for 17. Imran Khan, 1 for 11. Jermaine Blackwood and John Campbell, they proved to be very well for the Scorpions, 44 and 25. Paul Palmer, he managed to score 24 and Marquino Mindley 22. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as it stands, they would just bowl out for 273. Yannick Carrier 72, Isaiah Rajah 67, Joshua De Silva 37, and of course that man Marquino Mindley 5 for 70, Nicholson Gordon 4 for 65. So that's the situation here at the Brandland Cricket Academy. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Brav, thanks for joining us. Lovely to chat with you as always. First of all, settle into Antigua nicely?
Yeah, finally I'm here. It's been a while since I come to Antigua. You know, it's always good to come here. Every island actually, but you know, Antigua is always nice.
You're here mentoring some of the young players from all the regions. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, thanks to CWI for giving me the opportunity to be involved in West Indies cricket again. West Indies cricket is very close to my heart. It's important for seniors like myself, for us to give back our knowledge and pass on our experience to the younger players. The more we can do that, is the better. But yeah, it's good to be around and being able to talk to different teams in the different islands.
Take you back to 2002, 2003 when you started your list A career. Would you have thought you would have got to the heights you soared to, World Cup winner, etc., etc.?
No, I never envisioned it. Obviously, I keep saying if someone said that to me 20 years ago, this is what your career going to look like, I would say no chance. You know, Brian Lara is my hero, and I remember saying to my parents that I wanted to be the next Lara. I never thought that would have been possible because, you know, one, I'm a right-hander. But yeah, cricket is every kid's dream in the Caribbean. It's the only team that unify us as a people, as a Caribbean people. So to represent the West Indies team is when you feel like, yeah, you really make it as a professional cricketer. And then I'm happy with my achievements. Obviously, there can be times where I think that I could have achieved more. And then it could have been on the flip side where it could have been worse. So I'm happy.
What about playing for TNT? We see the guys on the beach here. They seem like the best bunch of friends. Is there a real unity within TNT cricket going back to when you were playing?
Someone who has to take a lot of credit for this bunch of guys is Darren Ganga. He was our senior player. He was our captain. He laid a foundation that no matter who come and take over and represent Trinidad and Tobago, there's a certain structure and a certain standard you have to follow. So there's no jealousy, there's no envy. All about trying to win cricket games for our country, and we pride ourselves on being the best white ball cricketing team in the region, and that's our motive.
Super 50, there's some really good young talent coming through. Has anyone particularly impressed you?
The Caribbean never lack talent. We all have talent, everyone have talent. But is your attitude to enhance that talent is what will make the difference. As a player myself, I believe that to be a cricketer is one thing, but you have to have that self-pride.
So as a mentor, is it more what you do off the park with the players as opposed to preparation and the mindset as opposed to technical?
Yeah, because players at a first-class level, they don't want to interfere with the game too much, especially the technique. But I'm a strong believer in a mind game. If you can understand the game, read the game, it will also help you technically.
Pollard and Dwayne Bravo.
Yeah, Dwayne Bravo here, giving his guidance on some of the young bowlers coming through, must be wonderful.
For me, I just want to speak to bowlers, get to find out about their thinking, how they go about when they're under pressure, hear what they've come up with, and then maybe I could add some stuff. But technical-wise, I can't tell someone whether to bowl side down or I'm not going to do that. But just more talk about the game, think the game. If you analyze the game, when you're not playing, you try to watch the game. So those things is all part of learning and developing.
Brilliant. Ross, you're a top man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back. At the moment, TNT about to start bowling in their second innings. The West Indies Championship first round game. Jamaica 141. You all well remember TNT this morning 273 all out, 72 to Carrier, 65 to Rajah. Da Silva got 37 yesterday and Mohammed 22. Minley 5 for 70, well deserved, as well as Nicholas Gordon 4 for 65. Down the leg side is Gabriel. The important thing is that Jamaica would have gotten bonus points for getting all 10 wickets. For the fast bowlers getting all 10 wickets. As I say, good morning again to the Professor, Ronnie Bikram Das.
Thank you very much, Vinud. Yes. Yeah, it's a pleasure being here, and it's a wonderful effort from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, getting to that total of 273, and a very comfortable lead of 132. As Gabriel again, and again down the leg side. So he needs to get his radar right. A few wickets, a couple wickets or so from him here really would put a dent into the Jamaican chase. Second inning, I should say, and set up the mat nicely for the next few sessions.
Yeah, well, they're 132 in the red, so to speak. And if Gabriel can get that early breakthrough, it could really set the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. He would, in the first innings, he was luckless. Bowled well, but was luckless. And he's going to bowl here now to the Scorpions captain. Struck on the pad outside the leg stump clearly. De Silva bellowing an appeal, more in optimism than conviction. So it's important here, Ronnie, that the TNT fast bowlers use the new ball well.
Yeah, definitely. And the likes of Shannon Gabriel, he will want to get it right. He did bowl pretty well in the first inning, but was very, as you said, unlucky. A few drop catches. But he would want to correct that, put the balls in the right channel. The captain has given him good support. He has 3 slip fielders and a goalie. So he has the support needed to get that ball outside the off stump, going across the left hander.
I think it's important that he tries to utilize those on the offside. Again, a bit too straight. You'll want it just a little wider than that. Is there value in putting a 4th slip on Ronnie with a lead of 132?
Yeah, definitely. You want to give your bowlers all the option. Give them what is required to pick up the wicket. Yes, the more attacking fielder you have, the better. Right? You are 132 runs ahead, and you want to give your bowlers that support to put the ball in the right areas and pick up wicket. Remember, the more wicket you pick up early in this period before lunch, the better for you.
So he's getting there. He's looking to push that ball across the left-hander, get the slip cordon in the business. I want to say good morning to the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. He has brought sunshine on this third day. Ronnie?
Yeah, definitely.
And he's walking with his chief lieutenant, Amar Samaru. So Campbell and Log in there at the moment. Shannon Gabriel, a man from Southeast, is taking up the attack from the northern or Gasparilla end. Here he is. Down the leg side and taken nicely by Da Silva. It's the end of an over where Gabriel was all over the shop, to be honest. And he'll want to tighten his lines and look to utilize that new ball. So Campbell facing the 6 deliveries, and Gabriel just looking to find his way there, Ronnie.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. First over, just Gabriel just trying to get his radar right. Um, 3 deliveries going down the leg side, but he needs, being the senior bowler in this setup, he needs to get it right early. He needs to set the tone, set the pace for the innings. Remember, you being the senior bowler, if you get it right initially, it will give confidence to the younger Jaden Seals, the Anderson Phillips coming next, and they would build from that and try to emulate him, put the ball in those right areas as well, and make it difficult for the batsman, pick up wickets, put Jamaica under pressure.
Yeah, I want to agree with that. That's an excellent point. He needs to lead this attack. So 3 slips a gully waiting as a lock is going to take a strike against the right-handed Jaden Seals.
Better now.
Tobago will be looking for that early breakthrough. Locke had an inauspicious start to his debut in the regional first-class cricket. He'll want to put that to rest. And he's doing the right thing. He's just taking his time, settling. He's not going to allow Seals to hustle him. You can't stop him from hustling him with the ball, though. Here is Seals. Let's back off a length. Good start. And Log behind it.
Yeah, that's an excellent start for Jaden Seals. And he bowled really well in the first inning. Kept that ball just outside the off stump, just short of a length, making it difficult for the batsman to play. It's difficult for them to come forward or go back. They're in between, and you're not sure if to play at them or to leave it. So he has to keep that, continue bowling that line on length. And he picked up 2 wickets, and he will want to get more this inning for his team.
That's a good point. Just back off a length, and on this strip, the batsman can't decide whether to go forward or back. You could be going back and getting one around your ankle height, and you could be going back and getting one over your head. That's the up and down nature of the track. But as Isaiah Rajah and Yannick Karaya showed, once there's determination and fight, you can battle through difficult periods.
Yes, definitely. It's about applying yourself. Remember, it's not about T20 where you have to go out there and score runs consistently. It's about applying yourself, biding your time, taking advantage of the bad deliveries. Let the good deliveries bowl. The bowler, he's going to bowl at least 3 or 4 good deliveries. If he's good enough, he can bowl up to 5 good deliveries. You're going to get that one delivery where you can score a run or you can score a boundary. And you have, as the class batsman, you would see they would try to manipulate the good deliveries, try to find those gaps to rotate the strike and put the ball under pressure.
The seas on that previous delivery was a bit too wide, the interest log. Let's see how he goes here now. A bit too straight, and log is off and running. So still finding his range, opening exchanges, but you can't take away the effort. That 116 run partnership running, I think, is the difference between the Red Force and the Scorpions, and I think that will go a long way in determining the result of this match.
Yes, we mentioned that yesterday as well, and it will go a long way in determining the outcome. And we said, so if that partnership take them probably close to a 100-run lead, it will put them in the ascendancy, give them that driving seat, put them in the driving seat, as you would say. And it did happen, and it did put the match in the Red Force favor.
Outside the off stump, good idea. And Campbell showing restraint at this point in time. So the Jamaicans, they're back against the wall at the moment. Lead of 132 by the Red Force. 3 very good fast bowlers. It has never happened before where 3 West Indian fast bowlers have represented Trinidad and Tobago at the same time. This is the first occurrence in the history of Trinidad and Tobago's cricket where 3 West Indian fast bowlers are operating at the same time.
Yes, again, wonderful over from Jaden Seals, keeping it tight. Just 1 run coming off that over. At the end of that over, it's 1 without loss. Jamaica in their second innings.
You know, as I make that comment about 3 West Indian fast bowlers operating for Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago over the years have been known as one of the countries to produce a ton load of spinners. Of course, you had Tony Gray and Ian Bishop. It tells me that the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board is doing something right with their youth development program to have 3 quality fast bowlers that could be called upon to play for the West Indies, and they are playing here in this regional match. It means that something good is happening at the National Cricket Centre in Kufa.
Yes, and also you have in the reserves the likes of Mohammed, Uthman Mohammed, you have Jelani Seals. So you have a lot of fast bowlers there. You have Hines, right? Terrence Hines, who is currently in the team. So there's a lot of fast bowling prospects for the Red Force at the moment.
Kudos to Kelvin Williams. I've been told by Annie Lacan that Kelvin and the good old David Papa Williams have been working very hard at the National Cricket Centre with these young fast bowlers, and it's starting, to pay dividends. When you can have 3 fast bowlers representing Trinidad in a regional match, 3 West Indies fast bowlers, and you don't have 3 West Indian fast bowlers representing Barbados in a regional match, that tells you something. Have you heard of global warming?
Well, I know about global warming, I know the reasons why, and if you are inferring there's some connection, well, I would not go there.
Well, things could shift, that's all I'm saying. Things could shift. Here is Gabriel. That's a good ball there on that occasion, and the good old Imran Khan goes sprawling. And one hopes that he did not injure his knee.
Well, he got up a bit slow, and he's on the ground at the moment, holding his knee.
Twist his knee. One hopes that he's okay. And it's the first time I've seen a shark look uncomfortable with a dive.
Well, he
Good
wasn't
old
in water.
Sharky.
He wasn't in water, so it will be uncomfortable.
Imran Shaki Khan, really top man, top guy. And he served Trinidad and Tobago's cricket so well. 424 first-class wickets. That's 424 wickets more than you, Ronnie.
Definitely. Thank you for that piece of stat, Mr. Mamshan. So it's Gabriel. So the 3rd slip is out. Just 2 slip and a gully now for Shannon. And that's a good delivery again. Looking to attack the stumps there is Gabriel. And that's good bowling. So the captain put that short mid-wicket in. So give him that confidence that he could bowl straighter. So even if the ball drifts a bit down the leg side, he has that protection in Jis Mohammed at short mid-wicket. So it gives him more options to attack the stump. He has the 2 slips. Yes, the 3rd slip is out. He still has 2 slip in play where he can bowl that ball outside the off stump as well.
I think Gabriel is not confident, and that's the issue here, Ronnie. He's not confident. He's still working his way back to his best, too wide outside the off stump, and Log is trying to support him by looking to get to that, and it was an ugly shot, so to speak, Well, one hopes that Gabriel could find his line. One hopes that the umpires could find their line as well. They have not been in on their best form this morning. I thought that, our replays clearly showed that the young man, Isaiah Rajah, got a delivery that struck him high on the arm. And what gave it away there, Ronnie, was that Rajah immediately favored the arm. And he was just walking away to gather his thoughts at square leg. And to his horror, the umpire sent him. What about the next 2 leg before decisions as well? So one hopes that, everyone can improve. I think they robbed the young man of a nice extended knock. He was looking very good. That's an inside edge. It's going to go into the boundary down at fine leg for 4. And the log was pushing at the delivery that cut back sharply from Gabriel. We know that Gabriel, 2 things about him. He bowls those in cutters on a regular basis, and also he's luckless.
Well, you are definitely right. Again, the lock not going his way. Inside edge, passing the keeper, diving away to his left, but was unable. And the third man, the fine leg, is a bit wider, and he was unable to pick that one off. But to come back to your point about Shannon, the captain, you must give Imran Khan kudos. He's setting fields that even though if Shannon bowls a bad ball, he has the protection. He has that mid wicket, he has that deep fine leg, square leg, so he's giving him that protection as well. So even though he bowls a bad ball, it wouldn't go to a boundary, he wouldn't get probably 2 runs or so, and he can still try and concentrate and bowl that line handling and be a little more consistent.
I want to say good morning to a very dear friend of mine, Philo Wallace, and also want to extend condolences to him on the passing of his mom. Philo at the moment is in England.
Yes.
Member of Cricket 360, Philo Wallace.
Correct. We must say condolences to him and his family. Wish him all the well.
So,
And as you mentioned, Philo Wallace, this is true a bit. I enjoy doing commentary with him. It's very interesting when he's on commentary.
he's a very knowledgeable man, Philo.
Correct.
And he calls you Ronnie Brickram Das.
Yes, he does.
You can't forget that.
Yes, he does.
How could he do that? He can't do that. Good old Philo.
Yes.
So it's going to be Seals to continue. Earlier on, you mentioned the name Jelani Seals. And at the US Open, Ronnie, Jelani Seals was bowling to Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall. You were a cameraman there and you were ducking for cover because a world record was created at that match with 43 runs being struck in the over. Rakeem Cornwall struck Jelani Seals for 7 sixes in the over. That was a match involving the Samp Army. The Samp Army, Rakeem Cornwall was playing for the Samp Army. Would you believe it was a rain-shortened game, a 10-over game? And after all that bludgeoning from Rakeem Cornwall, his team still lost the match.
Yes, they did. But it was amazing to be there to witness that effort by Rakeem Cornwall. And to be honest, it wasn't no small sixes. The ball was going into the stands most of the time.
But when people hear this, they will think that, what, is that a country match? Is that a FET match? It was the US Open. And look who the bowler was. Cornwall was unsound. And that's a good delivery, making some height. No forward short leg in place. Seals, a fit man, feels his own bowling. 43 runs in the over. Rakeem Cornwall slammed 7 sixes, and as Ronnie Bikram Das just said, some of those would have crashed into the building at the pavilion end. It could have still been going. I think some of those balls are still in the air.
Well, I'm thankful that it's still in the air. Otherwise, I would have been in danger where I was underground.
Yes, I remember Cornwall hitting one right back just towards a wide-ish long off. And Ronnie Bikram Das was campering. Ronnie and the four cheerleaders was campering for cover because they were stationed in that area. Good delivery here by Seals.
Well, just a bit of correction there, Mr. Mamchan. They weren't there at that game.
So then why were you scampering?
I was campering to protect myself from the ball.
My oh my, I thought you were scampering as a good gentleman that I know you are. I thought you were scampering just to protect the ladies. But it was great fun, and it just goes to show the talent of Rakeem Cornwall and when he's on song.
Well, in that tournament, I was amazed at his hitting. He really batted well, and he hit the ball effortlessly for six. Very clean.
So Ryan also had a good tournament where he struck 84 in one of the games. At the end of it all,
I think that was the qualifying for the finals.
yes,
For the semi-finals, right?
Trevon Griffith was the leading scorer in that tournament. Ross Jagisa was the leading bowler. So it shows the quality of the tournament, and a man could hit 43 and over in that tournament.
Yes, definitely. It was the start of the tournament, to be honest. We had the likes of the Scotland captain.
Mm-hmm.
We had Corey Anderson from New Zealand.
So it squeezes away down to behind square, and the man Creech is there. So 2 more to Log. Log is looking a little more confident in the second innings. Don't you think so, Ronnie?
Yeah, he is. Well, he would have gotten some confidence from the feeling. He had a lot of chat with the batsman, Carrier and Rajah. So he probably got some batting tips from them. And he's utilizing it properly here. Showing good technique, good temperament. And hopefully he could carry on for his team and get a big score. So at the moment, Jamaica 8 without loss. A steady start from the Jamaicans here, and they would be looking to bat as long as possible. Yes, they would want to wipe that the 132, and right now they are 124 in deficit. So they would want to get rid of that and then look to build. Either try to save the match. I think that would be their first priority, to try and get beyond 132, and then hopefully enough after that to try and save the match. But this partnership here now, they would try to at least take it to launch and then see how they can build from there.
Good pace, good carry on that occasion there by Gabriel. So he's keeping up the pace. This is the 5th over of the innings. You can see the TNT players just there waiting for something to happen, something to spark them. One would have thought they would have shown greater energy at this point in time, seeing that they are well ahead. It's all for Jamaica to crawl out of the barrel now.
But I would have thought TNT bowlers would have come out firing. They just have a little period to play before lunch. Try to see if they can bowl as fast as possible, as accurate as possible, and try and pick up at least 2 wickets. If they could have done that or still do that, it would put them in a good position. I should say a better position.
So much better over this time from Gabriel. So he has settled down nicely after his opening 2 overs.
Well, because of that inward movement you mentioned, and it would be away from the left hand, the captain has brought the third slip back into play to give him that confidence again. It's supporting your bowlers here, and that is what is required. And I must say Captain Imran Khan is doing his best to give his bowlers every opportunity of picking up a wicket.
I would like to see him change up the angle, though. I remember a couple seasons ago when he did very well against England here in the Caribbean in the Test series. He bowled exclusively to left-handers around the wicket. So I'd like to see him go around the wicket. He has the ability to take the ball away from the left-hander. So if he can go around the wicket, angle it in, and get it to straighten, that could be a difficult proposition.
Yeah, definitely. That's the Stuart Broad technique, and he does it very well to the left-handers.
This one too straight, too easy for Campbell to get to.
Well, lots of spaces on the onside, given the fact that he wants Shannon to bowl outside that off stump where the field is set. But this time a bit too straight, and with left-handers, anything on the pad, they're going to work that away nicely. And he picked up a couple, so it's 10 without loss. Campbell, he would have to play a captain's knock here. He would really have to do something to spark this batting lineup for his team.
So he's going to go around the wicket, as we just spoke about. And let's see how Campbell faces up to this. So Skipper Khan has done away with that third slip.
Well, maybe they're listening to us.
Well, there's a stiff wind still blowing. That is going to aid him. Yeah, he bowls to Campbell, but that one again overpitched, pushed away nicely. Jason Mohammed in the way.
G.
Just a very quiet period of play here. We're coming up to 2 hours play for the morning. Remember, we had an early start, and that was to facilitate time loss yesterday due to the downpour we had on 2 occasions. Easy pickings there for Campbell. It's 11 without loss. It's the end of the over. After about thoughts from Ronnie Bikram Das, there will be a change in commentary with Visham Lalman and Anil Lakan.
Yes, thank you. And it's a good session of play thus far. No team wants to give each other the edge here. The Red Force, they're trying to keep it tight with the bowling. Jaden Seals doing well at the southern end, and Campbell and Log is really holding firm. As I welcome Mr. Lalman and Lakan.
Thank you, Ronnie and Vinod. Good morning to all our viewers once more. Good morning, Anil.
Pleasant good morning, Visham. It's going to be Jaden Seals from the southern end, and he's going to be bowling to John Campbell.
So he's coming around the wicket as well, much like Shannon Gabriel did in that last over. That one angling into Campbell and just moving away. A nice delivery there from Jaden Seals.
Yeah, holding its line on this occasion, and I believe that is what defeated John Campbell on this occasion. Playing for the ball, the original line of the ball coming into him, but at the last moment holding its line and going past the outside edge.
And both Campbell and Log would know what they are coming up against here, Seals and Gabriel. Here's Seals again. This time, that one pitching and moving in the air after it pitched. Coming in to Campbell. A bit too wide to interest him though.
Shorter and quicker on this occasion from Jaden Seals. Really hitting the deck hard on this occasion.
Yeah, so Jaden Seals and Shannon Gabriel did want to continue that good work from the first innings. And of course, both of them and Anderson Phillip were doing very well. Phillip and Gabriel, though, was not rewarded in the first innings, and they didn't get any wickets to their names. Of Gabriel bowling, 3 catches were dropped. This time, Campbell provides a fancy leave there.
With 132 runs on the tins, Visham, I would expect that skipper Imran Khan will continue to employ a very aggressive fielding positions.
I think with lunch approximately 27 minutes away, I think that Imran Khan and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have wanted to make a breakthrough. Oh, that one. Wow, that one just pitching and leaving John Campbell. That moved a long way off the pitch.
That's what we call a jaffa of a delivery. Well bowled by Jaden Seals on this occasion. Angling into the left-hander, and at the last moment, it moved away sharply off the seam and into the mid.
Let's have another look at that delivery from Jaden Seals. Look at that. That's exceptional from the young man. That's where you want to be.
It looks like a quick off break, if you ask me, Visham.
Well, it moved generously. This one coming back in. So, something for Campbell to think about here, Anil. Jaden Seals, the ball pitching, one leaving, and the other coming back into him.
So pronounced a seam movement from Jaden Seals on the last 2 occasions, going in different directions. One away from the left-hander, and the other delivery coming back sharply into the left-hander. So he's really producing a masterclass of deliveries during the course of this over.
Yeah, let's see how he fancies on this occasion, the last ball of the over. Time pulled away. That's going to be 4-6. So that goes all the way. The first 6 of the game, well, the second 6 actually of the game. That's 17 without loss. The Jamaica Scorpions at the end of 6.
So short delivery on this occasion, and John Campbell, being a quality player for a number of years, and also have played Test cricket as well, showed proper execution with the hook shot that sailed over that deep backward square boundary for a maximum.
Yeah, that one just stood up to be hit there from John Campbell, and he took full advantage of it. You wouldn't see many better pull shots than that, Anil.
Well executed, Visham. And it just shows how much time does John Campbell has to play these deliveries, which is the hallmark of a really quality batsman.
And a quality opening batsman at that. Leroy Lugg just retaking his guard. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg.
So skipper John Campbell and his opening partner will want to try as best as they can and try and erase as much of possible.
Log just acknowledging that sharp delivery there from Shannon Gabriel. And Campbell, I'm sure, is just having a word with Leroy Lugg. Didn't have the best of times in the first innings. He'd want to make amends here in the second and really stamp his authority.
So as I was saying, Visham, both Campbell, skipper Campbell and Log would want to try and chip away at that lead, that impressive lead that was put on by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup.
And what they would need to do as well, they would just need to play out this burst from the opening bowlers, Shannon Gabriel and Jaden Seals. Quality fast bowling on show here at the Branlar Cricket Academy. Two of the premier fast bowlers for West Indies in Test cricket. This one, quick single being taken here. And pressure on the fielders there. Leroy Logg scampering through. Had that ball been picked up cleanly, and had it been a direct hit, maybe it could have easily been out. But good effort though by Jason Mohammed there at mid-wicket, and a good single for the Jamaica Scorpions.
And important when building a partnership, the running between the wickets has to be very aggressive when the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, and that's something we've seen in this game, more so from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen. We've seen that urgency to pick up those singles and doubles, as the case may be, take those quick runs when they are not being able to score freely. Here's Gabriel. He's gonna come around the wicket now to Campbell. Seen Campbell been a bit uncomfortable against Jaden Seals. This one left alone by Campbell. A bit too wide from Gabriel on that occasion.
And we are seeing continued evidence from that southern end where the ball is starting to stay down on occasions.
What we are also seeing is Brian Charles warming up in the slip cordon. That could be signs of Brian Charles being introduced very shortly.
With just about 20 minutes to go to lunch, I would not be surprised if Brian Charles comes into the attack sooner than later.
Yeah, I would love to see him come into the attack here now. I think he can provide a very testing period of play for the Jamaica Scorpions. You know, two exciting off spinners, and one that we have not seen on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, but he has been plying his trade around the world, Anil, and he has been doing well, and I think we could see him in the Red Force setup very soon. John Rajah, I think that he's really worked on his bowling, and hopefully we could see him on this Red Force team very soon. So both him and Brian Charles, two of the exciting off spinners, and Brian Charles getting his opportunities, and he's certainly proving to be beneficial.
But for John Ross Jagisa to be part of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he must make himself available in terms of practice and preparation before he can be considered for the national team.
Yes, definitely so, and one would hope that he does. He's this one down the leg side from Gabriel. So that's the challenge as well for Gabriel coming around the wicket. There's a tendency of him straying down the leg side. And you can see Charles getting himself warm. Mr. Mamchan passing around hand sanitizer in the commentary booth. Anil. Important stuff in these times.
Very important, Visham.
Ensuring that everyone is safe in the commentary booth.
So it's going to be Shannon Gabriel running away from us from the pavilion end.
Oh, good leave there from John Campbell. Just getting his feet out and ensuring that he covers that stump. That completes the over. 18 without loss. Shannon Gabriel has bowled 4 overs. He's conceded 8 runs. Kirsten Kalitran makes his way out there. He just brings some water for his captain, and he also brings some energy drink for the Jamaican Leroy Logg. How nice of him, Anil.
Yeah, great camaraderie, you know, amongst the players, and it's been an absolute pleasure to witness the manner in which both teams have really gravitated to each other in terms of, really keeping it, very cordial.
Yes. Good cricket on the show out there in the middle. At the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A couple of fans turning up to look at day 3. I think today is Friday. We are going to see a good amount of fans coming in this afternoon, and tomorrow as well, being the 4th day, being Saturday here in Trinidad and Tobago. The weekend begins, I would say, today. Leroy Lugg just playing that one back to Seals. Seals walking back to his mark here now. Anderson Phillip doing some work on the ball. He'll have some work to do later with that ball. 2 slips. Gully and Brian Charles. Brian Charles at first.
So steady start by both Log and skipper John Campbell. And stylishly into line is Log.
Yeah, well, Log knows that he has to do something here for the Jamaica Scorpions. He has to score some runs. You don't want to start your tournament. You already missed out in the first innings. You want to kick on here in the second. John Campbell, a senior man, you'd be offering him the words of advice that he would need. John Campbell has played international cricket. He has experience. He's the captain. And you'd want to see the young man Log do well. Here's Seals, a young man who has been doing well for the West Indies. Representing Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies and making everyone proud. You have been around Jaden Seals as well, Anil. And you must be proud of what he's developed into.
Well, I've seen Jaden Seals from the tender age of 13, and he has always proven to be a cut above all the other fast bowlers that have participated during that period. I remember one bowling spell at the Exchange Cricket Ground. It was a under 15 game between South and Central under 15. And in his opening burst, he had gone in with four wickets in 5 overs.
Yeah, he's a good talent, Jaden Seals, and someone you would look to really take West Indies cricket forward and lead the pace attack for the West Indians in time to come. Be following the footsteps of many of the great fast bowlers of the past, and well, Shannon Gabriel, Kimar Roach, and they of the present. This one played away to backward point, no run.
So on this occasion, Leroy Logg just allowed this one to come onto the bat and just played it nicely to that backward point region where Jason Mohammed does the fielding. So I must say that Leroy Logg has looked more assured in the second innings than he did in the first innings.
Yes, very much so, and I'm sure his coach, Mr. Kohli, would have had something to say to him, and they must have spoken about what needs to be done to be successful against these fast bowlers. That time they're picking up a single. Leroy Lugg moves on to 9.
And the score moves on to 19 without loss after 8 overs. Leroy Logg is on 9. And skipper John Campbell, he's on 10 not out.
Remember the TNT Red Force on completion of their first innings with the bat. They led by 132. And it's going to be Anderson Phillip coming into the attack. Anil?
Yeah, and I want to remind our listeners, this is the first round of the West Indies 4-day championship. There are 3 games playing simultaneously at this time. One at the Queen's Park Oval and one at the Kensington Oval, the mecca of cricket in the West Indies.
Yeah, both these teams here at the Brandlar Cricket Academy, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions winning 11 first-class titles as compared to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who has won 5. Those 5 coming in 1970, 1971, 1976, 1985 and 2005.
So it has been a very long time since Trinidad and Tobago has taken the silverware and brought it back to Trinidad. So I'm sure Coach Furlong, will want to change that history, Vishal.
Yeah, and Coach Coley for the Jamaica Scorpions would want to add to that lengthy list that the Scorpions has to their name: 1969, 1988, 1989, 1992, 2000, 2002, 2005, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2012. That's a record, a good record to have.
So that's quite an impressive record from the Jamaican Scorpions.
Yes, they would want to take this title. Philip on the money there to Leroy Lugg. John Campbell in the 2020 season, the man out there, he's had 491 runs, high score of 112, an average of 32.73.
So I'm sure John Campbell will have his ambitions on wanting to return to that opening position in the West Indies lineup.
Yeah, he's been out of the West Indies setup for a while now. He'd want to find his way back. This time Lug behind that.
So the last time he would have played for the West Indies team would have been on the reintroduction of Test cricket when the West Indies toured England last year.
Yeah, and that was a vital move by both the West Indies Cricket Board and the English Cricket Board, and of course commendations must be extended to them. They really paved the way for the return of cricket around the world. And the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board as well here in Trinidad and Tobago, they really did a good job in presenting their proposals to the Ministry of Health in getting cricket back on the way here, getting sports on the way once more here in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, just a couple of weeks ago, the Ministry of Health in Trinidad and Tobago announced that, and well, we have cricket back here now, so it's a good time for cricket fans all around the world, Anil.
Yeah, it is exciting times to say the least, because cricket has restarted, across the globe. And as we speak, there is the Bangladesh Premier League on at this time. Visham, you want to give us some insights?
Yeah, the Bangladesh Premier League and the Pakistan Super League as well. As Lug pulls this one away ferociously on the onside, and that races along the carpet here for 4.
So a short delivery on this occasion, and Leroy Lugg was equal to the task and swiveled and played that handsomely through that mid-on region for 4 runs. So it's really good to see that Leroy Lugg is really showing us that, he wants to make an impact.
Yeah, looking at that shot again, it stood up there. It was short. It kept a bit low though, but Lugg waited on it, and he was able to find that gap there mid-wicket and strike it for 4. So Lugg, he moves on to 13. They score 23 without loss. Here he is again. How will Philip respond? Good delivery there, just moving away. Lugg looking to follow it, and he's giving Philip a thumbs up, telling him that's an excellent delivery. So that completes the over. 23 without loss after 9.
Yeah, so excellent outswinger from Anderson Phillip on this occasion. Just pitching on about that 4th stump region. And Leroy Lugg was learning to playing that forward defensive shot.
Yeah, definitely so. And Funny enough that you were speaking about T20 cricket and it brought about that shot from Leroy Lugg. It brought up a boundary. Well, speaking about Bangladesh, spin dominates down there, Anil, and spin comes into the attack here. Is Brian Charles, and he's going to be on a hat-trick. Remember that. He is going to be on a hat-trick. He finished off the innings for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He picked up 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries, and he's going to be on a hat-trick here now, Anil. Let's see.
So it's possible Brian Charles may just have the opportunity to have just 1 over before the lunch and interval. We're just about 6 minutes away from that lunch interval.
He is his first delivery. Inside edge, just past Keegan Simmons there. Picks up a single. Campbell just rotating the strike. They won't want to lose a wicket here now, the Jamaica Scorpions. 6 minutes away to the lunch and interval. Just want to bat out this period here. This is a testing period, Anil.
It is a testing period, considering that we are just about going into the lunch interval, and the Jamaican Scorpions will want to ensure that they go into the shed unscathed.
Like what I'm seeing here as well, Shannon Gabriel, the senior campaigner, having a word with Brian Charles. Let's see. So now that has brought about a field change. That has also brought about a mid-pitch conference between Campbell and Lugg.
So a leg slip in Jed Gooley is going to be employed immediately.
Smart move with the ball extracting that bounce. Brian Charles has gotten some turn on this track. Lugg well forward here. The big man striding forward. He's shaking his head. He seems to be a confident young man, Leroy Lugg. It's time on the line of the leg stump. Chance for a run out there. That could have been very interesting there had Seals hit the stumps.
Well, a direct hit would definitely have been interesting on this occasion.
Well, I think this is what Brian Charles would want to have here now. It's going to be John Campbell, the left-hander.
Would you be tempted to put a silly mid off?
Well, I would, but Imran Khan seems not to be interested in doing so. The ball, of course, is popping at times on this end of the wicket, on both ends of the wicket. And I would have been tempted, yes, Anil, have a silly mid on and a silly mid off. A forward silly mid off. And it's hot out there because you can see John Campbell just altering his helmet, allowing that perspiration to be removed. And I think they would have a good lunch knowing that they batted out this period of play before the lunch and interval. I think we may just get one more over because the umpire, will we? Yes, it seems so. The umpires just have not tipped off the bails as yet.
Well, it's about 4 minutes before noon. So if Anderson Phillip could really slip in a quick over here, we possibly may still have the opportunity from another over from Brian Charles.
Well, Anderson Phillip being a pace bowler, and I think we may just have enough time for this over. And after this, we could all have lunch in the commentary booth, the players could also.
So how would you have assessed this morning's proceedings, Visham?
Well, I think the Jamaica Scorpions did well to restrict the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to 273 and the lead of 132. They fought back really hard, both Mindley and Gordon. This one from Phillips on the line of a leg stump, played down to mid-on. Yeah, they fought back really hard and they must be commended for the good work they have done. They were in the field yesterday for the entirety of the day, and coming into today, I think their confidence would have been a bit low, but they did well this morning, Anil, and now Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have a job on their hands. I think They would be a bit disappointed knowing that they have not made a breakthrough yet prior to the luncheon interval. I think they would have really wanted to pick up a couple wickets before the lunch break. But here's Phillips. Still has a chance to do so. Your thoughts, Anil? Some good action out there in the middle between Phillips and Log. Aggressive.
Well, it's good to see, Anderson Phillip being a fast bowler, showing his aggression, letting Leroy Log know that he is, prepared for a contest that's going on. He is in the contest.
Yes, he is. Let's see how this pans out here now. 4 deliveries remaining. This time Log allows it to go into the gloves of De Silva.
So we must applaud the both skipper John Campbell and Leroy Log for the effort that they continue to put out to ensure that the Jamaica Scorpions go into the lunch break, without losing a wicket. That will be an excellent effort, to say the least, having not lost a wicket going into the interval.
Yeah, that would only heighten the confidence of the Jamaica Scorpions as they look to prize forward towards that lead set by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. This time looking to pull that one away. Did not get up as he would have anticipated there, Leroy Log. A good delivery by Anderson Phillip.
But skipper John Campbell is definitely going to have a word with Leroy Log. And I'm sure that conversation is going to be bordering around, listen, young man, we're just about 2 balls away from the interval. What are you doing at this time?
And I think this De Silva and Gabriel, they must have been telling him, you carry on with what you are doing. They were having their say as well. Here's Phillip, 24 on his back. This time well forward. And it applause greets us here from the Jamaica Scorpions camp. 1 ball again from Anderson Phillip.
So 1 ball away from the luncheon interval. And the Jamaica Scorpions will definitely want to go into the interval without losing a wicket at this stage.
Let's see how Log fancies. You can see a gentle breeze blowing across the Brown Lion Cricket Academy. You can see it on the clothing of the players out there in the middle. It's time on the line of the leg stump. Down the leg side. Flicked away nicely by Log. Picks up a single. So
that's going to be lunch on D2. The Jamaica Scorpions going into the luncheon interval at 26 for no loss. Leroy Log is on 15 not out, and skipper John Campbell is on 11. So your thoughts, Visham?
Yeah, well, the Jamaica Scorpions, they would be happy with the position that they are in prior to that luncheon interval, not losing a wicket, putting 26 runs on the board, courtesy 11 runs of 31 deliveries by John Campbell. Leroy Log 15 of 35 deliveries. They were able to battle hard against Jaden Seals and Shannon Gabriel, weather the storm of whatever storm presented by Anderson Phillip, and that 1 over from Brian Charles as well. The bowling thus far for the Red Force: Shannon Gabriel 4 overs, no wickets, 8 runs. Jaden Seals 4 overs as well, no wickets, 11 runs. Anderson Phillip 2 overs, 5 runs, and Brian Charles, that 1 over from him, conceding some 2 runs. So that's the story at the moment here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. And remember, the first day we saw the Jamaica Scorpions being dismissed for 141 in 51.4 overs after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Jermaine Blackwood, he made 44. John Campbell 25. Paul Palmer 24. Markino Minley 22. That was all she wrote for the Jamaica Scorpions. Brian Charles, he picked up 6 wickets for 48 runs. He would have a job to do here this evening as well. Jaden Seals 2 for 17. Imran Khan 1 for 11. This morning, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they were dismissed for 273. Yannick Carrier, he struck 72 of 223 deliveries. Isaiah Rajah, he missed out on what could have been a brilliant century. He fought an injury to make 65 of 191 deliveries. Josh De Silva, the wicketkeeper batsman, 37. And Jason Mohammed, 22. Markino Mindley picking up a fifer in that innings, 5 for 70. Nicholson Gordon 4 for 65 and Derval Green 1 for 32. Jamaica this time they trail by 106 runs. So we'll join you back after lunch. Do have a good one.
We have the absolute pleasure of joining Craig Brathwaite, the 37th West Indies Test captain, for a chat, a casual chat. First of all, welcome, Craig. We know of your exploit on the field of play. We want to get into your mind and to understand Craig Brathwaite properly. How would you describe and define your personality?
I mean, cool and chill, to be honest. I don't think it really would get away from that. Pretty much the same, you know, on the field and off, to be honest.
Now, in terms of your growing up in Barbados, it's well documented what you've achieved on the field of play, but who would you say are your greatest influences in terms of getting you involved in cricket and shaping you as a person?
Well, first I would say my dad. You know, from a young age, you know, watched him play cricket, and obviously he inspired me to want to play. And obviously he always encouraged me in terms of doing schoolwork, and you know, because any day, you know, cricket obviously is to a certain age. So for sure, he was, you know, one of the main, you know, influential people. And you know, my grandparents, you know, they were always there for me. And to be honest, like my aunts and uncles, they support me a lot cricket-wise. You know, they're all the games in Barbados, so that helped a lot. You know, from primary school coming up, you know, having that support, you know, was pretty good.
You've taken on the role as captain for the West Indies in Test match cricket.
Yeah.
When you were offered that role, were you scared? What are your emotions like?
I won't say I was scared. I think I played, you know, over 60, you know, Test matches and a lot of first class games, and you know, went through a lot of different experiences, saw a lot of different stuff. So I think, you know, I was pretty much looking forward to it. I know it wouldn't be an easy role, but I just think the different, you know, experiences I went through, you know, seeing situations of games, I learned a lot from them, and I think I'm in a very good, I won't say the perfect position, but I think I'm in a very good position, you know, to do well, you know, as a leader.
Well, you look quite relaxed. I mean, you've taken on the role as captain, you're in very good form as a batsman. Apart from the environment around cricket, what do you do for relaxation? How do you relax?
Well, you know, I love horses, thoroughbred race horses. So pretty much when I'm home, I'll be at the garrison, you know, watching them exercise on mornings. And then I have some mirrors, you know, by my house that, you know, just go there and relax. And pretty much, obviously friends, you know, you know, obviously would chill a lot with friends. But you know, I love horses, so that would take my mind away.
Tell us, I mean, why horses? What got you into that love and admiration for horses?
Well, my father, again, because he used to go horse racing, so he used to take me. And I actually wanted to be a jockey, you know, to be honest. I have a friend who used to, you know, we used to ramble every Saturday, Kyle Carter. You know, he's currently a jockey now. But then obviously cricket took over when I was like 10 years old, playing on Saturdays, so I couldn't go to races anymore. And then, you know, cricket took over. But my father used to take me every Saturday, and I mean, just seeing a horse run and hearing the paw and stuff is amazing. So it's pretty much from my father taking me is where I would have got, you know, the love for the sport.
Right. So we're now getting into Craig Brathwaite. You mentioned earlier that a lot about captaincy has to do with off the field and things that you do off the field. Well, I heard from good sources that there was an instance in England that you bought a remote control mouse and you scared all your teammates.
Yeah.
Are you a bit of a prankster?
Well, yeah. I mean, up to yesterday, I was in my room, so I had some like pops, like when you throw it on my ground. So I was jumping a lot of guys. They didn't know who was throwing it. You know, so yeah. I mean, I like a lot of foolishness. I have a mask here that I bought from England that I pretty much looked.
What type of mask it is? Tell me, is it Dracula or?
Yeah, it's something down that line. Like he has one eye though, but so we're gonna use that on some of the guys probably at night time sometime.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I like a lot of foolishness, to be honest.
Oh God, there's a different side of Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, for sure, no doubts.
So let's get a little bit into your preparation for international cricket. Morning of a test match, what's Craig Brathwaite actively doing?
Maybe when you get this close, it is, for me, it's not about like, the work and the amount. For me, just to get my mind in the right place. So I do a lot of visualization. So like day before especially, and then like during the match, like every morning I will pretty much, go on the pitch and visualize things that I would like to do. As a plan, for different bowlers. So, when I go there and obviously visualize different stuff, pretty much want to take that into the game. Because, Test cricket, especially opening, is just mental, toughness, feeling for long periods and back, facing new ball,
So 5 overs at the end of a day's play.
It's just mentally tough. So, yeah, just for me, just visualize, different stuff I want to do, in different situations and times of the game.
Final question. You eyeing up a long home series. You have South Africa before you, then Pakistan will come here for test matches. A pulse as to where the West Indies team is at for those challenges?
I think we're in a good place. I think preparation was good once again, for this series. And, for me, it's all about just like attitude. Test cricket, whether for bowler or batsman, it's never easy. I think, once you prepare well, you put yourself in a very good position, to do well. And I think as a team, we're taking it serious. Not that we weren't taking it serious before, but I think the guys prepared very well. You see some guys in the nets, doing different stuff, which is good. So I think once we continue to do things like that, and preparing well and having the right attitude at practice, not that in the game you will have your attitude, but I think it starts at practice, and you take that into the game, whether you imagine you're facing whoever you're going to come up against or a spinner or whatever it may be. And I think the guys doing a really good job with that, and it's just to continue that. I think once we continue having the right attitude at practice, I think that will go into the game. Not saying, you will win every session of a game and stuff, but I think that puts you in a very good position as a team, to do well with a, good mindset at practice.
Well, Craig, we've come to the end, and thanks very much for sharing your time and for opening up and giving us a little more about Craig Brathwaite.
No problem, man.
West Indies 37 Test captain, the man himself, Craig Brathwaite.
attack from the southern end. There's a loud appeal for Akadi's out. Leroy Locke has to go. Caught at the forward short leg, and it's as simple as that. It was Keegan Simmons who was awaiting the offering, and he takes the catch at forward short leg, and Brian Charles, who struck immediately.
Well, this time Leroy Logg on this occasion on the first day. John Campbell, he felt the Charles on the first ball after lunch. Log.
Well, this was a second delivery, but still, he has struck immediately, and he gets his 7th wicket in the game. The first wicket has fallen in the Jamaican second innings. Remember, they are 132 behind. They are now 26 for 1, still trailing by 106. As you can see there, it was as simple as that.
Yes, it was a very easy catch there for Keegan Simmons at short leg, and a vital wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And they would have been disappointed not picking up the breakthrough before lunch and getting it immediately after lunch. Very good for them.
So that will definitely leave the TNT boys in great spirits. And this is a very important passage of play now with Jermaine Blackwood coming in. Blackwood is going out there now to join his skipper Campbell, the two West Indian Test players. They had a good partnership in the first innings that kept Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at bay. Can they do it again in the second?
Well, I think they have a big challenge ahead of them here in that of Brian Charles.
So Charles with 7 wickets. He'll want 10 at least for the game. 6 for 48 in the first essay.
Trinidad and Tobago also having in their ranks Jid Gully and Yannick Carrier, who had not bowled in the first innings. And Blackwood and Campbell have not seen anything of them as yet in this game.
Blackwood goes deep in this crease, just taking that extra fraction of a second to look at what is being offered by Charles. This time he's nicely forward on this occasion. So Brian Charles bringing glory to Trinidad and Tobago yet again.
And continuing his good form from that first innings.
A lot of chatter outside there as the Red Force boys, they're encouraging Charles. Play is scheduled to finish at 6 p.m. today. And this is played away to a short mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. And at the end of it, the latest score here, Jamaica 26 for 1. We take a short break. Andy Phillip from the northern end. This time it's short and wide and just guided more than anything else down to the point boundary for 4. A real loosener there from Anderson Phillip.
Yes, and Campbell not looking to overhit it, just playing it nicely over that man there at point and picks up a boundary. 30 for 1 now the Jamaica Scorpions.
Anderson Phillip was one of those bowlers who, again, was unlucky in that first innings. He's in his third over. He is with a very energetic approach. Cut away, beautiful shot this time, down to the boundary for 4. It was short and wide and deserved that treatment. Campbell back and across into the boundary for 4.
So not a good start here for Anderson Phillip. 2 short and wide deliveries, and Campbell taking full advantage of it. This time more convincing from John Campbell. He moves on to 19.
2 fours. I don't think the Red Force boys would mind that. They would want Campbell to play his shots. It always gives that chance of a wicket. Here's Phillip again. This time he struck on the pad, probably on a tie pad. Ramesa's hands goes up, but that's not the important hand. The important hand is the one of the umpire. At least on this occasion.
Phillip just altering his line a bit there, a bit straighter.
So Isaiah Rajah, who was out there at the start of the Jamaican innings, he has stepped out just to continue his rehabilitation work in terms of that finger injury. And it's Carrie Pear who is at cover. Outside the off stump and allowed to go by.
It's a bit too wide there to Jumian Blackwood. Of course, in this innings, he's facing up to Phillip for the first time, so you'd want to just make him play outside that off stump, draw him forward. Ball is new, just 12 overs old.
Thought that the TNT bowlers used the new ball much better in the first innings. They've been a bit untidy in the second innings. It's very hot out there. That's a good delivery. It peels off the edge down to third man, and it's going to go over the ropes now for 4. But Phillips puts his hand on his head. That kept low.
Yeah, lining up that one this time on the stumps, and Blackwood playing on the back foot, keeping very low. Luckily for him, though, he got bat onto it. Had he missed that, and that hit his pad, that could have been certainly, he could have been back in the sheds. But picking up, despite being a fortuitous one, it's a boundary nonetheless for Blackwood. He's off the mark.
So 3 boundaries coming in this over. Phillip in attacking mode runs away from us. And in attacking mode as well is Blackwood. He hits that as straight as an arrow down the ground for 4. 4 fours in the over, and at the end of it, it's 43 for 1. We take a short break. To the left-handed Campbell. Sweeps nicely. And they're looking to cut it off and can't. Is Shannon Gabriel. Didn't really mash the accelerator there, Shannon. A big unit moving across.
Gave up very early there, Shannon Gabriel. Seemed to be a bit tired.
Hasn't been himself, Shannon. And there's an appeal now for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. Charles has been golden for TNT in this match.
Campbell thought that he could have repeated that shot there.
The difference with that and the previous ball was that that was just a little foot outside the off stump, so he had a lot more fetching to do. And by trying to fetch that, he was late on the shot. It crashed into the pads. Forward, thick edge.
Jamaica Scorpions really looking to get runs, showing their urgency early on in their innings. They're up to 49 already. 49 for 1.
So only a handful of spectators here on a Friday afternoon as he sweeps and sweeps well. This is going to go into the boundary and brings up the half century. I like this positive approach by the Jamaicans. They're now 53 for 1. And I think the tactic against Charles is to sweep him from now to eternity.
Yeah, because he has been bowling very well, and Campbell certainly being there for a while, seeing how the wicket is playing. I mean, he doesn't want Brian Charles to settle.
Now he has to be careful. We've seen certain deliveries take off. If Charles could land one on a crack, he could get that extra bounce, that awkward behavior that could land him in problems. Deep in his crease this time. And it's the end of the over. So Campbell is on 30, Blackwood 8. And no chance of the weather making an intervention here.
Beautiful conditions at the Academy, blue skies, clouds.
And for the entire day, Visham, the wind has been up.
Yeah, and the ground as well looks in supreme condition as always. And speaking about that breeze, you can see the Trinidad and Tobago flag and the Jamaica Scorpions flag there to the left of us.
So Philip to continue. Good urgency again there shown by Blackwood and Campbell, who would have batted many times together.
Also noticing that that one was heading in the direction of Shannon Gabriel. Trusted to get that run there.
Campbell and Blackwood would have batted together for many, many years. They featured prominently in that World Cup in New Zealand in 2009.
Changing the angle now, Anderson Phillip. He's going to come around the wicket to John Campbell.
If we can get an update from Queen's Park, where Guyana, they are playing the Windward Islands. This time he strikes it and he's in and out. In and out like your paycheck at the end of the month. And Kohli, who has not had a good match, putting that one down. Being a bowler can be a really, really tough job. He has to turn around and walk back to the top of his very long run up and start over.
Well, both him and Shannon Gabriel has been on the end of that since the start of this game. That now just carries the tally of drop catches for the Red Force to 8.
The catching has been poor, to say the least.
Gene Seals doing some work on the ball there. Umpire having a word with Philip.
Let's give you an update as to what's happening across at the Queen's Park Oval. in Port of Spain, Guyana. They have now reached 308 for 7 with Pestano on 12 and Pumol on 8. So that's the situation. The Windwards, remember, they made 324. So that's a good battle there for first inning honors. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. He poses for the cameraman who's on the other side of the ground. So that goes for 458 for 1.
Pure elegance there from the left-handed John Campbell through that cover region there. And picking up another boundary, races along to 34.
So Campbell has really come back after lunch and started in a very, very positive frame of mind. And aiding that has been Philip. He started badly. 2 short balls outside the off side was short and wide, and he allowed him to prosper. It's like kick-starting an engine. Here's Philip. This one keeps low. It reminds me of a friend of mine who has a television set. And to view the news at 7, the television set has to warm up. He puts it on at 4 p.m. and still misses the first 5 minutes of the newscast.
Very interesting, Vinod.
So our statistician, a man always on top with figures. He's going to inform him to put it on at 3:55. Here's Philip. Brings the over to an end. At the end of it, 58 for 1, Jamaica. They're trailing by 132. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back. You can see in the dugout, well, a tent downstairs just before in front of us, Isaiah Rajah is just resting up and resting that finger injury. The funny thing is that normally he occupies that second slip position. He was injured in a third slip position in the first innings, and a catch went to second slip just now that was floored by Jed Gooley. Charles continues his work at the southern end.
This innings from John Campbell, though, we've seen a lot more positivity from him in this innings. In the first innings, it was a real battle for him. The partnership at this time between Campbell and Blackwood, 33 of 23 deliveries.
Even in a T20 match, you would love that sort of run rate. Campbell is looking very positive. This is a good sign here for Jamaica.
Red Force don't want to let these two guys settle. We saw what they did in the first innings. Charles just veering his pace.
Well, I made mention earlier on that there are hardly spectators at the ground. This time he goes back. Dangerous shot indeed. Trying to cut Charles off the back foot. It came, of course, it spun back in and just missed the off stump. A Akota vanish again, and he could have been in problems.
I think that's what John Campbell must be telling him. You need to be a bit more watchful against Brian Charles. You don't want to be giving him any room to strike again.
So coming off the firing end. It's the last ball of the over though. Blackwood would take strike at the start of the next over. He's on 11. The bowling figure so far: Gabriel 4 was none for 8. Seals 4 was none for 11. Philip 4 was none for 27. And Charles 4 was 1 for 15. So they're going to continue with Philip. I think with the cushion of 132 on first innings, they have no issues with Philip attacking and continuing to attack from this end.
Yes, they would want him to settle down though, despite being attacking. He's going to be bowling to Blackwood. 2 slips on a gully.
Down the ground, and that goes into the boundary now for 4. There was no way that Imran Khan, who was at a deep mid-off, Philip is not happy. I think that he thought that the skipper should have made a greater effort at that. Look at it. His hands is on his hip, and he's just looking at his captain.
Well, he stood there ensuring that Imran Khan turned and noticed that he was disappointed in that effort. I thought it was a good shot from Jermaine Blackwood, back down the ground for 4.
But it was a poor bit of fielding there by Imran Khan. He just went across, and the casual approach he took, I stood up to see if he had left it for someone else.
Yeah, it seemed as though he did. There was no one down there at long on.
Excellent running. This is good cricket here by Jamaica. A good passage of play for them.
Good comeback there after being struck for 4 for Anderson Phillip. Remember, John Campbell, he was dropped in the last over of Anderson Phillip. Jid Gooley at second slip. Since then, he has been on the charge. John Campbell he's took a liking to Anderson Phillip.
Too straight on that occasion, angling down the leg side. So Philip needs to watch his line here.
I think what transpired in his previous over to Campbell prompted that line. He was trying to straighten his line a bit, but just doing a bit too much there, Anderson Phillip.
Overcompensating. So Blackwood is on 16. Campbell is on a very popular number here in Trinidad and Tobago, 36.
I think the Jamaica Scorpions would be very happy with the start to this innings that they have had. They won't want to lead into a collapse like they had in the first innings with a start like this. And Campbell is the man to really go big for them.
Bowled him. Neck and crop. A delivery that touched down and turned direction. It came back in, and when Blackwood thought he was playing a comprehensive defensive shot, he was comprehensively bowled.
Well, he opened up, and Anderson Phillip rattled his gates. An excellent delivery for him. A bit playing away from his part there. Jermaine Blackwood allowing Anderson Phillip to strike. So a good breakthrough for the Trinidad and Tobago Red. 467 for 2 the Jamaica Scorpions.
Well, he sneaked in there like the burglars who sneaked in last night in Gasparillo to move away with the cables, and he's bowled. Score is 67 for 2. Let's have a short break. We'll be right back. Oh, a beauty of a delivery this time to greet Palmer. So Philip is in the midst of a good spell here now. He has settled down nicely. He had a drop catch, so he could have gotten both batsmen because he had a Campbell dropped by Jid Gully. And then he cleaned up Jermaine Blackwood. So the end of a good over there from Philip. A mixed bag, but he's settling down nicely.
I think he would really welcome that wicket, a big wicket of Jermaine Blackwood after being struck for a couple boundaries. Not by Blackwood, but by Campbell. I'm just looking at that delivery again there to Paul Palmer. Just pitching and leaving him.
Charles is looking to plug away, chip away. 67 for 2. And I think the Jamaicans would start to take notice here now.
Imran Khan just having a word with Brian Charles. And
right on spot, right on the money.
John Campbell want to do well, want to get back into the West Indies setup.
This time again, difficult chance, but a chance nevertheless.
Yeah, Campbell on that occasion just pushing hard at that delivery, just dropping short of Keegan Simmons.
On the back foot, that's a dangerous option there by Campbell.
Charles just bowling that one a bit flatter, quicker through the air.
Again, similar type delivery, and Charles bowls an excellent over there. 67 for 2, the score remains. After more thoughts on Visham Lalman, you'll be hearing from Anil Laka.
Yeah, well, a good wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. A good little period thus far. 2 quick wickets for them after lunch. 67 for 2, the Jamaica Scorpions. They are in a good position nonetheless, but they still trail by 65 runs. Campbell on 36. Paul Palmer yet to score. He's faced one delivery. Here he is now to face up to Anderson Phillip. Paul Palmer, former combined campuses and colleges player. He's played 40 first-class matches. I'm solidly behind that one there. 1,670 runs. An average of 23.85. Also former Jamaica captain as well, Paul Palmer. So he has some seniority with him. So 2 good heads out there in the middle as I welcome back to the commentary booth, Anil Lakan.
Pleasant good afternoon, Vishal. Pleasant good afternoon to all our viewing and listening audience, wherever you are.
Palmer there coming down a bit, delayed defensive shot there.
So playing late on this occasion is Palmer.
He's in a different position, Paul Palmer, in this match. He's normally an opening batsman. Stylish left-handed batsman. He really impressed in the last season. 2020 season. He scored 432 runs at a highest score of 116 not out and an average of 43.20. So he's getting behind those deliveries from Anderson Phillip nicely, and what he's doing as well, Phillip this time is doing, is that wicket has really G'd him up a bit.
Yeah, he has been very unlucky since the first innings is Anderson Phillip, and he didn't have the best of starts during this spell, but he has really come into his own in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, he has. Since picking up that wicket, he has settled down. This time he's bowled him! Leaving alone that one there, Paul Palmer. And in the end, leaving it onto his off stump. Anderson Phillip strikes again, Anil.
On this occasion, Anderson Phillip had that ball tailing back into Paul Palmer, and you could have seen that he was in 2 minds whether to leave or play, and at the end of it, he didn't do either.
Well, that comes with the angle. That one holding its line there from Anderson Phillip. Sorry to say to Palmer, it was too close to leave there. Too close for comfort. Here's the replay. Phillip. What a delivery. 2 excellent deliveries there from Anderson Phillip. 1 to Blackwood, 1 to Palmer. Palmer departs without scoring, facing just 5 deliveries. Well, could we see another Jamaica Scorpions collapse here, Anil?
Well, with the kind of form Anderson Phillip is at the moment, it's not possible. It is possible that, he could pick up a couple more wickets in quick succession.
Well, I really admire the way in which Anderson Phillip came back after being under the pump in the first couple of overs. And that man coming to the crease now seems to be Alwyn Williams, is it? Yes, Alwyn Williams. And he's coming in to face up to Anderson Phillip, who seems to be a man on a mission this afternoon. 67 for 3. Remember, prior to the luncheon interval, 26 without loss. The Jamaica Scorpions.
Anderson Phillip would have gotten 26 wickets on the last occasion during these championships, and I'm sure he will want to continue to be prolific in terms of getting more than 24 wickets this season.
Yes, if he keeps up this mode of bowling, he certainly will do well. 2 for 33, 5.5 overs. A bit expensive, but those 2 wickets vital for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And you could see why Imran Khan stuck with Anderson Phillip.
Well, skipper Imran Khan and the entire Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team knows that Anderson Phillip is a quality, high quality player, and he does possess, great ambitions as a fast bowler.
Yeah, here he is again. So he's working up ahead of steam now, Anderson Phillip. Unlucky in the first innings, picking up 2 wickets now in the second. 19 overs bowled, 67 for 3.
So John Campbell at the moment is
Brian Charles continuing from the southern end. Who else but Brian Charles? This time lapping that one away there. Campbell, Gabriel running around to his left. This time doing some good work down there at fine leg. Shannon Gabriel limits Campbell to 2 runs. This time again. And Keegan Simmons. So, tricky period here for John Campbell. He's trying some really dangerous shots here, Anil.
yeah, trying to was straighter.
This time again, this one that's worked onto the onside, so altering his mode of attack here. Now, John Campbell. 38 or 56 deliveries.
And the Jamaican Scorpion skipper will really need to buckle down and try as best as he can to dig himself and the team out of this situation, Visham.
Yeah, definitely so. As I mentioned before, Campbell is the man to really carry this innings forward.
And they will want to emulate that partnership that both Carrier and
This time, halt in the air, over that mid-off fielder's head. That's going to go into the boundary for 4-6. So Campbell, another 6 here to his tally. He races along to 44-59 deliveries. He's already struck 1 in this innings, Anil.
well, very confident shot from skipper John Campbell on this occasion. And we are seeing a measured approach from him where he's mixing sound defense with attack.
Yeah, and that's been the hallmark of this innings from John Campbell. That's the standout. He's been able to show good balance of both modes of attack. And I think all of the batsmen coming to the crease for the Jamaica Scorpions would need to look at their captain, who is setting the example.
And we just have to rewind, Visham, to yesterday's play in regards to how Carrier and Isaiah Rajah went about building a partnership.
This one keeping very low from Anderson Phillip. Paul Palmer. Sorry, Alwyn Williams.
So skipper John Campbell will be echoing into the air of Alwyn Williams the importance of spending as much time as possible in getting the pace of the wicket and the bounce.
Yes, and as well, I think Alwyn Williams would really notice the value of just being watchful early on in your innings, ensuring that this time just driving that one away. to mid-off where Shannon Gabriel is. But yes, the importance of being on the front foot, Anil, on this wicket. Of course, some of the deliveries that are being presented by the bowlers that are short, you would expect them to rise, but it's not rising as you would anticipate.
Well, on this track, Vishal, you would expect on the second day, in the second session, the ball is definitely going to be getting slower and lower as the game progresses.
Yeah, definitely. This time, Philip again. Nice carry through to the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
So it's going to be hard work for both skipper John Campbell and Alwyn Wright. But skipper Campbell will be trying to encourage Alwyn Williams. My apology. So it's going to be Anderson Phillip from the pavilion end.
Yes, it's a challenge for Alwyn Williams here against Phillip. This time driving in the air! And that's just past that gully fielder there, and it's going to go away for 4. Tense moments for Alwyn Williams.
Very tense moments, but he was flashing and flashing hard on this location, and it flew past that gully fielder. Into the boundary it goes, and the score moves up by 4 to 79 for 3. That takes Williams on to 4. Skipper John Campbell is on 44.
Yes, the substitute fielder there, Carey Pear, diving away to his right. And it was out of his reach, Anil. I don't think... It's a good effort, though. I don't think he could have gotten to that.
Well, it was traveling to his right, and Carey Pear is naturally a left person who is left-handed.
Good point as well there, Anil. Let's see, Philip. So I'm just pulling back his length and a bit wider as well. You know what Alwyn Williams did wrong in the previous delivery, Anil, was that he was chasing a very wide delivery. It was well pitched up, but Anderson Phillip tempting Alwyn Williams into that shot.
Yeah, serving him that ball just about that 4th, 5th stump line, and asking him to drive through that cover region, and it really flashed past Carey Pear in a flat.
Here's Philip again. This time driving back down the ground. That man, Shannon Gabriel, is in attendance there. That completes the over. 79 for 3. So Campbell is going to be facing up to Charles. So there's a long on and long off fielder in position. Imran Khan at long off this time. Quicker delivery from Charles on the line of his stump. Campbell not being able to get room to punch that one as he would like the Anil.
Well, it's the arm ball on this occasion from Brian Charles.
So with the long on fielder back, well, the mid on fielder back on long on, that has allowed him to pick up that single quite easily there.
And John Campbell will want to continue to keep to have rotation of the strike and not allow himself to get bogged down.
Well, he has been a pivotal figure in making that happen. That is the rotation of the strike. But he's lost partners, Blackwood, Palmer, and Log. He's lost all of them. Remember, the last wicket to fall was Paul Palmer. He went without scoring. An absolute peach of a delivery from Anderson Phillip. was bowled.
So on this occasion, Alwyn Williams is stylishly into line, just tapping that one out of that extra cover region. No run.
It's a well-flighted delivery. Just past Simmons at short leg.
So I would have noticed, Visham, that Brian Charles is bowling a bit quicker in the second innings, and that's saying to me that the pitch is a bit on the slow side now.
Yeah, definitely so. And it's good to see Brian Charles adjusting with the wicket as well. Goes to show that he knows what he is doing out there in the middle. He has experience, Brian Charles. That's the end of the over. 80 for 3 Jamaica Scorpions. They still trail by 52 runs.
So it's going to take a huge effort from both Alwyn Williams and skipper John Campbell to erase this deficit. More so, put a score for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters to contest.
That's 3 wickets to fall for the Jamaica Scorpions. Leroy Logg for 15. He fell to Brian Charles. Jermaine Blackwood, he was bowled by Phillip for 16. Paul Palmer, he was bowled as well without scoring. John Campbell, he's still there on 44. And Alwyn Williams, he's on 4. Good sign though for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They have not yet offered up an extra to the Jamaica Scorpions. You know, we saw a lot of those in the first innings. It's a good delivery there by Anderson Phillip again.
So they have been very disciplined in that regard, Avisha. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers.
Yeah, they strayed on a number. Despite them being very good in the first innings with the ball, Seals, Phillip, and Gabriel at the start, they strayed on a number of occasions, and we have not seen that in this innings. So that augurs well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Tells me that they have learned from their mistakes in the first innings.
And in the second innings, Visham, it's equally important for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers to continue to be patient and work their plans, which is specific for each batsman.
Yeah, and we saw that from Anderson Phillip. He was being struck on a number of occasions to the boundary at the start of his spell, and he showed good patience. And in the end, picking up 2 wickets now, and he's still out there doing good work for the Red Force, as we see in that delivery just back of a length.
And this one was angled into the left-hander, but at the last moment it was seaming away. And on this occasion, John Campbell was guilty of squaring up when playing this delivery.
But he's playing with soft hands, John Campbell. He's not allowing those deliveries to get the better of him. This time, a good delivery outside the off stump. I thought that was more of a leave from John Campbell than a shot, and he just played the shot after the ball.
You have a very unique way of leaving the deliveries, Visham.
Yes, he plays a shot at the delivery. Indirect leave, I would say.
So Anderson Phillip, the workhorse when it comes to the seamers in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
I'll pose a difficult question to you. Who is the workhorse when it comes to the spin attack? I think that's the most difficult question you'd have. Is that an edge? He's given John Campbell, the man who was set. He has to walk back now. Anderson Phillip is on a rampage here this afternoon.
He's definitely on a rampage. This ball pitching in line of the off stump and cutting away at the last moment. John Campbell could do nothing else but feather this one into the mid of Joshua Da Silva.
I call that revenge, Anil. Revenge for what we saw at the start of Anderson Phillips' spell. He was under the pump to John Campbell, and now picking up that key wicket. So what I'm thinking here now is we could very well see a Jamaican Scorpions collapse again.
Well, the mood in which he is operating, Anderson Phillip, he could reap a harvest by the time this game concludes.
Well, what we are seeing as well is they are bowling in partnerships. Both Brian Charles and Anderson Phillip. It's an excellent partnership. Reason being, Brian Charles, he's applying pressure on the other end. Anderson Phillip, he's coming on this end and picking up the wickets.
Well, Anderson Phillip is a very skillful operator, Visham. He has that ability to seam the ball both ways of the seam. And he will tell you sometimes he's not sure which way is going to go. How is it the batsman is going to figure out which way is going to go?
Well, after the first hour's play, after the luncheon interval, 4 wickets have been taken by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 54 runs have been added. Remember, prior to the lunch break, Jamaica Scorpions, they were 26 without loss. We will take a short break, take a drink, and we'll be right back.
Thanks a lot, Ronnie. A good effort by Trinidad and Tobago bowlers after the lunch break. Charles struck with a second delivery as I welcome Amar Samaru, and then Phillip has responded with 3. So 4 wickets falling in that first hour, and it's Morrison, the wicketkeeper, to face now. He pushes a bit uppishly, and TNT are well and truly ahead in this encounter. As I say, good afternoon to my friend Amar. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Vinod. And what we are seeing here is an exciting game of cricket with Anderson Phillip on fire. Initially, he came in for some stick, but he had a good pushback, and now he is taking the wickets, causing some anxious moments in the Jamaican camp.
Well, just to look at the scorecard, Campbell caught silver bowl, the silver bowl Phillip 45, Leroy Logg caught Keegan Simmons of the bowling of Brian Charles for 15. Jermaine Blackwood bowled by Anderson Phillip for 16. Paul Palmer, he was bowled by Phillip without scoring. Alden Williams is there on 4. And Morrison is not out on none. Charles continues from the far end. I heard Visham ask a question to Anil just now about the workhorse in the spin attack. It has to be Charles. He bowls many overs.
Yes, and
Loud
an
appeal here
appeal
for leg before,
for-
pushing half forward on that occasion. Umpire Ramdani would have nothing to do with it. In fact, I stand corrected. Umpire Lyndon.
as Charles continue from the southern end.
So 2 new batsmen at the crease at the moment. This could create opportunities for the TNT boys. Charles is on sound. So you have 2 new batsmen coming in here now, Amar. And they're facing 2 well-set bowlers.
Yes. Again, 4-day cricket is a game of determination, grit. It's not like a T20, where you score very quickly. So that they have to set in, look for the, as we say, the bad balls and put it away. And in the meantime, defend their wickets and defend their team. Because nobody wants to lose a game by an innings.
So umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, the man officiating at the southern end. And at the northern end is umpire Danish Ramdani. Both gentlemen not having the best of days, but it happens. 2 guys north of the Caroni. Gabriel 4 overs, none for 8. Seals 4 overs, none for 11. Phillip 8 overs, 3 for 37. And Brian Charles 8 overs, 1 for 24. Here is Anderson Phillip to continue. Oh, that was a very wide delivery.
In a T20 would have been called wide. It was so wide.
It's very wide. Probably looking, falling away at the point of delivery and pushing it too far on the offside. Haven't seen skipper Khan. His work today has been reduced to shining the ball. Yes, Phillip is in, and that's a good delivery. But coming forward, doing the right thing was Morrison. He's off and running.
Phillip in his 9th overs, and his figures are 3 for 38 in 8.2 overs. As I said, initially he went for a few runs, but he has fought back, taking 3 wickets, including 2 bowled. As he continues and from the northern or commentary end, bowling to Williams, who is taking his guard.
So Williams again, he has been in there for a little while now, 18 deliveries. Morrison has been in there for just 3. We haven't seen much of both Williams and Morrison on the regional circuit, so we want to see what they offer. Phillip, and he follows this, gets it down past point. They're going to come back for 2 as Mohammed gives chase. So a short and wide delivery. You think, Amar, that Phillip is tiring?
Phillip is showing some signs of it. But just to remind the viewers and listeners that Phillip played 1 ODI match for the West Indies. And given the situation with the COVID pandemic, and there were very little matches after that, he has since been, playing for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Semi bowls, and that has Williams in a tangle, striking him on the inside of the thigh. He's just looking to walk off the pin. There you can see the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board having a read of a local newspaper. It's probably Quick Scope that he's reading the MR.
Yes, authentic information in Quick Scope.
Oh, that's a good shot there. Oh, what an effort there by big old Shannon Gabriel. Had it been a split second earlier, he might have gotten away with it. But do not discount the effort of the big unit.
He dived too late in stopping the ball, resulting in 3 runs.
Well, I think he was in two minds there, Amar, I think Gabriel probably told himself, let me put in the big dive so I don't have to run all the way to the boundary.
I concur with your views, sir.
I blame the pandemic on that situation there because the beaches have been closed in Trinidad and Tobago for so long. Just recently, it was reopened, and the guys are a bit rusty with their diving. I blame the pandemic. Oh, what a shot. That's a beautiful shot through the offside for 4. I'm looking at Morrison in the early stages of his innings, and he's looking as if he prefers the delivery outside the off stump.
Yes, and he is going after them. This is the second time. He has lashed that all along the ground. Beautiful shot. All along the ground to the boundary. I would like to raise 2 matters with you, Mr. Mamchan, since we are speaking about cricket.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of spectators expressed disappointment with the performance of the West Indies under-19 team, having placed around 11th in the competition and being the host. And many cricket commentators, offered various reasons as to why, the West Indies cricket team, under-19 team, did not perform as was expected. But we will develop that discussion as we wait for Brian Charles to start another over from the southern end.
Score goes on to 94. Charles has been the constant, and he has locked up that southern end. Came on an hour after play started on the opening day and locked it up. He stood there until the Jamaicans were all out, and in the process his return was 6 for 48. Again, he started to bowl early in the innings. He had 1 over before the lunch break, and 1 over in his second ball of his second over, which was the first over after lunch. His hands was in the air in celebration. Don't know if he'll be one of those who will be in Mr. Ronnie's pod for Carnival. Here he is now. This is worked away. Runs here. I like the look of Morrison. He looks like a little busybody. So many wicket keepers are. I remember the likes of Kamran Akmal out of Pakistan, Kiran Mori, you would remember, out of India. Salim Yusuf out of Pakistan, Romesh Kaluwaturana from Sri Lanka. And these guys were small men, pugnacious batsmen, and they kept things rolling along.
Yes, they had very good scores and scored runs very quickly in the games.
It's a good bit of work there by Seals. He rushed onto that, he attacked it, and the batsman had to dispel any thoughts of going for a single. Jamaica 92 for 4. These two, they are looking positive though. I like the positive approach they have adopted since coming out. It's going to be, it'll take a great effort from them bring Jamaica back into this contest. They're still 40 runs shy of making Trinidad and Tobago bat again. And that's the end of another over from Brian Charles. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 26. And it's Philip. Yes, it seems as if Philip is going to continue whilst they put things in place. Amar, it's a good time to take a break.
Yeah. As we prepare for another over from Anderson Phillip, starting from the northern commentary, and Mr. Mamchen, you would recall that I posed a question and asked for your views concerning the performance of the West Indies under-19 team in the World Cup recently concluded, of which several matches were played in Trinidad and Tobago, including for the very first time at the Diego Martin Regional Sporting Complex.
I want to go back to grassroots cricket to answer that question. And I think some of the players coming through now, they're not being properly schooled at the grassroots level for two reasons in my humble view. One is, for a good few years now, we have not seen, that's a beautiful delivery, we have not seen the Scotiabank grassroots, the kiddies cricket program, which normally hands zonal coaches and players who are schooled at a certain level, and they can then develop. And the other thing is that I think, and no fault of CWI, but given the economic situation in the Caribbean and in the world, the HPC is something that we really need to get going again. And our under-19 team could have been at the HPC, getting their skills refined before that World Cup. I thought we lacked mental preparation as well going into that series.
I agree with your views. In addition to that, Mr. Mamchan, whereas the pandemic had an effect, as you say, on all countries. In other countries, there were under-19 competitions. However, in the West Indies, the regional under-19 competition was called off due to the pandemic. So there were not adequate preparations. These are my views.
No, I like that point that you brought up. You see, it's always difficult when you live in the Caribbean island chain, especially in a pandemic, to move around. Many airports were closed, many borders were locked, so it was difficult to get that sort of mobility going. And that would have prevented that regional tournament. I want to agree with that.
Yes. And secondly, unfortunately, about 7 members of the West Indies under-19 team contracted COVID and had to pull out of the team.
Yeah, the main batsman, Hakeem August,
Yes.
he was the captain as well, and by the time he came back, it was difficult to come back from the position the West Indies under-19 team would have found themselves in. But there was a situation where India lost 6 to COVID and still won the tournament.
Agreed.
So it speaks to the strength of your bench and the depth of your squad.
Agreed.
Yes, Philip again. Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside. Masterful. It was short and wide, and he drove it off the back foot into the boundary for 4.
Yes. So I concur with your views concerning the performance of the West Indies under-19 in the recently concluded World Cup held in the Caribbean. Secondly, we spoke yesterday and the day before about the developmental programs in the West Indies. And yesterday you alluded to the fact, the role played by our colleague, Mr. Kerwin John from Tobago. And Kerwin John has been promoting the game, and Cricket 360 did a fantastic job last year in covering the tournament there, you know, and letting people know what is happening to the cricket in Tobago. So I also commend the Cricket 360 team. In furtherance of this, as we prepare for Brian Charles to begin a new over from the southern end, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has invited the Chief Secretary, the newly installed Chief Secretary of Tobago House of Assembly. And the Chief Secretary and his team is supposed to visit the Brian Lara Stadium tomorrow.
Well, Amar, you may want to call Mr. Farley and tell him hustle along. The way things are going here, we're not sure we'll be here tomorrow. It's 98 for 4 at the moment, and
yeah,
about another half an hour or so to go to tea. If any more wickets go down here now, it's possible this game could end today.
yes, very true. So, but the point is that you know, we want to get the Tobago House of Assembly involved. We want the game to spread, you know, throughout the island, you know, because we are Trinidad and Tobago, you know.
Another good delivery there. Pushed away on the offside.
And so that if should the game, you know, goes till tomorrow, we expect this visit where discussion will be held concerning promoting the game in Tobago at a higher level. Also, Kerwin John has taken teams from time to time to engage in cricket in St. Vincent in various tournaments.
Yes, he and Dr. Kishore Shallow, the Vice President of CWI, they've had a nice arrangement, a bilateral arrangement going on between the two islands, Tobago and St. Vincent. It's the end of the over here. The score, latest score, 98 for 4.
As we prepare for the next over,
Seems as if there will be a change of bowling. Anderson Phillip, I looked at him in the last over. He seemed to have been tiring, and yeah, I don't think he will continue. It seems as if skipper Imran Khan is going to take up the attack from the northern end.
and I believe that Anderson Phillip has earned a little rest from the bowling, you know.
A well-deserved rest, that.
Well-deserved rest. So, Imran Khan will take up the attack from the northern or commentary end. And as you mentioned, Dr. Kishore Shallow, I want to salute him. Dr. Shallow was an IT specialist for the government of St. Vincent before he went into private practice and engaged in as vice president of the Cricket West Indies. I also want to let you know, as we prepare for, as we wait on Imran Khan, that the president of CWI, Mr. Roosevelt Skerritt, was a former minister of tourism in St. Kitts, who attended several CARICOM meetings and who engaged Trinidad and Tobago on the opposite side of the table, to which I was a party too of the Trinidad and Tobago delegation. Mr. Roosevelt Skerritt.
Yes.
So greetings to you, sirs, as Imran Khan starts his new over from the Northern commentary end.
Yes, Ricky Scarrett, the president of Cricket West Indies. He was the Minister of Tourism in St. Kitts. And he, more than anyone, understands the value of sport tourism, as this is flashed away into the boundary for 4, overpitched on the off stump. And I was saying before, Morrison loves it out there. He prospers nicely, and that's 4. And you can see what is happening with international tours, and you can see the experience. That brings up the 100 for Jamaica. You can see the experience of the president, Ricky Scarrett, in tourism at work. England is coming to visit, and
Yes.
England will play 3 test matches in Grenada, Antigua, and Barbados. 3 countries that depends heavily on tourism.
Yes, especially in Barbados, where there's normally a large contingent of the Bami army.
Yeah, and of course the Barbadian government, they would appreciate that. Just recently you saw what happened for the 5 T20 matches that were played in Barbados. I've covered many matches there, Amar, and I'll tell you something. Visitors normally outnumber locals at Kensington Oval, especially, in fact, when England is playing.
Agreed.
Once England is playing there. This time there is a chance for a run out. No. And Gabriel can't make the direct hit. The ball seems to be following Gabriel today.
If he had a little more agility, perhaps it would have been the batsman walking back to the pavilion.
Yeah, but it was a nice pick-up and throw, though. You can't really fault him there. He's a big man, Gabriel. Still made the effort.
Still made the effort, and he should be commended for that. So it only resulted in 1 run.
Stem has Williams driving way away from his body, and it goes
almost
down to short backward square. There is no run, and that brings you over to an end. So the first over from Imran Khan, 5 runs coming. The partnership is 23 of 37. Morrison seems to be a no-nonsense batsman. He's on 13 of 12. Williams 14 of 37.
And Jamaica Scorpions are now 29 runs adrift, as the score is 103 for 4.
TNT would not want Jamaica to get any sort of significant lead. Target of about 120 to 150 here on this track on the final day could prove very difficult to get.
Agreed. It would be very, very challenging, as the ball would tend to keep a little low.
Charles bowls, and this time he's bowled. Brian Charles disturbs the off stump, and what a wicket that is for the TNT Red Force. It's 103 for 5.
Morrison was bowled all over. Apparently, he missed the line of the ball.
Played down the wrong line there,
Played down
Morrison.
the wrong line.
And the silver was, as we can see the replay coming up here, Amar. Charles bagging his 2nd wicket. And you were quite right. He was just playing wrong down the wrong line. Look at Joshua De Silva. He enjoyed that. And that's wicket number 8 for Brian Charles. And it's now 5 down for 103. If you were a betting man, would you think the Honorable Farley will have an audience tomorrow?
It seems that he may have to come to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain-Hoover, where there's no cricket.
But
it's
that's
been played tomorrow.
Yes, that's a very, very important meeting. That must It's an important meeting that must happen because you want to continue building cricket. I think Tobago Cricket Board has found a good ally in Kerwin John in Tobago. Derval Green, who showed some resistance in the first innings, he is going out there now to bat. Jamaica 103 for 5, and this, of course, is a match that has been carded for 4 days. The way things are looking here, Amar, young Visham Lalman can probably sleep in a bit tomorrow, then get up and go to Princess Town and eat his customary 6 doubles on a Saturday morning with slight pepper.
Okay. As we prepare for Brian Charles to continue from the southern end.
Charles into Derval Green. So 8 wickets in this match to Brian Charles. He'll want 2 more at least to get up to 10.
Yes, 2 for 27 in 10.3 overs. And I must say, Brian Charles
officially played down to long on. Anxious moment there. You're making the point.
Yes, Brian Charles is bowling an excellent spell again at the Brian Charles Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes. No relation.
Yes, he plies his trade with Comets in central Trinidad in the top flight of national cricket in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and national cricket is soon to get going. News coming out of the headquarters of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board at the Clifford Roach Drive in Balmain is that there will be no 2-day cricket tournament. They're going to play the Sunday League. They're also going to play the T20 tournament. And pretty soon, something very special is about to happen with a T10 tournament. That's the end of the over. And at the end of it, we're going to have a change in the commentary position. Isham Lalman and Anil Lakan.
So I want to thank you very pleasure here to serve. Thank you very much. And thank you to the viewers and listeners.
Imran Khan, this time edging there, Derval Green, dropping just short of Kari Pair at the first slip. Imran Khan, the captain, coming into the attack. He's into his second over. 30 overs have been bowled and 104 for 5. It's been a real collapse here by the Jamaica Scorpions. Good afternoon, Anil.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Bisham.
Here's Khan. Well flighted, Green driving, no run. Jaden Sears attacking that one there. I'm sure that's something you echo to your students. Attack the ball.
Yeah, very aggressive approach when fielding Bisham.
And last delivery there, Imran Khan just pulling back his length a bit. Green having just to play on the back foot, so Well, Green just pulling out of the way there. Seems to have not been ready. Must be something going on behind the bowler's arm that he was not comfortable with, but he's back up here now. He's ready to go. This time a quicker delivery. And Imran Khan hands on head there. Had he missed that, tell you what, could have been on the bike. Luckily for him, he got contact on it. No run. 104 for 5 at the end of 31 overs, Anil.
So the Jamaican Scorpions continue to struggle, Visham, in trying to, at this point in time, getting rid of the deficit at this time.
Yeah, and speaking about struggling, the Jamaica Scorpions, here's their batting card. 45 to John Campbell, the only real soldier in this innings that was standing tall. Leroy Logg, he fell first to 15. Jermaine Blackwood, 16. Olin Williams, he's still there on 14. Romain Morris, the wicketkeeper, he fell for 13. Derval Green is there with Williams.
So Brian Charles is having a dream start to this 21-22 first class season, Visham.
Yes, he is. This time down the ground goes Alwyn Williams. That's gone all the way for 6. Speaking about Brian Charles having a good start, he's been thumped down the ground by Alwyn Williams.
Yes. A flighted delivery on this occasion, and Alwyn really threw everything at that one.
Yeah, taking advantage of a well pitched up delivery from Brian Charles. Just over pitching on that occasion. The character that he is, he's gonna alter his line and length for sure. Here's the replay. In the arc and out of the park. It's as simple as that.
Driving nicely into that cover region is Alwyn Williams.
20 to Williams of 42 deliveries. Some straighter delivery. On the money, Brian Charles. As always.
And Alwyn Williams, it seems like he's not going to give up. He's going to keep fighting.
Well, the Jamaica Scorpions certainly need someone to keep fighting. And they need someone as well to support that fighter. Can Derval Green support Alwyn Williams, and can they fuel what would be a partnership that can take this innings forward and add some substance to it? Apart from that 6, Brian Charles has conceded no run again in that over. At the end of 32, 110 for 5, Williams on 20, Green on 1, and the Jamaica Scorpions, they still trail by 22-0. Looking at the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, the pick of the bowlers, Anderson Phillip, 3 for 52 in 10. Yes, he was a bit expensive, you may say that. Picked up 3 key wickets. Brian Charles picking up the other 2 for 34 in 12.
So it's going to be skipper Imran Khan to bowl from the pavilion end. And this one is tapped out by Derval Green to that mid-wicket region where Jason Mohammed does the fielding.
Jason Mohammed, we have not seen much of him in this game. Scored 22 in the first innings with the bat.
A flighted delivery by Imran Khan on this occasion, and Green was trying to really crash that one past him, but excellent fielding to his own bowling from Imran Khan.
It's always good to see bowlers doing fielding of their own bowling, setting the example. You know, you always want fielders to do well off your bowling, and at the same time you want to do well off your own bowling, so you transcend that energy throughout the entire team. Imran Khan, the wealth of experience, 423 first class wickets at an average of 23.13 in 105 matches. What a career he has had, and he's still going. Driving away there was Durval Green.
Well, he has been a really good performer for Trinidad and Tobago for a number of years. When you look at the stats at the end of the season, you would see skipper Imran Khan. He normally will pick up between 35 to 45 wickets on most occasions.
Yeah, with Brian Charles going as he is at the moment as well, there'd be a stern battle for those wickets. This one short, keeping low. Green looking to work that one away. And he missed out there, Durval Green. Just looked a bit disappointed. That completes 33. A maiden over at that, 110 for 5.
So it's going to be Brian Charles to continue from the southern end. And he's going to be bowling to Alwyn Williams. So just a mid-pitch chat between both batsmen. I'm sure the message will be to try and fight and fight and fight, Visham.
Yes, Imran Khan starting his career back in 2005, first class career. There's Brian Charles this time from the southern end.
And the Jamaican Scorpions, Visham, will not want to lose this game by an innings.
And something to note as well, this one turned away onto the onside. Meets a diving. Is that Shannon Gabriel diving there at mid wicket?
Yeah, he's throwing his frame around, I must admit. And it's refreshing to see, Shannon Gabriel being a big unit and putting out that effort, Visham.
Yes, very much so. He's been working on his cricket to get back on the park, and here he is.
Well, I know every time I go to the cricket center, Shannon is there very early on mornings, doing his stuff.
Yeah, and that's good to see these players making it clear that they want to do well, they want to work on their game. This time again, down the ground goes Alwyn Williams. 6 more. Williams on the charge.
Yeah, high and handsome from Alwyn Williams on this occasion.
High and handsome indeed. Proving to be very beneficial here for the Jamaica Scorpions, and they would need some more of this. What Williams has done well is when he's been offered up those deliveries from Brian Charles, he's been able to put it away, Anil.
Well, skipper Imran Khan must have said to Brian Charles, we still have runs on the tins. So you have that luxury where he can give the ball some flight and ask the batsman to have a go, Visham.
Yeah, this time pushing it through a bit quicker, flatter. And that shot, well, those 2 shots from Alwyn Williams has prompted a change in the field. That field at mid-on going back onto the long-on fence.
So I'm seeing Jason Mohammed is getting warm. Are we going to see the man with the golden arm, Visham, brought into the attack from the southern end?
We'll have to wait and see. He's looking as though he's getting warm. There could also be a case of him just keeping warm on the field, but you can see him practicing there. So we may see him from the far end, you never know.
I think he's indicating to skipper Imran Khan, it might be my time to have a go.
Well, why not give him an opportunity and see if he can provide a couple of wickets, help you assist in closing off this innings as quick as possible. But you have your premier spinner, one of the premier spinners, Brian Charles, operating from that end. But he's bowled 13 overs already in the innings. He's picked up 2 wickets. I think he's done his job. Oh, that one just dropping short there of Anderson Phillip. That was a full toss delivery there from Imran Shaki Khan, and Durval Greeny was not able to put it away.
Well, on this occasion, I felt that Anderson Phillip did an excellent job in not trying to attempt to take that catch because it was dying on him very quickly.
Yes, good point there, Anil, because we saw Jaden Seals in the first innings. John Campbell was driving a ball on the up of the bowling of Anderson Phillip, and he was diving forward, and he was not able to hang on to the catch. Here is Imran Khan. Oh, that one coming back in. Seems to be the wrong one.
Yeah, I think what on this occasion defeated Dover Green was the amount of bounce that Imran Khan got on this delivery.
Oh, that's a very brave leave, I can tell you that. This time a delivery that's pitching and just holding its line. Straightening just a bit, Anil.
Well, it seems to me this delivery must have been the top spinner.
Variation on show from the veteran Imran Khan.
As you know, he's a wily customer. He's got all the skill sets.
Sam Green well forward and playing it into the offside.
And it's great to see that Dover Green is lending, tremendous support to Alwyn Williams. So the first as I was saying, the first order of business for both these batsmen will be to try and erase the deficit, Visham.
Yes, just about 16 runs away, the deficit.
You'll want to avoid that innings defeat, because if you lose by an innings defeat, I think the entire team, their confidence is going to be really shattered with a result of that nature.
Well, Alwyn Williams, he's there. He seems to be set. He seems to be very confident in his approach. And what he needs just a partner to support him, and I think he's found that partner in Derval Green.
So now we see Imran Khan has made a field change, and the long on is into position as we speak.
So I'm playing that one into the offside. Yeah, well, Anil, that was prompted, of course, in the last over. In the last 2 overs from Brian Charles, when he was struck for 2 sixes down the ground by Alwyn Williams. And challenge here now for Green. It's another field change. Close infielder there, very short. Brian Charles, he's going to be spinning the ball into Derval Green.
And on this occasion, Derval Green is getting nicely into line and just trying to use the angle to get that ball away from that extra cover fielder so that he could rotate the strike.
There's Charles playing away to Gabriel there at cover. Must admit, Gabriel has had some work to do there in the cover region.
And it's great to see that he's employed, in a high traffic area, so it keeps him mobile as well, Visham.
Yes, definitely so. It's time that one edged and just past Kari Pair there at slip, diving away to his right. That's not the boundary. Boundary is the rope, of course. So 2 runs to Derval Green, 2 runs to the Jamaica Scorpions total. They move up to 119 for 5.
And on this occasion, Derval Green was beaten, but he was very fortunate that that ball eluded that first slip fielder in Caripay.
Yes. On 2 occasions, Green edged deliveries into that slip region. One drop short of the bowling of Imran Khan. This time in the air, down to long on. Green picks up 1.
So Derval Green on this occasion did take up the invitation from Brian Charles. and he almost succeeded in finding Jadon Seals at that long on position.
Yes, luckily for Derval Green, that one dropping just short of Jaden Seals.
But it's going to be Alwyn Williams.
This time again. Soft hands there from Williams. That completes the over. 120 for 5. Anil Lakan, Crick Dungi.
Yeah, so we are seeing a mini fight back, if I may say so, Visham, from both Derval Green and Alwyn Williams. And the entire Jamaican Scorpion squad will really love for these guys and them to continue for an extended period of time into that last session, Vishal.
No, so I'm looking at that batting card of the Jamaica Scorpions, and there's one thing I'm focused on. The extras column. It's on 0. That's very commendable of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Well, they have been very disciplined in this innings thus far. So I'm sure during the team meetings and their discussions, head coach would have had discussions in regards to giving away extras freely to the opposition.
Yeah, that must have been a note. Down the ground goes Green. Just short of Anderson Phillip at mid-on.
So a teasing one on this occasion from Derval Green. And again, Anderson Phillip was equal to the task by taking a defensive position, Visham, because it's one of those that just dips on you at the last moment during the flight of the ball.
He was looking to go downtown, Derval Green, and he almost went downtown, which would have been down to the dugout had that been into the hands of Anderson Phillip. Some gardening being done by the left-handed Alwyn Williams before he sets himself for this delivery from Imran Khan.
And still leg spinner on this occasion, just spinning back into him on this occasion, but he was equal to the task and just taps it out back to the bowler.
Alwyn Williams bring out the good old brim hat.
Alwyn Williams on this occasion just stylishly drives this one to that mid-off region, and Anderson Phillip does the cleaning up. So
Sorry, Anil?
he continues to look very positive and neat in his stroke play.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding there at mid-wicket. I was about to say that there's a good amount of fans on the northwestern stand, a couple on the northeastern stand as well, here on a Friday afternoon to look at some regional 4-day cricket.
Yeah, and it's the start of the 21-22 first class championship season here in the West Indies. We shall, as we speak, there are 2 other games in operation at this time. Guyana is doing battle with the...
Yes, Guyana Happy Eagles doing battle with the Windward Island Volcanoes at the Queen's Park Oval. And the Barbados Pride taking on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Kensington Oval, the mecca of cricket in the Caribbean in Barbados.
And the last score I had seen, Leeward Islands were batting 170 for 2.
Yes, all of these games have been very exciting. This game though has been on the end of the low scoring side of things, Anil. But it has been exciting. It has been good cricket on the show. Good balance of both bat and ball. The Jamaica Scorpions, though, they did not find their way on both occasions in the first innings and in this one with the bat. And they are looking to Alwyn Williams and Derval Green for some assistance.
And here comes the man with the goal on him, Jason Mohammed. And just as we were speaking, Pisham, skipper Imran Khan throws the ball to Jason Mohammed. What do you make of this move?
That's a good move. They are looking for a wicket. They are looking to prize forward, and I think Jason Mohammed, being the man with the golden arm, as you said, he normally tends to pick up a wicket within the first 3 overs of his introduction. It's a different challenge here now against Durval Green and Alwyn Williams. You'll have to wait and see whether he can do that. He's a part-timer. You ask him he's a part-timer, I don't think he would say yes. He would say he's a frontline spinner. What do you think about that?
I'm sure he's not going to be happy hearing you say that he's a part-timer, Bisham.
Man from Barrackport, Trinidad and Tobago. Jason Mohammed, he's been around for a while. He's played 83 first-class matches, picking up 25 wickets, a bowling average of 33.28. Jason Mohammed, also known as Shadow.
So a steady start from Jason Mohammed in his first over. And Durval Green just seems to be, watching as it unfolds. Yeah, he's nicely into line and works that one into that mid-wicket region.
Just about 15 minutes or so to the tea interval.
And the Jamaica Scorpions still trail by 11 runs.
Time of delivery just worked away. Excellent fielding there by Keegan Simmons. Has a word with Green.
So at the end of the over, it's 121 for 5. Alwyn Williams, he's on 27 not out. And with him, Durval Green, 5 not out.
It's going to be Imran Khan, the skipper, to continue. Looking at the batting card of the Jamaica Scorpions. John Campbell 45, Leroy Logg 15, Jermaine Blackwood 16, Alwyn Williams 27, he's still there, and Durval Green, he's not out on 4. Not forgetting the wicketkeeper batsman Romain Morris made 13 as well.
So the Jamaica Scorpions will be really looking forward to this pair. On this occasion, Imran Khan is the leg spinner, spinning sharply back into Alwyn Williams, but he just allows it to run into his pads.
So on spinning into Williams, who's nicely forward, stylishly forward, Anil.
And he has shown and he has demonstrated so far that he definitely has batting ability.
Williams on 27. Partnership at this time, just 18. Having to battle hard here, Green and Williams. Just whipping this one away onto the onside to that man, Yannick Carrier.
So it's going to be Imran Khan from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Durval Green, who has battled away for 31 balls, Vishal.
Yes, he's still there. Scoring slowly. Goes to show his patience as well. That's a wonderful delivery from Imran Khan.
Classical leg spinner's delivery, pitching and spinning away from the outer edge of the bat, and it goes into the mid of Joshua Da Silva.
Yes, just luring Durval Green forward. So Imran Khan seems to be asking Durval Green, what's the matter? Why is his gloves on the ground?
Is it tea time, Visham?
Yeah, well, Green seems not to be happy, and he is just going about his merry way, doing his thing. Just, and the umpire, Danish Ramdani, just having a word with Green. Yeah, it's definitely him killing time. Now he is retaking his guard.
So Dover Green is playing some mind games with skipper Imran Khan.
It's that last delivery. I love what I saw there from Imran Khan. That one drifting in to the pads of Derval Green and spinning away. That concludes the over. 39 overs bowled, 122 for 5. And what do you make of this situation here now? Who's on top? And what can be done? You can see umpire Danish Ramdani there having a word with Derval Green. Keegan Simmons must be having a word or two in that.
Well, I must commend the manner in which the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has really driven home the advantage of Hisham, because Trinidad and Tobago are in the driver's seat as we speak.
And let's hope they drive things home. And the fans of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would not want them to let up this position that they are in.
So it's going to be the man with the golden arm, Jason Mohammed.
Let's see how golden that arm is today. He's bowling to the lefty, Alwyn Williams.
And he does have protection, Visham. He's got that long on and long off in position, as well as that deep backward square in Anderson Phillip. So the skipper definitely is giving all the support that he needs.
Yeah, and that only gives the bowler confidence to do what he has to do out there. Good to see Imran Khan offering up that support, as you mentioned, to his bowlers. They have not been well assisted though by their fielding, but nonetheless they are on top, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And well, speaking about not being assisted by the fielding, Imran Khan just presenting it to the viewers.
But as the old saying goes, Visham, you do not run on a misfield. It normally results in a run out. Like the delivery from Jason Mohammed on this occasion, and Alwyn Williams is stylishly coming forward and playing it out to that extra cover region.
They're just posing for the cameras. So I'm pushing at that one. Khan collects there at backward point. Just about 2 overs or so to go to the tea interval. Williams and Green will want to just bat out this period. These 2 overs would be testing for them.
Well, it's just about 1 over before the interval. Visham, it's about 2:37 in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's telling me that it's possible that the skipper will definitely be getting in the last over before the TN interval.
Well, I would think with him being a spinner and Jason Mohammed being a spinner, I thought that they may have been able to get in 2 overs. That all depends on how the over goes.
And it all depends on if Derval Green is going to continue to apply his time-wasting tactics as well.
Yes. Let's see. If we're just turning. So, Derval Green, you can see him looking to access that one side.
And we could also recognize that the pitch is getting slower and lower as well, because he had all the time in the world to play play that delivery.
Yes, and all of a sudden Derval Green seems to be wanting to do some gardening. Khan is not shying away from having a word to Derval Green. That's all been a part of this being a mouth-watering contest with both bat and ball. This time driving down to mid-on. A quick single. Oh, and Durval Green. He seems to be very uncomfortable there during that single, Anil. We know he had some problems earlier in the field yesterday.
On this occasion, he must have just aggravated that little bit. But he doesn't seem to be shying away from the contest.
Certainly seems to be in some discomfort there. Here's Khan to Williams. Is he out? Yes, he is! Alwyn Williams looking to cut that one away onto the onside. It was a bit too close for comfort and edging it into the mitt of Joshua Da Silva.
And Alwyn Williams cannot believe his luck here. It was the top spinner on this occasion, and it took the outside edge, and Joshua Da Silva had an excellent take.
We were just speaking about the Jamaica Scorpions not wanting to lose a wicket before the tea interval. And here is the replay.
It's deja vu. Deja vu.
Here is the replay. Alwyn Williams looking to cut. That was on about that fourth stump line. The Silva was very happy with that catch. An early tea has been taken at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Do have a snack. Do have a drink. We'll be right back.
In about 20 minutes time, please rejoin us.
I'm Alzari Joseph. Let's take a look at my Instagram. This photo was taken in Trinidad 2014, where the West Indies under-19 participated in the regional Super 50. At that time, it was, something really exciting for me to play in that tournament. It was my first time playing in the Super 50. At the time, it was Maya, Shandapal, Shamar Springer. I think at the time we had Amir Django as well. It was basically a group that's been training together for a number of years leading up to the World Cup. Unfortunately, in a training session after the first game, I had a slight side strain that didn't really allow me to play the rest matches, but through rain, there wasn't really much matches being played after that. Australia came to Antigua for a training camp before the series against West Indies, and I got a chance to bowl to quite a few guys that are really special players, but he's one of them that I always looked up to as a player. So it was really, a good opportunity for me to get a chance to bowl at him and see where I was at as a player at that time. My West Indian heroes growing up were people like Kemar Roach, obviously my coach and mentor, Winston Benjamin. So, those guys were basically the two I looked up to. This was 2016 when we were heading to the World Cup. We had a series before the World Cup, leading up to the World Cup. We played against Bangladesh in 3 ODIs. Slightly different haircut, a lot more hair at the time. Again, a lot of excitement just being able to go to Bangladesh and represent the West Indies. At the time, we didn't really see it as a job or a career. It was just about having fun and representing the West Indies. This was a long time ago. It's one of my first tattoos. It's my mom's name. I got that just after finishing high school. It's just been there for a while. It's something really significant to me.
Clean him up. That's the response from Alzari Joseph. That's the reason he's been given the new ball.
She was always encouraging. She always wanted me to go out and do my best and most importantly, enjoy it. She always told me that, at the end of the day, it's what makes me happy. So she wanted me to go out and have fun. Something she always tried to instill in us was discipline and respect, Make sure you're disciplined, always on time, always dressed well, and also respect everyone around you. This is the big man now, not so little anymore. That's my son, Jezari. His mother at the time told me she was pregnant. It was really an exciting moment for me. And then to see him come and have the kind of personality he has now, it's so much different from when he was a baby. Looking down on him and seeing myself and just being able to watch him grow as a young man, still a young man, well, still kind of a baby. Has to be a big brother now, but still want to be the baby.
Alzari Joseph is not impressed. Brilliant bowling, top-class execution.
Last night I had a conversation with him and he let me know he saw me on TV and he was trying to call me, but he couldn't get me because I didn't have my phone. But it's really proud, being a parent. It gets tough, being away from them for such a long period of time, but it's, what we have to do as parents. This was, just during the pandemic where there was no cricket being played, and then we got the chance to go to the UK to play England in some test matches. Obviously excited to be back out playing cricket again after such a long break. I saw it as another opportunity to, go back out and show my skill and put up my best foot forward. First experience in a bubble, a lot different. You have to stay inside, you have to eat inside, you can't go out to get dinner. You can't go out just, to get a different, change of scenery. All in all, it's what needed to be done in the time. For me, I'd like to become one of the best fast bowlers in world cricket, not just the Caribbean, but world cricket on a whole. So for me, it's just about improving game by game, month by month, year by year, to becoming, like I said, the
The attack, the captain, and this is squeezed away behind square. Khan thought he had breached the defense there on that occasion. But Williams lives to fight another day. As I say, good afternoon to Anil.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Vinod.
Here's Imran again. And he finishes that over. Remember, T was taken at the fall of the last. He had 2 balls to finish before he finishes it. And it's the end of the over. It's 123 for 6 as we continue the action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad.
So the new batsman is Jamie Merchant.
So from the southern end, it's going to be Jaden Seals. Didn't really enjoy that first spell of his. So you want to do better. You want to get amongst the wickets. Anderson Phillip has 3. Jamaica 6 down at the tea break. It's a good delivery. Just playing down the wrong line on that occasion there, Durval Green. That one not really seeming away that much. He just basically play wrong down the wrong line there.
Yeah, just about that 4th, 5th stump line. And just as you rightly saying, Vinod, playing inside the line.
TNT attacking at the moment. Still 9 runs to make Trinidad and Tobago bat again. It'll be that straight and Green just getting it away to mid-wicket. So Durval Green has been there for quite a long time. It's 38 deliveries there, Anil.
Yeah, and he and Alwyn Wright, they were Alwyn Williams, my apology. They were really moving along really nicely until that moment just before the tea interval, Vinod.
This time he's able to negotiate that. It was just back of a leg. Bit on the short side.
But we are not seeing a lot of pace now from Jaden Seals in this over, Vinod.
Well, I think he's just getting into his work here, Anil, and the pitch, of course, is slow. He's just bowling well within his means. And he will be generating that pace as time go along. Should be a leg by. Let's wait on umpire Raj Kumar. Raises that left leg. Must have been a left footer back in the day there, Anil.
Must be a footballer as well, Vinod. So it's going to be Jamie Merchant to take strike from Jaden Seals.
I was told he was that umpire Raj Kumar is a bodybuilder.
Okay then.
It sees again. This one keeps low, and just being able to keep it out on that occasion was the Merchant.
So getting strike just outside the line of the off stump on this occasion, having played a shot, Vinod. The umpire is inclined not to give him out.
Quiet period here. Remember, number of fans not coming in just yet. This is a safe zone, and a safe zone means that you cannot bring in your choiced beverages. So I think that has kept away the Friday afternoon crowd. But Trinidad and Tobago doing well. What more can the players do to bring the crowd in? And entrance is free. 124 for 6.
So steady over from Jaden Seals in his
It's going to be Imran Khan to continue from the Gasparilla end, or the northern end, media center end.
taking his time and ensuring that the fielders are in the position that he wants them to be, Vinod.
So there's a slip and a silly mid-off. Khan will want to get, will want to continue his good work so far. 7 overs, 1 for 8. He had 1 for 10 in the first innings.
On this occasion, Dover Green just punches this away to the long on position where Jason Mohammed does the fielding.
And at this point in time, I think that what should happen, these two should look to stay in there as long as possible, eat away at time, look to push the game into tomorrow. This is a cutaway, cut at that very late, and it should get close to the boundary. They're going to come back just for 2. I thought better running could have given them 3 on that occasion. You can see him just leaning back and playing that late.
And on this occasion, Jed Gooley was responsible for hauling that ball inside the boundary.
Off the back foot, looking to force that.
Quicker delivery on this occasion from Imran Khan. He will vary his pace from time to time, Vinod.
Khan is a wily character. He has 425 first-class wickets now. So that's the end of his 8 over 1 for 11. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Seals continues, and Derval Green continues to be a stubborn, obdurate man. Let's say good afternoon to the president of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Zimbo Bassarat.
Your very good friend, Vinod.
Well, I've known him for quite a while. former chairman of the Southeast Zone.
And we must give kudos to the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Vinod, for being one of the first sporting disciplines, to be able to put out a fixture, to the Ministry of Health, indicating to them that, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board is ready for the resumption of cricket.
Here is Seals again, looking to get that breakthrough. An appeal for a caught behind. And the Silver is asking the question. Umpire Ramdani looks at him. Umpire Raj Kumar, the bodybuilder, is unmoved. Seals goes back to his work. Again, back of a length. Nothing much on this track for him. The funny thing, though, Anil, is when the Jamaicans started to bat, I haven't seen many deliveries play naughty, so to speak. Have you seen?
Well, having looked at yesterday and today's play, I must admit that I felt, in my opinion, that the pitch definitely had improved for batting.
Seals with a strong approach, comes in and beaten again. Just playing down the wrong line. Through to the Silver. So they're eating away valuable time here, Green and Merchant.
But it's going to be a long vigil to save this game or take it into the 4th day, Vinod.
Well, you want to see these guys fight. You want to see good cricket. And just don't throw it away. This time it keeps low and misses the off stump by a whisker. Double Green is on all fours. It's the end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Oh, that one angling back into the right hander and keeping low. So Devil Green on all fours, exaggerating the condition of the pitch, really.
To that cover point return.
So Khan is going to continue to plug away. He has done away with that silly mid off and put forward short leg in place. That's a loud appeal for leg before. Probably going down the leg side or being struck outside the leg stump.
So So it was a googly on this occasion from Imran Khan.
That one probably doing a bit too much. Like Barrel and Jason. This time this is played back along the track and there is no run. And again, keeping it tidy. Building pressure here, Anil.
Yeah, dot balls, and he has made it clear that he doesn't want to have that situation where the rotation of strike is going to be taking place. So he's asked both his long on and long off to come into that customary mid-off and mid-on position, and he has succeeded in keeping Durwell Green on strike. So it's going to be...
So look at the fans that have turned up. All 5 of them. And of course they are taking precautions. The young man with his face shield. The others with their mask. The lady also has her mask. She's not interested in... She's definitely protecting her chin. It's important to protect your chin from COVID. Here's Jaden Seals. Again down the leg side. Seals has a chest on action. So at times, he will be guilty of pushing that ball down the leg side. It's not the classical side on action.
But on this occasion, Joshua Da Silva was moving smartly to his left and really took a good catch.
2 slips and a gully. They have been in operation for the longest while. It's Jaden Seals again. This one pushed back uppishly. Not really getting much off the track.
But really bending his back on this occasion, Vinod. And Jamie Merchant was being hustled on this occasion.
Sammy drives and Shannon Gabriel was napping. Caught napping on that occasion. He goes into the boundary for 4. And the fielding of this Trinidad and Tobago team continues to be less than impressive. He was caught napping there, Anil.
Yeah, he definitely was caught napping, Shannon Gabriel, on this occasion. But with that boundary, the lead has been wiped off.
So, and there you can see an irate fan. He would have taken that with his eyes closed and his hands behind his back. 132 for 6. The lead has been wiped off, so Jamaica are effectively none for 6. Could have easily been 7 wickets down and still 4 runs to wipe the lead off.
So we have seen a change of feel. Deep backward square is now positioned in Jed Gully.
Oh, that's a lovely stop there by Da Silva. And Seals continues to spray those deliveries off and on down the leg side. I don't think Da Silva would be impressed.
It's tough work being a wicketkeeper, Vinod.
Seals goes back. Don't think he'll be very happy with the effort of the big man, but no one tells the big man anything. Here is Seals. He's in and that's a bounce. So he's going to take it out on the Merchant.
He's really steaming now is Jadon Seals.
Here's Seals again. For the umpteenth time, he's down the leg side. He has not been impressive in this spell, Jadon Seals. And it's the end of the over. Green and Merchant in there. 132 for 6. We'll be right back. Imran Khan will want to start with a win in this 4-day championship, and that's a good running. TNT boys looking a bit flat out there at the moment.
Good rotation of the strike on this occasion from both Merchant and Green.
Given flight, Merchant not trying to be ambitious. This time that's 4 runs. Lovely shot there by Jamie Merchant.
Short and wide on this occasion from Imran Khan, and Merchant took full advantage of that ball.
Khan has been tidy that occasion, dragging that one down. I think pretty soon we're going to see Brian Charles being reintroduced into this attack. Or Anderson Phillip. Merchant is going downtown. That's 6 runs. So Merchant exercising those limbs of his, an overpitch delivery, and that deserved the treatment. 6 runs there to big Jamie Merchant. 143 for 6.
Yeah, flighted delivery from Imran Khan on this occasion, and Merchant was equal to the task and deposited way beyond that long on boundary.
Khan, whose first 7 overs went for just 8 runs, all of a sudden 11 in this over. Well, it seems as if Shannon Gabriel is going to have a bowl. This should be interesting now. TNT. Oh, the Jamaican guys. You can see Campbell in the back there. They'll be hoping that this pair can battle. Bring them back into the contest. The 11 to the good. With 6 wickets down.
So the Jamaican Scorpions continue to struggle in this innings.
Well, yesterday, Gabriel was looking menacingly at players who were dropping his catches. He just dropped one. He's into the attack now. Probably it's a good time to drop a catch off Gabriel, and he might not get upset, you think, Anil?
He will always be upset if he knows.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel, and this is pushed away by Green. Reminds me of Patrick Patterson, his bowling action. Patrick Balfour Patterson. You would have remembered him, Anil.
I remember having a conversation with Coach David Williams, and
Mhm.
he was sharing a story from Australia where Patrick Patterson had an alteration with one of the Australian players, and he walked straight into the Australian dressing room and he said, you, I will kill you.
Well,
He's just threatening.
well.
And he went out and had a 7-wicket haul.
Wow.
David said it's the quickest bowling he have ever had to deal with.
Here is Gabriel. Lovely stop at gully there by Mr. Carey Pear. Remember the incident? And Curtly Ambrose was giving me his account of it. He said that Viv Richards was actually looking for him in the team meeting, and he could not find him. Someone indicated to him he was in the Australian dressing room, and Viv had to go and bring him across. And Curtly said the next morning Rambo was in such a mood. He was feeling at long leg, and even he was afraid. A very strong man, had a habit of breaking stumps. You would have faced him easily, Anil, in the stands.
For sure.
Well, recently in an interview with a friend of mine from India, Bharat Sundarasan, he did indicate that he's going through some difficult times. One hopes that things are a lot better with him now. Again, straying on that occasion there is Gabriel. And the TNT team looking a bit flat, I dare say. They're on top of this encounter. I think someone needs to G them up, and that normally comes from the wicketkeeper.
I'd like to see a bit more intensity from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players, Vinod. And that responsibility has to be taken by Joshua Da Silva or some senior player on the field.
Whoa, what a stop there for Joshua Da Silva. He was moving to his left as that one was angling down the leg side. On passing the batsman, it curved back and then had to change direction like a driver going down a no entry road and plucked it out of the air.
Great take from Joshua Da Silva on this occasion. Examples of what you would see when playing in England conditions, Vinod?
Yeah. Atmosphere in England is pretty heavy. It's the end of the over. At the end of the over, we take a short break. We'll be right back. Bakan continues and coming down the track, he's appealing. He's not really going to get that. A very brave umpire will give a decision, a leg before decision to a batsman tripping down the track. I say good afternoon to the man himself, Visham Lalman.
Good afternoon, Vinod. Good afternoon to everyone.
I say good afternoon to umpire Watap, man from Central, 2 slight and 1 heavy. Merchant is cutting a delivery that is close to him. He gets onto it, down to gully. So, a not so impressive first over from Gabriel. Khan is again bowling to Merchant, who's watchful. This Green Merchant partnership, Visham is holding back the Red Force march.
21 already.
And tosses is up. Well fielded there at short cover.
Excellent piece of fielding there, diving to his right. Is it Brian Charles?
Yes, it is.
Yes, Brian Charles. So yeah, this partnership doing well, and at the moment Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking for a breakthrough. Melville Green has batted well.
This time he's beaten. Drawn into a forced shot there by Imran. It's the end of the over. And there will be a discussion amongst the senior men in the team. It seems as if Gabriel is not going to continue. I think Gabriel prefers the northern end.
I think I'd like to see the reintroduction of Anderson, Phillip and Brian Charles.
So Phillip has bowled 10 overs, 3 for 52, the best of the bowlers. Charles 14 overs, 2 for 44. And Khan 11 overs, 1 for 24, the wicket takers thus far. Gabriel 5, none for 9. Sees 7, none for 15. And the man with the golden arm, Jason Mohammed, 2 overs, 2 maidens.
Speaking of Brian Charles, he's come right back into the attack now. The Red Force looking for wickets, looking to close this innings off as soon as possible.
I think if they can wrap it up today, they will appreciate the extra day, extra day's rest tomorrow.
Jamaica will also appreciate the extra day in Trinidad and Tobago. Free day.
Free day. Merchant using his long levers and driving. He's going to get 4, is it? Nope.
That's 4.
Yes. Yeah. The fielder signaling 4. They just teased him all along the way to the point boundary.
It's a good shot there from Merchant. Picking up a boundary, so he moves on to 21. $150 is up as well for the Jamaica Scorpions.
So they're 18 to the good. It's going to be a chance to continue from the far end. Struck for a rare boundary. So a bit of resistance from the lower order here.
Yeah, it's much like the West Indies team. Seeing the lower order doing the bulk of the work.
Time and time again in recent times. Yeah. The energy level from the national team seems to be down at the moment. Let's see if Charles can get them back into that energetic mood where they can run through the rest of the batting. Merchant has played well for his 21, as has Green for his 10.
When you have a team 123 for 6, you don't want to let up. I think you should be more confident than anything else. You'd want to continue to pick up wickets, continue to put pressure on the batsmen. They have let that up for a while, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. As well, when you are looking for wickets, you don't want to put your chances down. I think that is something that would be noted. Despite the good performance for the Red Force, that's something would be noted by the coaches. 9 catches down in this game.
Yeah, I think it has been a poor effort in the field in terms of the catches. So we've had 50 overs bowled. Jamaica 151 for 6. One or two fans just streaming into the venue now. Giving advice to Imran Khan on how to go about finishing this up. I said before, Gabriel prefers the northern end, so he's going to come from this end to relieve his captain Imran Khan.
Let's see if he can rough up Jamie Merchant.
Merchant getting an outside, thick outside edge down to gully and looking to get a single. It's not there.
Kari Pay at gully. Kari Pay has been out there, of course, because of that injury to Isaiah Rajah. He has not been able to come back onto the field after that brilliant innings of 65.
Nice quick single taken there. This is good running by the Jamaicans.
I think Green and Merchant have realized that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, their confidence is a bit low, and they can take advantage of that and put pressure on the fielders.
So TNT getting a bit of a test towards the back end here. Partnership of 29. They've been there batting together for around 10 overs.
Hot conditions out there in the middle. Green is on 10 of 59 deliveries. He played good support to Alwyn Williams, and now he is there with Merchant. Merchant has surpassed Green though.
Should go back for 2 there. That's 1, and the Green goes back for another. Another catch. Going down.
Well, that's 10 now. We continue to take that tally up. Carripier diving to his right. That was cut away hard though by Derval Green. And that's the 4th down of the bowling of Shannon Gabriel.
Well, wicketless so far, but TNT must complete these catches. Here's Gabriel again. Pitching up, and that's driven through the covers for 4 by Green.
Insult to injury there now to Shannon Gabriel. Derval Green being put down in the previous delivery. This time overpitched by Shannon Gabriel and hitting it nicely through that cover region for 4. Don't think the Red Force team would want a similar type partnership to that one from Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis that we saw at the Queen's Park Oval yesterday.
So on peels off the inside edge, just running away down to mid wicket. 2 more. So runs coming now. It's 160, is it? For the loss of 6. Which means they're 28 to the good. Still 4 wickets in hand. And TNT really struggling to get the breakthrough. This partnership with 37 now for the 7th wicket. And that stiff wind that has been with us for the entire day could be evident looking at the national flag and the flag of the Jamaica Scorpions.
The breeze has been quite constant throughout the day today. Not much like the mood of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. I think they need some energy in the field to get things going.
So Khan is now going to come from the southern end. Just making a couple of fielding changes. It's a prolific Imran, so you'll want to get this breakthrough for his team. They're probably thinking if they can get a wicket here, they can probably try to run through the rest of the batting.
Definitely so. But Imran Khan, I think he's the man here now to make that breakthrough. He's picked up 1 wicket. He's bowled 11 overs, seeing some 24 runs. There's a long on and long off in position.
Merchant has really batted well. Green has been stubborn. 62 deliveries for his 18.
Really put pressure onto the bowlers of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
And he's back and cuts this away for 4. And looks at him. So in addition to occupying the crease, they're getting runs now. And it means that they're looking to see how much they can get. Even if they get bowled out today, they want to put themselves in a position where Trinidad will have to come back tomorrow to get the target.
And speaking about them getting runs while playing sensibly and being defensive, that comes with occupying the crease. There's that luxury to score runs after you've occupied the crease for so long.
So good afternoon to the big man at MCTV, Mr. Balkaran Kayapasad. So it's going to be Imran to continue. It's 165 for 6. Pushing up on the offside on that occasion. And so Durval Green has looked very, very solid.
Yeah, he has.
Without being flashy.
And he's now starting to get runs for his team. Vital run, 33 the lead.
Much better performance by the Jamaican in the second innings when we thought batting later down on this track would be more difficult.
Yeah, definitely so. I think they have been taking pattern from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen.
Enough, another over. We take a short break, we'll be right back.
Here's the man that we were asking for. Anderson Phillip, he's back into the attack. He's picked up 3 wickets for 52 runs in 10 overs. And Merchant stroking him away nicely on the offside and picking up a single immediately.
I think early on, he really gave it his all. I think Skipper Khan wanted to give him a good rest. Probably was hoping to, by now they would have wrapped up the innings, but he has no choice but to go back to the young man. Down the leg side, picked up beautifully, and it has gone all the way for 6. What a shot there by Durval Green. It was overpitched on his legs, and all he did was to get inside the line and use the pace to get it way beyond the boundary at the backward square.
That came out of nowhere there from Durval Green. It was a poor delivery though, to be fair to Anderson Phillip, down the leg side, and Green just going with the angle, not having to do much with the pace as well, and picking up a 6. 1 run shy of the half-century run partnership between Merchant and Green. As you can see there, the replay of that shot there from Durval Green.
That was really a wide delivery, angling down the leg side. This time he's outside the off stump and he cracks it away for 4. What a shot! Short and wide, and he just cracked it away. So Anderson Phillips starting the way he started his first spell, by being a bit loose in the opening over.
And Durval Green, in the meantime, he's looking like a top order batsman.
Well, that shot brought up the 50-run partnership of 71 deliveries.
The lead as well, just 6 runs shy of 50.
Again, down the leg side. There's an appeal for a caught behind. And Umpire rammed the knees unmoved.
Well, there was a noise. I'm not sure if the ball hit the pad there. So it went into the gloves of Joshua Da Silva. Good take though, shuffling across to his left. I think Green is just showing to Da Silva where that ball struck him. I think the Red Force, they should not feel comfortable here, Vinod, with these two guys at the crease.
Yeah, definitely they have to break this partnership. There's a good fight back here now by Jamaica. This time driving uppishly but away from the bowler. That one did not come true as he would have hoped.
Seems to have held up in the surface there. Luckily didn't go to hand. Anderson Phillip being a good fielder. Will feel off his own bowling as well.
Here's Phillip trying again. This is a short. He gets back, pushes it comfortably. It's a short track. It's a slow track, so he's not going to have problems with those.
Yeah, he had enough time there, Durval Green, to get on top of it and just play it into the offside for no run. So 53 overs have been completed. 176 for 6. Remember, the last wicket fell with the score on 123. John Campbell, thus far, he's top scored for the Jamaica Scorpions with 45. Leroy Logg 15, Jermaine Blackwood 16, Auden Williams 28, Romaine Morrison 13, Durval Green 28, and Jimmy Merchant 29.
So here's Imran Khan again, trying from the far end. So this is a good fight back here by Jamaica.
Excellent fight back, to say the least. Durval Green leading the way. And look at that, 70 balls to get 28, 42 balls on Merchant to get 29.
Just going to drive through the offside, fails to make contact.
Goes to show that they are working for their runs as well. But no real challenge being posed at this time from the TNT Red Force bowlers.
I think they've looked pretty flat, to be honest.
Can't seem to understand why though, because they had Jamaica Scorpions in a very good position, 123 for 6.
TNT not holding their catches, and that's key.
Two catches being put down since the tea interval.
End of the over, and the end of the over, the end of it. Score 177 for 6. We take a short break.
We are back. Shannon Gabriel, no wickets, 18 runs, 6 overs. Jaden Seals, no wickets, 15 runs, 7 overs. Pick up the bowlers. Anderson Phillip, 3 for 63. Brian Charles, 2 for 68. And Imran Khan, 1 for 30. Here we go. Anderson Phillip from the northern end. Time a full delivery. Loud appeal for leg before, and he's given. Anderson Phillip, you beauty. Coming back into the attack and striking again. So Anderson Phillip, the second over since he's been reintroduced into the attack here. He's been struck for a couple boundaries on a number of occasions in the previous over, and now coming back and picking up a key wicket of Jamie Merchant. He has to depart for 28. Well, 30, sorry. And with that wicket as well of Jamie Merchant, that will fuel a drinks break, a well-deserved drinks break for the Jamaica Scorpions batsman Derval Green, and some drinks as well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. We'll take a short break. We'll have a drink as well. You do too. And we'll be right back. Well, welcome back after the drinks break here at the Brown Cricket Academy. 177 for 7. The Jamaica Scorpions, sorry. This time down the leg side from Phillip. That's going to be 4. 4 to Marquino Mindley. He's off the mark.
Yeah, and an important breakthrough from Anderson Phillip on this occasion. Visham.
Yeah, well, it's an important breakthrough. Of course, picking up that key wicket of Jamie Merchant, who was looking ominous along with Derval Green. That partnership has just extended beyond the 50-run mark, and then it was broken. So, Anderson Phillip continuing to be successful in terms of picking up wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, despite being a bit expensive. Poor delivery though to the new batsman Mindley. Let's see how he responds. This time in the air from Mindley. He's looking to drive this one in the air. Will he be out? Another drop catch here. This time Yannick Carrier, and he is suggesting that the sun was in his eyes. Well, what kind of weather would you expect to be playing cricket in? Sunny weather. Another catch goes down.
Is that catch number 9?
Well, add 2 to that. Catch number 11.
And Anderson Phillip, you could see the disappointment in this young man. He has been working tirelessly to get that breakthrough.
Well, that could have been his fifer, Anil.
Yeah, very disappointed man is Anderson Phillip. Doesn't reflect his bowling figures at all.
Here he is, Anderson Phillip in the air. He's gone this time. That was edged. He was driving ambitiously there, Marquino Mindley. Edged and gone. Good diving catch there at second slip, Anil.
Congratulations in order for Phillip on this occasion, getting his 5 for 69 in 11.4 overs. Anderson Phillip, what a beauty you are.
Well, an amazing performance by Anderson Phillip. Look at that replay. Look at it, Anil. It was well pitched up outside the off stump. You can see it there. He was driving hard at it. And an excellent catch taken by that second slip fielder.
A magnificent catch on this occasion from Brian Charles.
Brian Charles, you can't keep him out of this game. You can see a heightened energy level in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team there now.
And it was evident, Vishal, before that dismissal, they were a bit flat.
Yes, they were a bit flat. And in comes Nicholson Gordon. And he meets Derval Green at the crease. Derval Green on 28 of 71 deliveries.
So congratulations in order for Anderson Phillip with figures of 5 for 69 in 11.4 overs. What more can we ask for from this young man?
I guess more wickets. Let's see if he can pick up a couple more.
Let's see if he could go in with 7.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. He has an opportunity to do so. Nicholson Gordon. 2 wickets already in the over. This over had everything in it. 2 wickets, a boundary as well. .28 to Derval Green. And we must applaud Brian Charles for that catch. Amid all the drop catches we've seen. Here's Phillip. That one just outside the off stump, left alone by Nicholson Gordon.
So I'm sure he would be striving to clean up the rest of this innings, is Anderson Phillip.
Well, his captain would certainly want him to do that. Want him to prize forward. Here is Phillip. This time a full pitch delivery. Gordon looking to drive. And that completes the over. Over that had 2 wickets in it. A very prized over for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 183 for 8.
Very successful over for Anderson Phillip.
You can hear the applause from the few fans that are there in the northwestern stand and the few that are there in the northeastern stand. I know you have told the entirety of DB to come down to the Brown Lar Cricket Academy to look at this day of cricket. But here's Imran Khan from the far end. 5 wickets to Anderson Phillip, 5 for 69, 2 to Brian Charles, 2 for 49, and 1 to Imran Khan. This one is pulled away. A short delivery there from Imran Khan, a poor one, and Green puts it away for 4. 32 of 72 deliveries to Durval Green.
So he's really getting stuck in his Durval Green and standing alone, if I may say so, Visham.
Lead goes past 50 as well. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, of course, with a day to go. That won't bother them any much, Anil.
Well, the lead now is 55. And I'm sure that Trinidad and Tobago, the Red Force, will not want to be chasing too much more than what is already accumulated by the Jamaican Scorpions.
Yes, this time Green again. He was looking to take Khan downtown. I just wondering if Green has made up his mind here to take the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers.
So it's going to be Imran Khan bowling to Nicholson Gordon.
A delivery that he was looking to punch through the offside. Beaten outside the off stump into the gloves of Joshua Da Silva. Sam Gordon solidly behind that.
And Batten fourth on this track. Visham can be a bit tricky.
Really admire how the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen kept Imran Khan quiet. Kept him quiet. Just picking up 1 wicket. This time a shorter delivery. Quicker as well on the back foot. Gordon, that completes 56, 188 for 8. Of course, you're looking at the West Indies Championship Round 1 match. Just one of 3 matches taking place here in the Caribbean. Jamaica won the toss on the first day, amassed 141 all out. Jermaine Blackwood 44, John Campbell 25, 6 for 48 to Brian Charles. And Yannick Karaya and Isaiah Rajah leading the way in the response of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 273. 72 to Karaya, Rajah 65. Jamaica, well, they are batting again, 188 for 8.
And it's going to be Anderson Phillip from the pavilion end.
A delivery just on the line of the off stump. Green casually pushes it down to mid-off. Picks up a single.
And Anderson Phillip would not mind this at all. It will give him the opportunity to bowl at the new batsman, Nicholson Gordon.
Yes. Gordon has been looking to be attacking against Anderson Phillip in his last over. Let's see. 24. Anderson Phillip. This time a delivery, pitching and coming back in to Gordon.
Anderson Phillip returning impressive figures of 5 for 70. Visham?
Yeah, what more as a captain can you ask of your young seamer? It's good to see him bearing fruits for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. He's been in and around the West Indian team of late. This one beating the Nicholson Gordon outside the off stump, hanging his bat out there.
And Anderson Phillip is one of the guys who will always be giving you 100% at Visham.
Yeah, and you can see that. He's really putting in some good work.
Very, very fit young man is Anderson Phillip.
He's a good athlete. And that will show in his performances as we are seeing here at the Brandon Cricket Academy today. Sure, Coach Furlong and the management team would be happy with this performance from the young man. Here he is. Down the ground goes Gordon. That's 6. What a shot there, Anil.
Yeah, high and handsome on this occasion from Nicholson Gordon. Pitched up delivery on this occasion, and he just went through the line of the ball and deposited over the long off position for 6 runs.
That's an excellent shot there. Have some of that, Anderson Phillip.
Well, I'm sure he's going to answer very soon with his own reply.
$195 for 8, the Scorpions. This one worked away on the onside. There's protection out there. Jaden Seals down there, deep fine leg. Picks up a single. Gordon, he moves on to 7. Derval Green is on strike now. He's on 34. Seems to be the lone sting of a Scorpion in the tail of the Jamaica Scorpions.
And it's important, Visham, that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force get as much wickets with the seamers, because you have the fast bowling points that will come into the overall.
Yeah, looking at that one there, that one peeled off the outside edge, just past Brian Charles, diving to his right again, and that runs into the third man fence for 4. He's rehearsing a leave now there that he should have been using on that occasion. At the end of 57, the 200 is up for the Jamaica Scorpions. They are 200 for 8. But what's more important is the lead, I believe, which is 68 at the moment.
So I'm sure with the lead climbing.
Yeah, Jamaica Scorpions lead by 68. You can see it there on the graphic. And I think if they can get up to 100 runs lead here, Anil, I think we could be in for an exciting evening. And maybe if we go into tomorrow morning, get exciting as well. So let's see, Imran Khan.
He will want to wrap up things as quickly as possible.
And has been trying to wrap it up for quite a while. He's taken 1 for 35. Gordon showing that he is no slouch with the bat. His gun is dropping just short, did it? There's normally a very good fielder. That might have just dropped short. T&T will be looking to wrap this up as quickly as they could. Green goes on now to 38, Derval Green. There was Green. I think he was a bit reluctant to take the single. I don't know why. He's actually walking, and then he completed the run.
But he has given Nicholson Gordon just one delivery to negotiate in this over.
And he doesn't negotiate it well. He's out caught behind. And Imran Khan pitching just on and about the off stump. It took a faint edge into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva. And wicket number 9.
So very good catch from the wicketkeeper on this occasion.
And you can see the Trinidad and Tobago boys there just celebrating. Imran Khan gets his 3rd wicket in this game. As you can look at this replay from our guy Ronnie Bikram Das. Oh, there was some bite there. And he gave him one delivery to negotiate, and he couldn't do it, Anil.
Yeah, I'm sure that Nicholson Gordon, would have been hoping that he would have been able to survive.
Now here comes an opportunity for Anderson Phillip to get 6. He has taken 5. It was the end of the over. Green is going to have strike now, and with the last man in, Green may well want to take some chances.
Well, it would be very interesting to see how Green approaches this passage of play with Patrick Harty being at the other end. So what I would be expecting is for skipper Imran Khan possibly to implement an in-outfield of Vinod, where you have boundary riders protecting the boundaries, and if he so wishes to take the single.
Well, he's doing that. He's allowing him the single. Imran himself has come back 3/4 of the way to the long off boundary. There is a long on the boundary, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, point on the boundary as well. So he's offering him the single. That's good captaincy by Imran Khan. This time he's outside the off stump. He's climbing on it. Even cover is deep.
So it's cat and mouse at the moment, Vinod.
Definitely so. Shadows are already extending. Still 21 overs to go before the end of the day's play. For the changeover innings would be 3 overs. Should they get bowled out now? 2, is it? 2 overs. And we could be in for an exciting evening. I don't think Trinidad and Tobago will want this to go on until tomorrow, in the event that there's a total washout. Yes, Philippi both same strikes him high on the tie pad. Philip has bowled well. He's been the man who has looked the most penetrative of the 3 fast bowlers.
Very impressive bowling from Anderson Phillip. He has been the pick of the bowlers in this innings for the Red Force team.
He's looking to put the Jamaican down flat at the moment. Still 1 wicket to go, 202 for 9.
So the lead is now 70.
So one keeps low and he takes the singles. He's going to expose young Harty to 3 deliveries.
So immediately Imran Khan.
And you can see the field going in. Everyone comes in now, barring deep backward square, who remains on the boundary. 2 slips a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square on the boundary. So that's the field.
Very attacking field for Harty.
And we fill up the bowl to number 11, Harty. That's a good delivery, very good delivery. Philip was zeroing into the stumps.
Yeah, he was attempting that Yorker delivery, but Harty on this occasion was equal to the task in keeping it out.
He has to show heart here now. to stay with Durval Green. Green, 40 of 80.
Do you think with the lead being 71, do you think that have given the Jamaican Scorpions a lifeline, Vinod?
Highly unlikely. Not the way this pitch has ended up playing. It has flattened out a bit. This time beaten outside the off stump again, Harty. One delivery to go. It's been frustrating for the Trinidadians. The Jamaican low order has stood up. 123 for 6 at one point in time. So they've added 77 runs for the loss of the last 3 wickets.
And it seems to be the norm these days, Vinod, where the lower order seems to be getting the runs rather than the top order of these teams.
It happened at the Oval yesterday. Happened for the West Indies today as well. This time he keeps him out, Harty. And it's the end of the over. At the end of it, we take a short break. We'll be right back. And continues from the fire. And remember, he was successful in his last over.
So Green continues his vigil. Nicely flighted delivery on this occasion.
Well, kind of tempting him, you know. He has a well spread field. Deep backward square on the boundary, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and even the sweeper is 3/4 of the way to the boundary on the offside. He's offering him the single. Hasn't taken it yet. 3 deliveries have been bowled. Yes, Carney comes in again and bowls, and this time it's quietly played down.
So skipper Imran Khan continues to keep that forward short leg in position.
So no change to the field with 1 delivery to go. Obviously, he's going to look for the single. Still, everyone well spread. Khan is caught between defending and Green, looking to push on. Well, now Green has exposed Harty to a full over from Anderson Phillip.
So this is going to be interesting, Vinod. But this pair will continue to fight for the Jamaican Scorpions. They will try their endeavor best to eke out as much runs as possible.
Also eat up time. TNT will take away from this game the fact that they did not catch well. I think that's something Coach Fulong will want to look at with just a couple days before the 15th. So we're back here after tomorrow. We're back here on Tuesday.
So it's not much time for a turnaround, Vinod, to get that corrected by the coaching staff. But I'm sure Coach David and company, they will take the opportunity to address that in a very positive manner.
This time looking as if he wanted to back away to square leg. That's Hearty. Philip has been really impressive. 5 for 82.
And he continues to show that he's a wholehearted cricketer.
Again, zeroing in on the stumps. That one though, in line with the stumps, but it struck him on the tie pad.
Making a bit of height on this occasion.
He has enough time to work him out. Khan may well want to put in a third slip. Just to add that pressure, just to see if he can just get this final wicket. Stady will know what is their target.
Wide on that fourth stop line, and Hattie has nothing to do with it. Going into the fourth, do you expect that the pitch is going to change significantly?
I don't think there'll be any significant changes between now and tomorrow. Should Trinidad and Tobago start their chase this evening, well then tomorrow they may not have that much to knock off. Pitch right up. Harty is proving to be difficult to dislodge.
The Red Force unit just needs to continue to be patient, and the wicket will come.
So there's a slight change in the field. Jason Mohammed goes a lot squarer.
Harty was on all fours as this ball goes through to Joshua Da Silva. At the end of the over is 203 for 9. Durval Green is on 40 not out, and Harty is on naught.
It's probably time to take a short break. We'll be right back. The single of the first ball, so his confidence in Harty is growing now.
So the field changes for Hati. Very attacking in nature from Imran Khan.
So Imran adding pressure now. 2 slips. Forward short leg. Hati struck on the pad. That was going down the leg side. Umpire Raj Kumar, the bodybuilder, would not give that. Have you ever gotten into bodybuilding, Anil?
No, Vinod.
That runs here for Hati. It may well go all the way. Yes, it does. So 4 runs to Hati. He's showing that he could contribute as well. 208 for 9.
So badly line delivery from skipper Imran Khan on this occasion, and Hati just worked that way down to that fine leg region for a very, very important boundary. The lead now goes up to 76. Does the Scorpion still have a sting in their tail, Vinod?
Well, we wait to see. The lead is now 76. Oh, that's a lovely shot by Hati. Straight down the ground. And they're going to come back for 2, will they? In fact, it is gone for 4. Well, Hati is showing that he should have opened the batting instead of coming at number 11.
He's showing a lot of heart.
Yes.
Proper cricketing shot on this occasion from Hati. Striking that past the bowler, and it goes into that mid-off boundary for a boundary.
And now you can understand why Green has so much confidence in him.
So that will do him the world of good.
This time he's out, is he? Yes, he is. So, out LBW. And that's the end of the innings. After 2 lovely shots there by Hati, he leaves for 8. And the fielders are inquiring whether he was run out or leg before. He was given out by the standing umpire, so he has to be out leg before. So 3 wickets for Imran Khan. Jamaica 212 all out. The target is 81. And Trinidad and Tobago will have 15 overs this afternoon if they wish to finish this game. Yes, struck in front of middle. He was out on both counts because he had drifted out of his wicket. The stump was thrown down by Kari Pair, and he has been given out leg before. So 81 to get. That should come off 15 overs. And the light is still fine here at the Brandar Cricket Academy. Good effort there by Imran Khan and his team.
Excellent effort from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Shutting out Jamaica for 212 and giving them a leadership role where this game is concerned.
Just to run through the scorecard. John Campbell caught the silver bowl, Philip 45. Leroy Locke caught Simmons bowl, Charles 15. Jermaine Blackwood bowl, Philip 16. Paul Palmer bowl, Philip without scoring. Aldwin Williams scored the silver bowl, Khan 28. Morrison was bowled by Charles for 13. Derval Green not out 41. Jamie Merchant, LBW, Philip 30. Markino Mindley caught Charles bowl, Philip 6. And Nicholson Gordon caught the silver bowl, Khan 8. And Hati, the last wicket to fall, leg before to Khan. 212 extras, totaling 2 in the innings, as they're quickly looking to freshen up the pitch before the start of the chase. Gabriel 6 overs, none for 18. Seal 7 overs, none for 15. Philip 15 overs, 5 for 82, the star of the show. Brian Charles ending the game with 8, 2 for 49, and Khan 3 for 46. Jason Mohammed just the 2 overs, 2 maidens. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're in for a TNT run. and chase. Well, welcome back. And the target is 81. Scorpions being bowled out for 212 in their second innings. Remember, they made 141 in their first essay. Trinidad and Tobago responding with 273. And it's going to be, seems to be Durval Green from the far end, is it? Nicholas Gordon. He's going to take up the attack from the far end. And he's going to bowl to Keegan Simmons. According to the scoreboard, we have a total of 16 overs towards the end of the day's play. The worrying sign, though, is the cloud cover. The shadows have disappeared, and it is getting a bit gloomy. Of course, we can't use artificial lights to complete today's play. So more than likely, we'll be back here tomorrow unless something very special happens. Here is Gordon from the far end. And that's a wide. That was so wide. In fact, it's a no ball. That landed on the strip in between two pitches. It was like a Leeward Islands airline trying to get off the ground, but took off in the Windward Islands. One without loss. As I say, good afternoon to the former Comptroller of Customs here in Trinidad and Tobago, the Right Honorable, Distinguished Amar Samaru.
And thank you very much, Mr. Vinud Mamchan, international cricket commentator and cricket connoisseur, widely accepted as a great commentator throughout the world where cricket is played and beyond.
Thank you, sir. Your check is in the mail. Outside the off stump again, and this time allowed to go by. That is another wide delivery there, Amar.
Very wide delivery. And as I said on the last occasion 2 years ago, that Vinud Mamchan, got his moorings and got his work ethic when he worked at the Customs and Excise Division in Port of Spain.
Yes, I did learn a lot at Customs. Here is Gordon again. Another wide delivery, and that should have been called a wide. Umpire Raj Kumar. And with a very fancy name, Raj Kumar. I want to say good afternoon to Stefan Ramdial. Good afternoon to Stefan. Of course, Stefan has done great work here in Trinidad and Tobago with his alphabet series. And I was told recently with his friend who normally goes to run with him on a morning that he has some new exciting projects coming up. We may hear from him before the end of today's play, as the score is 1 without loss. This time it's on the leg side, just over mid-on. They take one, and they should come back for two. Negative bowling previously there from Gordon. And it's pretty dark outside there now.
Yeah, it is getting a little dark. Cloud cover over the sun. And light is going to be an issue for the completion of the remaining 15 overs.
Yes, I think even if 15 overs could get in, if they could get it in somehow, they will struggle to get up to that target of 81 this afternoon. I was telling that to Rudy Ramesa, who was insisting that the runs will be scored easily. Here is Gordon, and this is pushed away. But I think Rudy will be compensated by the fact that after chasing Stefan up and down the back of the com box, he finally got a photo with him. There'll be one please citizen Amar tonight.
And that is the person, who would eventually be selected as man of the match.
Yes. Here is Gordon again. On the legs, definitely going down the leg side. Umpire Raj Kumar is unmoved. And it's the end of the opening over. At the end of it, 3 without loss. TNT chasing 81 to win.
As to the state of the game, Mr. Mamchan, my opinion is that there was a fight back from Jamaica Scorpions. You know,
Yeah,
they
there was a
could have
definite
folded.
fight back. It's good to see Rajah out there opening the batting. So it means that he would have opened the batting in the first innings, and not Imran, who came in as a stopgap measure with the injury to the finger of Rajah.
Yes. So Rajah is in his rightful position now. He had a very good score in the first innings. You know, actually put on a good partnership with Yannick Correa, you know, thereby giving Trinidad and Tobago Red Force a decent total in the first innings.
I think his dismissal though for 65 was unfortunate, as our replays up here showed that that ball clipped his upper arm and went through to the wicket keeper, and he was given out caught behind. Well, these things do happen. Makino Minley to Rajah. He allows this one to go by outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yes, the dismissal was a little unfortunate, you know, but at the end of the day, when that umpire raises that dreaded finger, you have to walk to the pavilion. At this level, there is no review.
Well, there's no official review, but we had the replays going here. Rajah is nicely forward, pushes it up the mid-off, and there is no run. So it might seem gloomy out there, but this is actually lovely conditions in England for cricket.
Oh yes, Vinod, and I know you have covered a lot of matches in England and Wales.
Lords, always one of my, it was my dream to cover cricket at Lords. Rajah is leaning onto this one and goes down to mid-wicket.
And it's a good sign that Rajah is out there in the middle. You would recall that he had a finger injury.
He didn't really feel that for that any length of period in the second innings. Carrie Pear did all the hard work for him. This morning he could have created a record as with he and his dad, Anil Rajah, in getting centuries to Trinidad and Tobago. This is down the leg side. And a bye signal.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, Mr. Mamchan, Jamaica showed a good bit of fight back. There was a pushback because many thought that Jamaica would have folded early on and the match would have been completed by this evening. However, some good batting by the tail enders, the last numbers, ensured that they crossed 200 runs and went on to score 212 in the second innings, giving Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 181 runs to win.
Some information was just passed on to me as Minley comes in again and bowls. Rajah pulls in, Simmons pulls inside the line. Trinidad and Tobago 4 without loss. Well, I mentioned just now that history could have been created with Rajah getting a century this morning. He was cut short at 65. And it would have been created because LeBron Constantine and his son Sir Larry Constantine are the only father and son combination that have scored hundreds for Trinidad. However, at the time in the 1920s and 30s, Trinidad did not play as Trinidad and Tobago and only as Trinidad. And of course, after independence in 1962, according to Rudy Ramisar, Trinidad and Tobago played as Trinidad and Tobago. So it would have been the first father-son combination to play for Trinidad and Tobago to score first-class centuries. want to thank our statistician, Rudy Ramisa, and we promise that Stefan will continue to give him photos.
As Gordon continues from the southern end. Bowling to Isaiah Rajah, who is not yet off the mark.
Well, the light is improving a bit. You can't judge what's happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy through our lenses because of the built-in lights. It's looking brighter there than what obtains out there. But it has grown a little brighter. Probably the cloud just shifting away from the setting sun.
And to the east, the sun is in its glory.
Here's Gordon. Rajah just taking the bottom hand away. TNT looking to start here with full points, Amar.
Yes, because as I said before, that is only 5 rounds. So points are very important, and if you can start with a high number of points in your first game, you know, it could spur you on for the remaining 4 games.
This time Rajah plays it away. Forward of square. They take 1 and Rajah wants 2. Simmons sends him back. Again, the sun is out in its glory and the shadows are extending from the western side of the ground. And one hopes that it stays well so that the players out there can continue their work.
And like I was saying to you, Mr. Mamchan, that Jamaica Scorpions, you know, made a good fight back.
This is a lovely shot. Beautiful on drive. Can't beat mid-on. Simmons is in some form. Got runs in the trial games leading up to this tournament. TNT will be happy with this performance and they would look to improve in areas that showed up glaringly in this game. For one, the catching. Clipped away just forward of square and good running between the sticks. They come back for 2. Just leaning onto that one. Nicholson is bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. And it's the end of the over. After more thoughts from Amar Samaru, we'll have a double change in the commentary box with Visham Shams Lalman coming in with Anil Lakan.
And what I'm saying, the Jamaica made a good fight back. And this fight back is good. Competition is good. It would lead to development of batters because it seems that we are lacking good batters in the Caribbean as our results are demonstrating that. So it is good that we experience this fight back today with Jamaica. So
it's going to be mainly to continue from the northern end, from the Gasparilla end. Rajah just opens the face and gets it down to third man. Runs here for him. He should go back for 2. Yeah, and he does just that. That's opening the face on that occasion there, Isaiah Rajah. Score is 9 without loss.
And we are in the 4th over of the second innings.
So TNT will just be looking to play out today, ensure that they don't lose any wickets, and then come tomorrow morning and complete what should be a formality for them. Rajah squares up on this occasion, plays it down to point.
As you were saying, that Mindley is a former West Indies under 19 player.
Marquino Minley was called for the West Indies senior team that went to England. Remember, 2 teams were selected because of the whole COVID situation, and that was the first international tour. So they actually carried 2 teams on that tour. Minley was involved.
Okay. But he did not make his test debut.
No. He was on the second team that was taken up to England to help prepare the first team. They lived in that bubble together. They played matches against each other. And out of that, there were 4 players who would have been eligible from the other team, the other squad, who could have gone across as COVID replacements. I guess if more were required, they would have added to it.
Okay. But he seems to be a very promising player. He has good pace, good line and length from what I've seen here at Brian Lara Academy.
Short, Rajah pulls out of it at the last moment. You can see him initially going to play the shot, and at the very last moment he pulled out. That was a good bouncer from Marquino Minley.
So as we come into the end of the 4th over, the score is 9 runs without loss. Red Force chasing a winning target of 81 runs with 1 full day's play tomorrow.
All of a sudden, the delivery keeps very low on the southern end. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, we take a short break. We come back, TNT 9 without loss.
Thank you very much.
So welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Nicholson Gordon operating from the far end. That one a wideish delivery outside the off stump and left alone there by the young man Keegan Simmons. Good afternoon, Anil.
Good afternoon, Bisham. Good afternoon to all our listeners and viewing audience.
Rajah just coming up to have a word there with Keegan Simmons. 10 overs remaining in the day's play after this.
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to get all 10 overs in, Bisham.
Well, the light is still fairly good here, Anil, and I think may just be able to get them in. Simmons nicely behind that one there from Gordon. Gordon has been on the money, much like his opening partner Marquino Minley. These guys have done well for Jamaica Scorpions, but it's a tough task to dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force before this total, Anil.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will definitely back themselves to get this total.
No doubt about that. This time Simmons chasing a wide delivery. Takes the inside edge. It's running down to fine leg. And he'll pick up 2 runs.
So a no ball on this occasion from Nicholson Gordon. So that will result in 3 runs.
Just maybe looking for some extra pace there. That's not on offer. Nicholson Gordon. And overstepping in the end. That won't help the cause. 12 for no loss, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Requiring 81 for victory. And really put themselves possibly at the top of the ladder of the first round, Vishan?
Yes, this time delivery just back of a length. Simmons shouts no to Rajah. Yeah, this win will do a world of good for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, getting things off for them in this the 2022 regional season after a flyer. I want to hope that from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective that they can keep up this momentum. This time a wide delivery. Not interested there, Keegan Simmons.
Yeah, knowing exactly where his off stump is and just allowing it to go into the through to the wicketkeeper Morris.
Just 4 fielders on the onside. Wideish fine leg, forward square leg, mid wicket, mid on. Then there's those on the offside, mid off cover, gully and 2 slips. Here's Gordon. This time short, guided away through the offside. That's gonna be 4. Good looking shot there from Keegan Simmons. Not looking to overhit it, but just taking his time and placing it nicely, Anil.
Yeah, confident shot from Keegan Simmons on this occasion. Short and wide, and he didn't need another invitation. Just caressed that one through that backward point region, and 4 good looking runs to Keegan Simmons. So the score moves up quickly to 16 without loss. Keegan Simmons is on 10, and Isaiah Rajah is not out on 3.
Yeah, and of course, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're going to take advantage of anything that's out of the ordinary here from Jamaica Scorpions. This time again, short, guided away by Simmons, looking for runs.
So neatly into line is Keegan Simmons, and he just works that into that vacant cover region, and he rotates the strike. The score now moves up to 17, and that takes Simmons onto 11.
I think we'll be in for a very short morning of play tomorrow. Providing, well, I mean, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they will need to come back tomorrow to get the remaining runs. Looking at the bowling thus far for Jamaica, 3 overs to Gordon, 2 to Mindley, 14 and 2 runs respectively, both bowlers. Here's Mindley. He's adopted this approach of coming around the wicket of late. He tends to angle the ball in and get it to move away off the pitch. It's a good delivery this time, rushing Simmons and keeping a bit low. It's a test for the youngster.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard work for young Keegan Simmons during this passage of play, because we are coming to the end of the 3rd day on the 3rd session.
And what these guys would want, both Rajah and Simmons, I think they would want to finish this game. They won't want to leave anything for the remaining batsmen.
Yeah, both Keegan and Isaiah Rajah will want to complete this job.
Yeah, it's not because of them being selfish, but it's because of them. And the rain is here all of a sudden. Just drizzling, nothing to worry about, Anil. But yes, it's not about them being selfish, but just about them not wanting to lose a wicket that could force anything that they would not want. That could be a collapse.
Well, they will want to take the responsibility.
Yeah.
Visha.
Yeah, definitely so. And Simmons, being a young man, Rajah as well, it'll be very good to see them finish this game for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Here's Mindley. Full and driven. Could only find Paul Palmer at cover.
It's a pleasant looking drive from Keegan Simmons, but excellent work at that extra cover region in Paul Palmer.
Mindley's into his 3rd over. Show coach David Furlong his first class match as the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The 63-year-old Furlong would be very happy with this performance.
As you are aware, well aware, Visham, sport in general is about results. So having secured a victory in this first round, when it's completed, it's going to do the world of good for the entire Red Force family.
Can't agree with you more there, Anil. Here is Mindley. It's time. A loud appeal, stifled in the end. Not out, says umpire Danish Ramdani.
So living dangerously outside the off stump is Keegan Simmons on this occasion.
Yeah, just fending at one that he should have been leaving alone into the gloves of Romain Morris. Sure, David Furlong as well will be happy to see how the glove work has been from both the wicket keeper batsmen, in this game, both Morris and De Silva. Furlong as well being a former wicketkeeper batsman for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And if you look around the region, the Barbados wicketkeeper, he's gotten a score of 86.
Shane Dorridge, yes. And he'll be looking to make his way back into the West Indian Test team.
And I'm sure he will want to continue in that rich vein of form so that he could put the incumbent under some severe pressure.
It'll be a battle between him and Josh De Silva.
Because he will want to prove his critics wrong.
He has been out of cricket for a while, Shane Dowridge. It's good to see him back on the park for the Barbados Pride. It's also good to see Shimron Hetmyer playing his trade for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Wants to stamp his authority, and stake a claim for himself. Get back into the West Indies team.
He'll also want to stamp his authority where his fitness is concerned as well.
Yeah. Want to tick those boxes. Answer the unanswered questions. Here is Gordon with the 7th over of the innings. On the body of Isaiah Rajah. Place it back to the bowler, no run. Quiet evening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We've been blessed with awesome weather for the entirety of today. Yesterday we had numerous rain delays. And the weather gods just doing their job. Here's Gordon. This time guided nicely. That's going to be 4 to Rajah. What a shot.
And on this occasion, it's pure class from Isaiah Rajah. Just caressing that ball through that backward point reacher and it races away to the boundary for 4. So the score moves on quickly to 21 and that takes Isaiah Rajah onto 11.
Well, I don't think you would expect
No, 7, sorry.
I don't think you would expect anything less from Isaiah Rajah. He's all pure class, the left-hander. Let's see how Gordon responds here now. This time pulled away, but straight to that man there at forward square leg is Patrick Harty in attendance.
And he makes a smart stop, moving to his left.
And immediately that has prompted a field change. You can see the captain sending Patrick Harty back onto the boundary now. 3 balls remaining in this over. 8.3 overs remaining in the day. Gordon. This time a very short delivery.
And on this occasion, Isaiah Rajah was contemplating having a go, but at the last moment, just pulled out of the shot.
Yes. A good choice from Isaiah Rajah. He's been smart in his approach throughout this game. And what he's done as well is he has battled through a finger injury.
And that shows the mental side of this young man.
Yeah, that does. This one pulled away again. And an excellent piece of fielding there from Marquino Mindley. Down at fine leg. Picks up one there, Isaiah Rajah. And that one just dropping short as well of Mindley. Did not go to hand.
But it's important when chasing a small target, Visham, that you continue to have that aggressive intent.
You don't want to sit and be comfortable, because there's always a chance of the opposition using that against you and running you over quickly. And that completes 7 overs, 22 without loss. TNT Red Force. Anil, your thoughts? A sure Trinidad and Tobago Red Force victory here in this game?
Well, I am one of the who will not call it until the fat lady sings, Visham. Cricket is a game of various uncertainties. One delivery could make the difference, can make a difference.
Still require 10 deliveries to make a difference in this match. That's if the Jamaica Scorpions are to be victorious. You need to pick up 10 wickets, dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they require 59 runs, their target being 81.
But I would admit that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is well placed at this moment.
Yeah, they are well placed and they won't want to let up this position that they are in. It's a convincing position. It's one that all fans that support the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be proud of. And, you know, they will be looking forward to tomorrow to really see these guys go in with a victory.
We are in the 9th session where this game is concerned. How much sessions would you say the Red Force has been in total control of?
You know, some sessions of plays in this game, I would say it was balanced, you know, but more often than not, the Red Force have been in control. But what they have done well, though, is that they won key passages of plays in the game that proved to be beneficial and proved them to be in this position here at the moment.
And one of those passages of play that I remember clearly is that partnership between Isaiah Rajah and Yannick Carrier.
Yes, definitely. So here's Mindley looking to angle that ball across Rajah. And another passage of play as well is the one in which the Jamaica Scorpions had that collapse. So those are 2 key passages of plays that were important in this game.
And we must not forget that magnificent bowling performance from Brian Charles, returning his best first-class figures in this game.
Yes, many congratulations to him. And what was quite impressive as well, we cannot forget the Jamaica Scorpions. They fought back this morning, picking up some quick wickets to dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That delivery from Mindley wide outside the off stump, and Rajah allows it to go into the mitt of Romaine Morris.
So the Jamaican Scorpions, they're still plugging away. They will not give up until that 81st run is scored.
Yes, definitely. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they are persons who are not going to give up. It's a pack offside field for Isaiah Rajah. One slip, a gully. Mindley operating from the northern end. Light is fading at the Brown Lion Cricket Academy. What a lovely venue for cricket. The BLCA. Beautiful.
Situated right in Taruba, South Trinidad.
Beautiful facility in South Trinidad. One day we will see international cricket being staged here. Of course, the ICC under 19 World Cup took place here. This one, a short delivery. Aggressive bowling here from Marquino Mindley. to finish that over. 22 without loss. A maiden over from Mindley.
So Isaiah Rajah and Keegan Simmons continues to just tick away at that score.
Yes, it's all about patience. Not looking to rush things, these two batsmen.
But coming back to that Isaiah Rajah, after 8 overs, the Red Force is 22 without loss. Keegan Simmons is on 11. Isaiah Rajah is not out on 8.
Yes, Mindley has completed 4 overs. And guess what? He's just conceded some 2 runs. He's bowled 3 maidens, Anil. Impressive. Impressive stuff from the young man.
So he's not giving an inch away where his bowling is concerned. And it's going to be a change from the southern end. Is it going to be Harty?
It's going to be Jamie Merchant.
Merchant.
The tall off spinner.
The lanky off spinner.
This man, he's been quite impressive in the first innings as well. But he had not picked up a wicket, though, Anil. But he's bowled really well. He deserved the wicket. But here he is now with a task on his shoulders to get wickets for the Jamaica Scorpions. Can he do it? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Jamie Merchant will want to make an immediate impact on this innings, having not been successful in the first innings.
Yes, it's quite obvious that Merchant is required to pick up wickets early. This one cut away there, but will attempt to cut it away.
But only succeeded in an on the edge on this occasion.
Yes, it just went to that backward point fielder there.
And what Jamie Merchant will enjoy is bowling to 2 left-handers at this time.
Yes, he has an opportunity. He'll be licking his lips, Jamie Merchant. Here he is. It's a wide-ish delivery. He's going to tempt Simmons to do something that you wouldn't expect him to do.
Something out of character.
Yeah. 3 fielders on the onside. Well, actually, 4 fielders on the onside. That's including that silly mid-on fielder, Leroy Lugg. That one passing very close to the off stump there. Is it? No, it's back to the bowler. Well, the way in which the fielders went up there, Anil, I thought Merchant had beaten the bat.
Well,
6 overs after this. This time back and across there, Simmons.
so a gentle inquiry.
Flighted and solidly forward. Keegan Simmons completes the 9th, 22 without loss. So 2 maidens in consecutive overs here, Anil.
Yeah, and it will create some pressure for the batters, Visham, coming at the back end of the day's play. With just about 7 overs remain in the day's play, I'm sure that both Isaiah Rajah and Keegan Simmons will want to return tomorrow to complete this job that they've started.
And this would be a victory of great stature as well, because the Jamaica Scorpions, they've had 11 first-class titles over the years, and a change in the bowling as well. Patrick Harty, he's going to come into the attack, left-arm orthodox Patrick Harty. He's going to be bowling to Isaiah Rajah. Yes, Jamaica Scorpions, 11 first-class titles as opposed to Trinidad and Tobago's 5. So this would be a very momentous victory for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, toppling one of the first-class giants here in the Caribbean in the first game of the the regional tournament 2022. Here's Hati. Same delivery, just holding its line.
And as you know, Visham, the Jamaican has a good legacy where regional cricket is concerned.
Yeah. They would have wanted to get a good start, really topple the home team in the first game. That's how cricket goes sometimes, And it doesn't always go your way.
But it's evident that cricket in the West Indies has declined somewhat over a period of time.
Yeah, and that's why there are these tournaments for the players to really work on those things that they have done wrong in the recent past.
But I think it doesn't help when there is a truncated season.
It's something for the management to look at, and the organizations in charge. I think it's something for them to look at. Driving Rajah down to mid-off. No chance of a run.
So there has been a call, Visham, for more first-class games to be played.
Well forward there, Rajah. Yes, and taking your point.
And as you know, it's really a cost factor that goes into staging these games. So from a financial point of view, it's possible that, a sponsor, a huge sponsor would need to come on board with CWI.
Yes, and
to make that possible.
Well, that seems to be Stumps, Anil. On that note, Stumps has been called here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Stumps on day 3 of this game between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at approximately 5:29 p.m. Light has given up here at the academy. The situation: Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 22 without loss. They are 59 runs behind. Keegan Simmons, he's there on 11 of 25 deliveries. Isaiah Rajah, he is on 8 of 25 deliveries. As well, the extras at this moment from the Jamaica Scorpions, just about 3. So, just to look at the bowling card of the Jamaica Scorpions now. Markino Mindley, he's bowled 4 overs and had some good returns. No wickets though, 2 runs in that. Nicholson Gordon, 4 overs, 19 runs, no wickets. Jamie Merchant and Patrick Harty, 1 over apiece, and they were all maidens. So the situation at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy from day 1 until today, the Jamaica Scorpions won the toss on day 1, elected to bat first. They were dismissed for 141 in 51.4 overs. Jermaine Blackwood top scoring with 44 of 72 deliveries. Brian Charles led the way for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 6 for 48. In response, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 273 all out. They were dismissed this morning. Yannick Karaya, he top scored with 72. That man who's there at the crease for the Red Force, Isaiah Rajah, he had 65, and Joshua Da Silva, he had 37. Markino Mindley was the pick of the bowlers for the Jamaica Scorpions with 5 for 70 in 28.3 overs. Jamaica Scorpions, they were dismissed for 212 in their second turn with the bat. John Campbell, he was the lone top scorer with 45 of 66 deliveries. Not forgetting Derval Green playing a good hand as well. Anderson Phillip, how impressive he was this today, 5 for 82 in 15 overs. Well, the Trinidad and Tobago responding to that and looking to win this game with a target of 81. They are 22 without loss. They need 59 runs come tomorrow. That's the situation at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy until tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.